Get confidence and also someone.
Hello, chat. How are we doing?
One of the best is saying to you, bro, I freaking hate to play against you all low.
Yeah.
I hate it.
You want to be that annoying
Maybe
player,
that's a
right?
bit better.
You
Okay, hello everyone. How are we all doing?
Meg, Floor just saying
Hello.
Like a 14-year-old kid.
What did I
Well, I did
miss?
want to talk about
We
his
have
youthfulness. I guess that
a
kind of
Troix.
goes
Thank you for the
into,
18 months. We got
versus
Matix.
talking about
Thank you
the
so
outdoor.
much
His
with the
reaction
26
time is
months.
insane. Like,
Tailmint
if you
with the
give
4 months.
even a
Spruce,
toenail,
good to see you,
that
Spruce.
dude's
Thank
gonna
you so
find it and
much
take you
with
down,
the
you know?
tier
So I
1.
think that's definitely
And
something
Lost
coming
as
into
well.
this. They're
Lost with
hungry
the
and they are ready
11
to sort of
months.
take those aggressive early
So much,
picks and
everyone.
hold those angles to find those
There's not allowed for Bridge to
Floor
say
saying that she
bloody.
feels like a boomer is
I don't think it's a
outrageous.
swear word. Some people say it's a swear word.
No,
I'm not
she's
sure.
younger.
But
She's
some people
just
feel like
turned 18.
hell as well, like bloody hell.
Okay.
Batu's about to turn 20.
But I think that's
or
okay to
something
say.
like that.
I love the way that she's tweeting like that.
I
you
think
know what
everyone
I
has
mean?
different.
Considering that she's younger, but
Yeah.
I mean, Floor has lived many
tame.
moments, so
I don't
guess
even
it's
think
like
it's like a swear word.
Head on young shoulders, right?
Yeah, and before I get too drunk on my own hopium here,
Bloody
we
hell
have to
is a swear in your
consider that,
house?
Floor
Yeah, I
will
think
be
it's
going
like
up
a
against Dirke,
household to
and
household.
Seaboff here, and this is not an easy head-to-head, no matter what kind of form Vitality are in. So Uli, just tell me how scary this duo on the right-hand side here is.
I mean, they're scary. Seaboff is playing really
Tarek
good, but
used me for
Dirke-
clickbait. What does that mean?
Because even that you see the stats and you see, okay, he's not that much. It's true. Last 2 matches he wasn't out, but he's someone that never missed playoff. I mean, we're talking about someone that maybe tried to carry this one. So I just hope the APEKS is not going to carry the can.
You think it's maybe even a worse time to play Dirke because he's going to want
How
to
many
bounce
here
back,
think
right? The
Apex can
hunger.
win?
It's the best
It's a
and
good
the
time
worst
to
at the
play
same time,
Vitality.
because he's gonna try it.
They
He's
look a
gonna
little
for sure.
bit
Yeah, I
shaky.
agree. However, we do have to talk about, obviously, Dirke and Seaboff's performance over the past 2 weeks. It's not been great, and I think, well, not been great is maybe a bit harsh, but it's not been what we've been expecting from them. And I do genuinely think there is a
Bleeding hell.
possibility, like you mentioned.
Hello,
Jisoo,
Motherboard. I was
that
talking
they're
about you
gonna come
today.
alive today because they've got something to prove. You know, it's not been the best couple of
What are
weeks. They wanna
your
come into this and
predictions
be
for
like,
today?
"Oh,
I've gone
that's
for all the
really
I mean,
overdogs.
this is the thing.
I've gone
with
for
players
nothing
like
crazy.
Dirke, if he's not dropping 300
Gone for
ACS,
Liquid and
all of
Vitality.
a sudden we're saying he's underperforming because he's never, you know, he's always dropping 300 ACS. That's the thing. I'm glad they're smiling here as well. The mood has to be good. They don't have a choice. They need to win. They need to make playoffs cleanly.
How's my day
because
going? My
once they
day's
get
going
to
great.
playoffs,
Thank you for
It's
asking.
going to get even harder, right, Uli?
Going good.
Should be harder. And right now, they probably weren't thinking on going into semifinals, win one match, and we're on Masters Toronto. But they not anymore. I mean, you have to win at least one match.
Yeah, I mean,
in
that's a
order
good way to do
try
it, Mark.
secure the spot. And today winning, it will be do it, but
Crumbs, hello.
it's going to be hard.
In a lot
Hello.
of post-match interviews as well, I think we've heard a lot of players mentioning how playoffs is when it really begins.
Did I
And
see the
think if you
Giants
can't
news?
come
What's the
into this
Giants
As
news?
a team like Vitality, with the names that you have, with the numbers and the stats that you have, and you can't win against APEX, I do not think playoffs is the right place for you.
Exactly. And if we
Bang.
take a look at the matches both teams have already played so far, I mean, this was called the group of
Rana
death for a
Tamasi
reason. Because
for
you think, oh yeah, we have
Flickless
to
and
play
Arrow.
Navi,
Who
and then
were
you got to play
Flickless
Heretics, then you got to play
Arrow?
Fnatic, then you got to play Vitality. It really is never ending, the difficulty of this. But Meg, Apex, even though they haven't been winning, they've looked like they could. Whereas for Vitality, these are the games they should have won.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I think we were discussing earlier, that Apex, they've kind of matched, you know,
Plays
the
for
very, very
UCAN.
good teams at the beginning. So now they've kind of got a definite in with these final 2 games, whereas Vitality,
Both play for
they should have been
UCAN.
winning these games already.
They should have been
show.
indeed. They should have been indeed. Now weeks of hard work all comes down
I mean,
to
not
this. The
like
fate
crazy
of
stats or
every
anything.
single team in Group Alpha could be determined by the outcome of this match alone. So, without further ado, let's bring our team Vitality and Apex back onto the stage.
Who's the coach of UCAM these days? Pinky. Interesting. Well, let's see what happens. Watch one on T1 versus Nongshim today, mate. You've got your days mixed up for sure. That game is not happening for a while. He's talking about League? Oh, okay. Wait, I got no idea. T1 win that, right? Surely. Gonna playoffs not tomorrow. I think maybe Saturday after Pacific.
It will be about survival as well. They already talked about how they have nothing to lose, but Vitality, they have a lot to lose. So this map veto is going to be very, very interesting. They both have their permabans. They both have places they probably don't want to go to.
So do they get rid of?
Stick to the fracture and pearl.
What do they get rid of?
Coming into this, and Meg, it looks like there's no.
Oh, okay. They're gonna pick Ascent.
Definitely not a shocker at all.
Damn, bro.
Really,
they might be.
Actually to see this Ascent, because of course that is one of APEK's map
This
wins,
looks a little bit shaky.
I don't think we've seen Vitality play that yet on 2024, so I think that one's going to be a bit of a squelcher.
Honestly, this looks a little shaky. This is not. This is not the worst for APEKS here. I think picking Haven over Split probably makes the most sense. To actually think that maybe Split and Ascent looks like APEKS is stronger.
It could be strong enough to try to face a team that you can maybe try to lock in his confidence. But right now,
dude, APEKS should be feeling pretty good with the map pool here. Let's see how Vitality look. They should just skill diff, but
Mosey is feeling as well. Of course, back in 2023, Mosey was the captain of the original Team Vitality team.
El Bello, thank you so much for the 9 months, bro. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And E-Madness, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for that, mate. Appreciate the support. Thanks for the Prime usage, E-Madness.
And let's talk about this Ascent. What do you want to see them play here? I think the elephant in the room.
Surely Durka shows up today. We could try and like hyper focus on how Vitality aren't really setting him up on attack if you want today. Because that has been a common theme.
I think what we've seen Safe play on Tejo, and I know that maybe is a little bit rogue to go for with what we've seen on Ascent already. I just think that we haven't seen the best performances from Safe on Sova. So I'd love to see some kind of really crazy comp that highlights potentially how strong Safe is on those other initiator roles.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select now and see if we will get something.
They just send in Durka to make a play. I mean, that is what happens all the time.
Wishes have been answered.
Okay, so APEKS go for their comp. They look very drilled on this map. It's very, very strong, but obviously they start on attack. And then we switch out Sivo, Omen, and this used to be a Sova. This is pretty strong comp though on this map.
But I mean, Vitality has to also look for some comfort.
I have to say as well, I think APEKS are going to have to be really careful here because I know Vitality
would I rather have a Sova or a KO?
That they won, and it is with this comp, so I think they're definitely going to have to pull something.
Not even sure.
With the composition.
With a Yoru, I guess I'd rather have a Sova.
Sort of bring that element of surprise to Vitality.
And for me, my eyes go towards Kicks. He's so comfortable on the KO. This is his home ground, so to say.
Yeah, it's a little bit of comfort here for sure.
Meg and Uli, they're bringing the spice this week. I want to hear from our casters today. Mitch and Tom.
Officer and KO buffs? Yeah.
This week. Tell us.
Well, we've got a little something special later on this week, Tom.
Would I be angry if APEKS win? I'm not really angry. I'm never angry if anyone wins, unless teams like really misplay stuff.
The question is, will they be able to deliver when it comes to crunch time?
That's sort of the interesting thing about it, though, is that I feel like APEKS have not really been dominated across the series. There's always been at least one map where either they've won it or even versus Fnatic, it went to like multiple OTs. So I think they've proven they can.
Knife, yeah, the knife's really good on this. You're right, the knife against the double sentinel might be good.
The other side of the coin. Vitality losing this match, if someone puts their life in other teams' hands,
what is this?
For a team that was our top 4 at Masters and won the
last stage, clear enough space to record these games?
Well, if you're in EMEA and talking about a super team, this is the squad that you're going to think of Vitality.
Okay, Vitality on defense, APEKS on attack, and that's a lot of classics.
Starting on the defense.
A lot of classics. Flash to swing.
We go to Lotus afterwards. The map
Knife goes in after as well, so they're really trying to create pressure over towards B main. And then once that's happened, they're going to group into middle, even though they might be in middle.
Taking quite a slow approach, using the space on B and A, using their bodies there to contain, and leaving mid a little bit more.
And they tried to punish anyone out in the open. This has got a nice pistol from Vitality. Maybe I'd like a smoke here, but...
Walk straight in. Avova has taken space into the A side. The spike is incredibly
so we got full retake. We kill trip down. We got camera to spot numbers. We got an Omen Flash and a Gravnet, but 2 have already walked out. Oh my god, Gravnet's gonna hit so many. Holy bro.
Garners an extra kill.
Dude, Governor still has a drone.
Into the site yet. Could have utilized the drone just to be safe, but that spot is clear.
It's one thing to keep an eye on as the game goes on. Malzi's usage of Deadlock. Picks going back and forth.
Wait, they're side by side. They're out here holding hands. A little bit weird from APEKS. They just have too many in. They just have too many in A main against a smoker.
And it has worked wonderfully in round number 1.
Yeah, I want to talk about as well. Like, obviously, you look at this map and you go,
just too brutal with the tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you for doing that.
And they won it dominantly, so this should be firmly in their favor. But I want to look back to the last time.
Why is the Cypher? Why is the Cypher main?
By Vitality, and that was last stage, the EMEA finals. They played it versus Fnatic. They lost the series.
Yeah, a little bit weird in terms of after-plant position for APEKS, really. Like, Sova should be here, not the Cypher. Two people against the smokes off-site.
No, I'm just trolling. No, yeah,
you're
it was this map, and obviously
you're just going to lose.
Look, you had Safe
like, the people on site just don't get enough help.
Here, but I am actually excited by the Teo addition. I agree that maybe we haven't seen the most of it on this map, but what I like about it is your opponents are running double Sentinel. They're going to be placing a lot of utility that you can destroy with those salvos. So it's a piece I want to keep an eye on, especially when they move to the attack. How
this is really bold for an eco, no?
Not a bad opening pick, and I like APEK's adaptation last round, playing extremities and then
guys, what are we doing? Chill.
That mid crunch. This time looking to disrupt the mid crunch, and they've already done that well with Avova picking off 1 man advantage to the squad that is
dude, they
playing
were willing to give them sight.
Look, we talk about strength.
This is interesting from Vitality. This is ×2 rounds where they wanted to like punish middle and let them know that they're not scared of like going aggro middle, which makes a lot of sense. Normally the Euro comps like have to go through middle.
You can see though quite passive positions from the squad, safe with utility to slow them in 35 seconds.
Sphinx number 9 with the 27 months. Thank you, thank you.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's cool, right? It's cool here. Hey, I hope you had a good time, dude. Sounds sick.
That is the jump spot.
Thank you for the 27 months as well.
Already managed to catch out one with the
Sphinx, did you go like up north as well, or whereabouts did you go?
Nice work from Governor. That's the rifle on the ground, but they still have to try and get past Safe, who's been lurking within.
Time's really low, HP's are really low.
Damage, but mostly acting as a bit of a distraction.
Okay, and no plant down as well.
Be retrieved, and that will be all she wrote for the side of Vitality. There you go.
Some real potential in that round, though. Again, looking at
planting. Yeah, it's looking a little bit weird for APEKS at the moment.
Off-site, which takes the pressure off these defenders. They don't have to worry about the players on Jenny because they're not planting. There's no sound.
Nice, dude. Still sounds sick though.
They knew that
okay, yeah, I know what that is. I think I've been there as well, actually.
Already coming in from heaven, good rotations as Vitality get ahead of the problem. But another thing, you know, we've talked about it already. Malzi's Deadlock. Look at how he uses his nade to just
the bonus is really good from Vitality. How many do APEKS need with this comp realistically? I'm going to give him as low as 3. It's a very strong defense comp. We'll say they need 3. Maybe if they lose pistol, like a 4.
Having a sensor in combination with the
they don't need many.
It just makes things awkward for aggressive plays. And you look at the
damn, we got to punish over towards middle as well. The game plan is just all based around middle. 2 aggro rounds on mid, and then we have punish once they've actually pushed through middle. Cool.
Alongside her in this case, as he'll be on the Sentinel, and Durka, has he slipped the net? I think he has. A complete surprise for Batu.
Yeah, the fact that there's some reinvestments from Vitality into heavier rifles, they've managed their economy so well to give them a real chance in this round that's now being converted into a 5 versus 3.
3 in a pistol? Yeah, I agree. 3 in a pistol is kind of fine. Down, it's looking nice.
The aggressive pushes of Vitality now, without that space being taken, they look to seize it for themselves, but it was held by less deep. No gaps to Vitality's defense at the moment, and you'd expect that with 5 players still alive. Left. No pressure on them. Durka and Kicks have been tagged up.
What'd you even do, him?
To create anything from this scenario will be next to impossible for APEKS. In fact, it may rely on big mistakes being
they're going to save. They're going to save, and Vitality will love this. Okay, it's like the worst possible start for APEKS, really. Messed up the pistol. Kind of messed up the second round a little bit, to be honest, as well, with the pick. And then, in my opinion, just got wrecked at middle. They might call an early timeout. Problem is their comp really struggles to just sight hit.
even if, again, you've watched the previous matches versus Fnatic and you can see that APEKS can match up to like tough opponents. If you're going on raw 1v1 fights, I'm probably going to give it over to Vitality in almost every position. Like, you are talking crazy things.
It just keeps going.
I'm guessing he's referring to Kicks on that with the 5-0 start. He's untouchable, undefeatable. And when you look at APEKS,
they got the 2 save guns.
We've seen these adaptations. We've seen the extremity holds. We've seen the mid-crunch denial. Now we've seen the late-mid take of that deep space. And none of it's really worked out for them so far. So they go to a more direct early game, try to pressure that A control out of Vitality's hands. But the second player
try smoke close, get the gun out of there.
Utility and get into wine, trades it out efficiently.
Even try and get the gun out of there.
They knew that Seavolf was there, though. I'm pretty sure in the early battle he was spotted. I think it was just... I didn't expect maybe the second player to swing. I'm not sure, but in this sort of round, it's not bad. You have to bear in mind they have some weaker weapons, a few pieces missing.
Oh my god, that's an absolute shot. The jiggle didn't really make too much sense from safe though, but it was a nuts shot.
Again, a player advantage garnered by the side of APEKS as they make it into the A site.
And 2 rifles retrieved as well, so these players that come in with lots of weaknesses are now armed to the teeth, and Seavolf, he gets away with that.
Oh my goodness, that's way more than he should have got, and Durka is really fast behind her.
A bit more palatable, Durka walking all the way around, and it's just now being watched. Avova diverted his attention.
3, 2, 1, swing in the middle.
It's still Durka that they're dealing with. Malsey, the one to put him in the dirt. That is a round on the board for APEKS and a Hail Mary play that's
didn't sing to get that extra kill though.
Yeah, I think almost just the contact there from Governor ends up winning that round. Like being able to remove safe from position.
Personally, this is like a no-go against an eco for me unless you're doing it with 3. We used to have a rule, there's a rule in our team that if you're playing against like a low buy, you can't go wine unless you're fighting with 3. Because they do end up just picking up guns. So personally, like this against an eco, I know it was a low buy because they had 2 guns, but it's still risky.
It's going to take as much space, get as much information as possible. They know that Seavolf is here. He would just about be able to escape, but can he escape floor? Yes, he can.
Shots.
Well, especially with Kicks by his side.
Flying.
Hey, Kicks looks
this
great.
Guy is off to a flying start. 3-1 on the scoreboard, 7-1.
Well,
for him, he's finally put to bed by Batu, creeping his way up through the
you
tree.
could definitely cancel
the
this.
Rotations are in from Vitality. They've got 2 with a 3rd very close by. Well, one's just being snatched out from under them. May look to deny that, but plenty of players being drawn out into the open. As a result, it's Malsey all by himself. Finally, the ultimate finishes off Seavolf. The wall up top will buy him some time and some space. The plant.
Got a lot. He has a grab net as well.
Off the back of this. He's got a trap for when they fall down out of heaven, but both players coming a bit more direct, and his hope is that they would get aggressive, they would make the play, but Vitality are showing this temper, this patience. Malsey's going to be forced into the plant, and they now know exactly where he is. They see that spike. He needs to win 2 against 1, and they are just side by side. In fact, now in a firing line, looking to execute the leader on the other side, but time is ticking.
Oh my god, that shot's crazy. It's unlucky. 30 HP.
From the IGL of APEKS, but it's not enough.
Durka was the low one as well.
Oh my, it would have been unbelievable.
Pickled away at less until eventually finding the pick, but Durka on just 30 HP lands that final shot and gives Vitality the round. I really like that combination as well. Like
I mean, Kicks just did great, but Batu does really good to actually make this like a doable round.
Like, well, he is there. I just need to know basics of geometry to bounce it off the wall. And unfortunately, well, for the side of APEKS.
Yeah, just a nice little reposition from Durka, making that easy.
And they're actually going to take themselves a pause. Now, I'd say, obviously, you've only won yourself a round based off pistols.
They need to try, get over towards middle somehow.
And that's the real danger.
They've been getting owned in mid.
The dimensional drift use,
Maybe worth trying to go deep mid again. Dude, Durka gets the op out.
The end of the world. But then on the other side, well, I'm going to say they have all their ults. There's only one missing.
Becomes even harder to get ball mid now.
In terms of the economy, they are flying. In terms of the rounds, they are running away with this. And
could try just like a fast B split or something.
And go, okay, if APEKS is going to win, it needs to be on a
Vitality gets 7-5.
Been very good. Okay, they
I mean,
lost to
dude, if
Fnatic,
APEX
both
give
lost to
5,
Fnatic,
they're
but
laughing.
it's been a great map for Vitality.
Why did
Yeah, I think a
Vitality
lot of
drop
this early
tracks?
game,
We
though,
don't
and especially with
really
this
know
lineup
the
coming in, this is
full
Apex's chance to
reason
sharpen their tools.
coming
They've seen what's
internally.
been happening so far, how Vitality are reacting across the map, the early mid aggression, how they fall back, what space they concede, and where they put players. No doubt that will change up.
As well.
But exactly, right? They're starting, and that was a learning experience as well from that extremity hold that they had before. The thing is, Vitality will also only be on the first
Shame
page of
Apex
their
messed up that
playbook.
pistol.
They've got
Yeah,
depth
it
to
really
fall
would have
back
been
on. So it
a
needs to
completely
be an
different
improvement from
half
Apex,
already.
and we need to see it fairly soon.
Problem is they're up
Rifle,
against a
full
lot of
investment
ults
from
as well.
that
Let's see if they got some
attacking
kind of
side.
set ult with the
Again,
Omen round,
spreading the
Omen
net, they'll
ult.
concede that bit of mid
3
control,
people that
knowing
can't buy
Vitality
Nexus,
like
they
to dump
lose.
some util and fight for it. But from what we're seeing in this round, this is Vitality sitting back and going, oh, they've just called a timeout. What's your plan? Make your move.
It's the same again, where Sevolf is basically just able to hold on to A control almost for free. It frees up a lot more positioning around the map, and it is so much more passive from the side of Apex, clearly having an expectation of that move. Might get a little bit from the drone.
1 away from a
All that
Sova
really tells
ult.
them is there's an operator.
But they
there,
won
but they're
away
doing
from
the
a
same in
Sova
B-Main.
ult, and that's
They're just
it.
jiggle peeking it.
They've seen a few times that Les has been the player moving to top mid, that it's been, whether they know it's the Yoru or not, that the
That's a
rotational
lovely
IRB
bait.
has been
That's
there.
a lovely,
Batu
lovely bait.
tries to
They know
pressure
that
and
his
find some
default is
info,
normally
force those players
caged
to make the rotate, but with that
camera,
kill connected,
whichever
it's
variation
back
of the
to
camera.
easy living for
And they have
Vitality.
less to
Nice
do his
catch on to
normal
kick some
thing, wait
leads,
for him
but
to shoot the camera and then get the
7-2.
op there. Let's
He's been
go.
firing on all cylinders, no doubt he'll be
got 30
standing
seconds.
his ground in this fight, and with 30
Yeah,
seconds,
and they're done
Salvo's
for.
coming online
They're done for
soon
unless
Safe,
Malsey
I believe.
goes
We're gonna need to
absolutely
see
insane.
well,
Good
the fact that
paranoia.
we just used, right?
Good paranoia, but they don't clear him anyway.
I mean, everyone got
Omen
Omen flashed.
But there's an immediate trade from Safe, and well, this leaves it all onto a over 15-second spike on the ground. This is impossible. There's absolutely no way that he comes out of this one alive. The cross being held in the second.
Very, very nice. Sivo's flash was great. Both of the Omen flashes were good.
Vitality firmly in the lead, and I'll be honest.
Did you see what T-Dog said about the Verno Boncar situation? Yeah, it makes yeah, not saying it's factual, but it definitely makes a lot of sense from the outsider POV. Whoa, nice shots, dude. Jesus.
Let's play passive enough that they can't actually execute on those.
Just looking at there, caught it in the replay. Safe would have had his salvos online for just after plant goes down. Had they have conceded, but with the ult in play, even fired a stun in, there was no need.
What did T-Dog say? That it was like in NRG, it looked like it came down to kind of an ultimatum, where it was like FNS or Verno, basically. And then the players sided with FNS, so you got to back them.
And play that bit more direct seems to have a huge benefit for them.
That's what the theory is, anyway. Again, theory, nothing proven.
In that position. By the looks of it, they have been able to retrieve the one gun. Re-aggression, though, is sublime. Good trade, at least one for Governor, but that'll be all. Spike down. Trying to bait that fight out. It's given Fluorescent a gun. That's something to play with at least, but the salvos will force her out of position.
They're looking very confident at the moment.
Has now been retrieved, but you can see this is already known. This was already noted. There are multiple players around this spot already.
Yep, and the ops rotated in. The shot not going to land. Door closing. Safe wants to find the pick first. The player's already moved. Gate crash from Fluorescent, the reposition, and that rifle stays alive, but they're about to be spotted out. First and second scene, all the info, all the boxes ticked, and Les waiting, biding his time. As Safe comes in from above, they can blitz this one together. It's a little sloppy, but they get there in the end.
Yeah, it's looking real nice, to be honest. They're actually looking very together.
Much like in that Fnatic game, this is Apex's map
very,
pick, but it's
very
off
together.
to a terrible start.
Why would NRG side of FNS if he's going to retire this year? I mean, if you've gone out this year, right, you got to think of it. You got to think of what NRG did. They kicked him, and then they brought him back. And then they looked better when he brought him back. And then he's pretty much going, I'm here for 1 year. If you can, like, give me people, I guess. Like, give me who I want, let me build the team. So they've kind of already, from the beginning of the year, maybe earlier, end of last year, committed to building whatever he wants to build. So I think you have to side with him when you've done that anyway, as an org. Not saying it's the right move, but obviously hindsight is.
But that's the disrespect aspect, and here it is again. They're just walking mid. But Lurker's just walked all the way out.
Lotus Gate Crash has to use it. Will at least make it back. That's something. For Apex, the damage done won't amount to very much. Now we look at the control that they've got. It's been a bit of a struggle to get that mid control with Vitality looking to dump in sometimes, and it looks like again they would go for the same play. But
hold up, and they had the other guy in short here.
The ult and gets shut down immediately. Safe and Seavoff.
Does Floor make the wrong decision here? Maybe.
Late Vitality, when they decide they want that mid control, they get it almost every time. TP taken. Oh,
my goodness. Dude, imagine they win this.
Down now, and a 2v2. This is suddenly winnable.
Still really doable.
Over a chance. And that first week on this site, Avova was a menace. Had one of the best
See, this is the thing.
we've ever
When we
seen
saw
from him
Apex on this map, they kind of clutched out everything.
Versus players like
Even though the clutch had been close, they haven't been winning them.
Seavoff is going to be difficult. The time's in his favor, but now they know exactly where he is. Paranoia going to be utilized, but he's already being closed down, and they will clear him without too much trouble. There'll be plenty of time for that defusal as well, and again in the retakes, Vitality are doing a stellar job.
1 sec.
Vova in the clutches, man, you always have faith in him. And he tagged them both up so heavily, but again, just looking at that, Malzy pops the ult. That probably would have got one, but they're so quick to respond. Back to spray there was impressive, but Durka's repositioned.
The adjustment that was kind of sick.
This dump of utility from Vitality actually
they can't really seem to win the clutches at the moment.
Managed to catch players. I think it was Kicks who got eliminated on short. It slowed the retake potential of that map control. They still commit to
again, I still think they need 3. They only need 2 more if they can get some. They can get some. Get the pistol rounds. But it's still very doable because of their comp.
I'd say the opposite here. I think they're
TP over towards mid or insta Yoru. Oh, dude, this looks like a good round. They're in a good position now.
Where he is, just about escapes with his life. Again, this dimensional drift used to try and clear. They've got them held off.
Okay, how comfy are they to just hold here? It's a good kill trip. That's a great kill trip. Dude, look at Let's Go. Oh my goodness.
Only one stands. Might be the one you want, but I don't
see Vitality handled this really, really well. Honestly, this was a good play from Durka. His decision making in this was pretty great.
They want to just blitz in and take him down, but
is that the first time they've gone B?
Well, barring the one walk-up, I think, from Batu where he got caught by the ult, and that was even, they were already moving to the A side. Yeah, I think you might be spot on.
This is the first time they walked into the Lion's Den, and this is why you don't walk into the Lion's Den. Like, Les, I think, up until this point was 4 and 5.
Yeah.
It's now 8 and 5. Weirdly, when they push his side,
is 1 round enough? 1 round is not enough.
Again, they haven't had that read that he's on B. A lot of the time,
they got a great comp for 1 round, but
or he's on around mid.
They need more.
So you think that, okay, they've got the op there, we'll just overwhelm them with numbers, and that's when Les shows his face.
Dude, Les is
even
just
trade of HP from both of the ciphers through those cages.
Making B very, very hard.
It is do or die time for Apex in this series, and we're getting close to it in this map as well. For the best they can get here on the attack. They've still to contend with this off that so far has just been having a field day. Dirk is 8 and 2. It feels like every opportunity he's given, he connects. And even though the drone saw him, it was just a little bit too late.
Rude. Well, it's also just the way he's playing is, I am better than the players on the other side. I will take bigger risks. I will make bigger plays.
I see done from Batu.
I know exactly where you are.
Still somewhat in
easy
no
B
man's
split.
land. They are waiting to see if they can get that info.
Yeah, they see where these players
a little bit
now
slow on it.
Got that vision.
No escape.
Last 28 HP. He can't even contend
Above
with the
him,
cross.
you gotta give him a smoke here.
Back alongside Safe. They're gonna cover off this mid-angle break.
Okay, one of the best opportunities for a round.
But look at the super late play from
Oh my goodness, what's the timing like on short?
POV. And there's 2 players coming short, but he's got the wrong way. That timing couldn't be worse, and it is a strange timing, I suppose, for them to be walking up short.
Yeah, they were all grouping up together.
Governor, you got
barrier that was placed.
Okay, well, you're not using it.
Go in with an advantage.
Go in there.
Batu's still behind, but it is definitely being expected right now, and already. The salvos are going to make things incredibly awkward. It may not kill off Molzy, but his teammate's been lost in response, trying to hold the line.
I mean, it was nicely done from Vitality here, really. Leave site, cleared middle together. Smoke off B main, clear sight, one hold in the B main smoke.
Ultimately, Tom, this is the super team that was promised, isn't it? This is the kind of performance that you expect if we're
I wonder if he's got to use Omen ult there, though.
APEKS had to meet them when they're angry. Like it's like cornering a wounded animal. Like they've had a couple of losses, they've got a few cuts, a few bruises, and then they immediately come out.
They're pretty good to dodge that.
Attack from it at the end. It was the thing is, even though
Deadlock is so shit,
he survives.
Well, I don't think we'll see Deadlock added into Vitality's comp anytime soon.
That's surprising that he says that.
Ike, hello Ike, how we doing, dude? Tier 3, 25 months. Thank you so much. I'm not missing it this time. Don't worry about that. Thank you so much for the support, dude. I really do appreciate you.
Normally making that joke would be fun.
A long time. Thank you so much for the tier 3 as well. But the golden slug, yeah, the rare golden slug. Thank you so much, Ike.
Not a lot to be said in the Vitality camp.
And Marigold Milk as well with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 25 months.
And when they fight for it, they fight together. And we saw that in the last round, the fact that they concede everything on the cross. They let them into B and say, okay, we'll fall back. We'll make sure that we have Markin and Pizza control. Our teammates will come through short together. 2 players, not one guy walkabouts. They'll go together. So even if Evova's looking the right way, Tom, he gets the first.
Winnable. See, the timeout's not too bad because even though everyone's feeling rough, like you do only need 3 rounds. There's still the opportunity of 3 rounds. And I guarantee in practice they've probably 12-0 teams on defense as well, considering their comp. So they should still feel like confident.
Bring a guy in who might be able to just give those little bit of extra things that the players
Wish Evolved. Thank you so much for the Prime as well, Wish Evolved. Thank you for doing that.
Maybe wasting his time a bit today.
Remember, guys, don't get too happy.
Yeah.
Dude, the op's gonna probably wreck them. Does Governor want to draw in this?
He's even going to burn up a second gate crash, his first expired.
He might draw in this.
And he's sticking around. Now, they shouldn't expect him to still be here.
Yeah, he's going to drone it.
He's already done this once.
No drone?
It's so late into
Honestly, it's a good trade.
That's really the confusing factor. But yeah, indeed, they are still ready.
At least they use some kind of util.
Comes in at least. So the first step from APEKS
Wait.
going very well.
Wait.
Oh, I love this from Batu.
Double.
Repositions on point, and he knows there's one close by. The stun gives away the position, but Safe won't give away the kill.
You could have played this so much better.
Safe has heard the steps, but that's just
the
fake
had
out running through mid. It does leave Sivov quite isolated, but he's going to rotate back into a much safer position.
So confused about all of that.
He's been very good when left alone back at site. No net to catch him this time and just trying to dodge the bullets within. The only goal from him really is to buy time. I like this. Kicks has joined him. Flash through together.
What a flash that is.
The spike on the deck. They now have to push forward to try and grab it, and it will be retrieved, trying to bait them back in. But now the full force of Vitality is ready.
Damn, dudes. APEKS have had like maybe 3 rounds that have been pretty close that they could have won. Getting shut down pretty heavy. Lil Fat Ass with the tier 1. Thank you for the 8 months. Solid name. Bukax with the tier 1 as well. Thank you for the 28 months. Thank you, you too.
The thing that they're adding to it today versus the other days is they are moving as a unit, with the exception of Durka, who even then often has that backup until he's going a little crazy.
He's a unit. He doesn't need a unit.
But the rest of the squad,
yeah, it's the name. What do you want from me?
In a way that's so difficult for you as an individual to work around, and for APEKS trying to get this map control, at times trying to make those individual plays, or even just having that small gap. Those 1v1s, those 2v1s as Vitality are forcing them to be, are constantly falling into the defender's hands. And a 10-1 for your own map pick, this is about as poor of a start as you could get. Now an opening duel for Governor, and this time not traded out. It gives
guys, get
the advantage to work with.
Oh, timing. Looked like it could be problematic. Not going to connect with the... Oh, it was just used
Evolve, you got to take that space. Molzy, what's the comms like? Damn.
Doing well. Maybe the Guardian is his weapon of choice, hoping for a little bit more, but kicks just again. I think this has to be one of the best individual performances we've seen from him. Just really running riot within the server. Avova is expected. Seavolf is
just smoke on their head and then just spam it or something.
Force these players out of the corner. We're going to see the null command utilized, but eventually runs out. Flash even used to try and help out, but Kix is watching, see both holes.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality were very good in a lot of these close situations.
LeBron James level performance from Kix. He's been phenomenal. He's initiating the aggression.
Doable.
He's the guy flashing the
I mean, it is doable, but yeah,
Vitality
looked too good for it.
To come up with an
That's a nice flash over the top.
Vitality's problems that they're putting forward 11-1. We'll be back with the second half after this.
No Sova ult. Yeah, there were so many rounds where I was just like, surely we can actually make use of the Sova ult here. Especially that one back at B. I think they got to be using that. But I think they should have played that back at B round. It's completely different anyway. Corn Dog, Egg Dog, thank you so much, Corn Dog. Thank you with the tier 1. Appreciate the 31 months. Does the train make it to Toronto? Which train were you referring to? There's a couple of trains at the moment. The train? The Paper X train? To Toronto? I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. Let's see. It's track by track for a reason. Like you gotta just focus on the next game first. Dude, that's sick. The track by track emote. Wait, that's awesome. That's so good. That is actually Paper X. That is actually our chain right there. Black Tea with the Prime. Thank you so much as well. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing that.
An impressive first half from Vitality on their opponent's
winning
map.
Masters at the moment? I don't know. Masters is really open right now.
APEKS played a bit more direct since then.
Let's see who
Vitality
qualifies.
Conceded space, fought back into it with Kix's utility often leading the charge, and the man himself being right behind his own
G2 needs to
flashes.
sort out their
It's
fracture.
been a struggle to come up with any solution, and now in the second half they
Boom.
start with just one round. The
I just
margin
hope
for
Boom
error
qualifies.
next to none. Vitality just a few steps
Do I
away
give
from
Boom
going
to
to
qualify?
their map
Pretty
in
high.
Lotus
They look
with
really
a
good.
huge advantage.
I think that this is incredibly dangerous territory. This was the map that we looked at and said, okay, if APEKS are going to have a chance.
Okay, 1-0 on the
here,
pistols.
we expected the attack side to be where you can
Well,
have a lot of
Sunset
those
being
cool
the
setups.
Sunset
They did
comes
really
in
well.
after
Now they
Toronto,
have a lot of
after
potential
Masters.
delay, but this is where I mentioned that Teo is actually almost a direct counter to a lot of it. If you could figure out early where that util is being set, and well, they're going to get caught by some of it. Spam coming through. It's done damage, but it's not found a pick. Eventually, there we go.
Blind fire works, but
it's
once
just
they've
Angels
got
right now.
sight lines, it's a different
Heaven
story.
goes when doors
Kicks again
smoked.
showing up, a double pick, and a pistol round win here. It's the end of the map. It's 12-1 with a streak from APEKS, unprecedented. And a 4v2 that they're left in, you know, hoping there's a mistake made from Vitality, but so far that has not been what we've seen. This team's been playing this to perfection. Halsey's able to isolate one. In with a double and hold on.
Okay.
It's not over yet. It's
Okay.
safe. Left
How did they do that? They 2v4'd from door.
In the clutch. It looked unlikely, Tom, but maybe Vitality gave them a few more opportunities than they should have.
Yeah,
Door only.
The two OGs, the two Ascension winners.
Yeah, we had
given them the tiniest
we had
amount
playing
of hope in
safe,
this map,
no
but
swings.
Maybe just a slight vibes boost.
Then late swing.
Would be nice. I think
Solo
going forward into
swing.
Lotus, there has to be a talking point up until that Fnatic
Oh, they
defeat.
played that 4.
It's been
They played that
incredibly
4v2
strong
really
map,
bad.
Going toe to toe with the likes of G2, T1, beating Liquid, smashing GX.
Avova did create pressure over towards Heaven though, so you got to
But
give
in
him a
this
bit of
case-
credit for that.
I think APEKS just getting that confidence back because we've seen some much quieter things. And the other thing that really worries me in this map is some of the more exciting aspects of this squad has been that double duelist. Seeing Batu pick up the Aura, giving more space to floor.
Oh no.
In the Fnatic
Okay,
game, it was
but at least they're fighting with 3.
pretty big deal.
Goes along with my rule.
If they stick to what they played last time, we're not going to see it. Maybe not this series.
Just thinking back to the
Hey,
split
re-clear
that
over
we got to
towards A,
grasp
question
with
mark
Pal as
cleared.
well,
Obviously, if they pick up the orb here,
a lot
then
of stock into was those icebreakers, right? Having a player step up and Avova and Malzy
kind of know a little bit that they can. But they might not even get an orb here.
Of Avova's camera, he was getting fired up. I think he screamed almost as loud as Pipson when they win a round or lose one.
Uh-oh.
That's a good sign to see early on. We want to see APEKS get confident because, again, even if this map does seem like it's a long way out of reach, you got to take it one step at a time, and it will benefit you moving into the next map to have that little bit of a mental reset. Vitality, oh, well, they're putting up some fight here. It's a 2v3, but the weaponry for APEKS makes this a bit more difficult than the clutch that we saw in just the previous round. Good spam from Batu, a little bit more damage connected.
30 seconds.
And both players having dropped down. Full rotations in from APEKS. They should all be here, but Kix has got another. Finally, he's put to bed, but safe now in a 1v1. He knows where he is. Not like this for APEKS! Oh! It was so close! But in the end, Avova does what needs to be done. Costly, though, Tom.
Really?
A little bit.
It sounded like you were sweating now. I had full faith
did you?
APEKS.
Well, I'd like to go to the coaching staff and see if they feel the same.
We're just going to cut Danny.
One round at a time? Yeah, well, they're going to have to force this now.
He's just lying on the ground facing upwards. That was
oh, it did not look convincing. Man, if Safe has extra bullets there, is that not done?
I think they're going to be feeling quite warm after that one, maybe sweating a little bit.
Okay, well, everyone buys. We've got one person that can buy next. And Kix has ult that should, in theory, make the difference on this one. Got to keep an eye on Malzy. He gets a kill, he gets ult.
You didn't know what it looked like.
From living in London, I spent 23 years of that, so, you know.
Yeah. Do you remember how hot it got last year? I heard they upgraded the AC. We'll be all right in here.
I also purchased my own for my home.
I got about a week into summer here, and I was like, yep, well, we're going to need one of those.
Not used to things being warm.
It doesn't.
Then again, opposite of Les.
It's nice though from APEKS. We've got a little anti-KO ult set up. I do feel that Governor has a lot to do though, but he's got two kill trips to play off of. Probably needs a smoke or a cage in front of him. Oh no. Batu stepped too close, so the kill trips go down. Oh, Batu.
Is completely synergized from the side of Vitality. This is more like they're running drills rather than actually like executing versus a team.
The dry runs on site have worked so far. The dry runs on mid that they had even better in the last half. Now, if Avova picks up less here, it's still an uphill battle. One that they might still want to commit to. 12-3 will be a very difficult position to come back from. No mistakes.
And there was a cage at the back as well. There's actually a cage at the back
with some players
for
investing
him to play off of.
In fact, most of them being able to buy up in the next, and the time running so low here.
Trying to hold them in.
Might just fall back and indeed try to make this a bit more costly for their opposition. Waiting for a piece of utility. The smoke goes out though. Oh, that's great. If they flash, there'd be a paranoia coming right back towards them. Instead, they create a little tunnel to escape out of an Avova. I don't think he's getting away with this one. He goes hunting, but he's the
just went into the range of the ult.
It's ended with an attempt
just as they're heading over towards the site into the double kill trip. And then he can't pop the cage. Kill trips go down, and we're just a solo Sova back of sight.
Most of us have written this off for quite a while.
Oh damn, nice replay.
9 in a row. Extremely difficult.
Oh, he actually got the reason why they lost. It's huge.
Coming onto the attack side, because you look at the last half, and they had to play at least a little bit more spread out. They're having fun, I'll tell you that. They had to play spread out in the early fights. Sometimes it's Durka on his own, but a lot, and sometimes in as well. 1 or 2 players are taking those duels, but the difference is now they're together. They can group up, and when they were a unit, when they went for those mid crunches and retakes of map control, they were so clean. Doing it here on the attack, where they can set the pace from the get-go, you imagine it will be an even bigger challenge. For APEKS, it certainly seems like it was. One opening pick traded back, but the real deal here is that APEKS only have that one rifle currently in the hands of Avova. For the rest of the squad, they have to hope they make the right read, and there will be 3 players A, but the ult doesn't find anything.
I feel like they almost baited it. They used their paranoia to almost go, hey look, we're executing, and then he's just used his ult to try and catch them as they run through. Zero impact from the one ultimate that they had in this round, and now
Fair
it's
play,
down to the
Mozzie.
pistols. Mozzie does
Fair play,
discover
Mozzie.
the
You're doing alright.
They're still needing quite a bit more.
Bought a
though,
lot
with
of
two
time, hit
players
a nice
standing,
shot.
and, well, one of them's kicks.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down, the players split up. Scooby-Doo on the round, Governor and Batu. Oh no, they'll rejoin. Rifle recovered by Batu as well, gives them a chance, but like we said, Vitality, they played these rounds together. They've done so well when they were the ones retaking. See if they can hold control the same. A problem perhaps with the spike being behind Jenny. They had to take the fight. Zivov swings wide, but Governor's there to create
Alive for a bit.
and another round for APEKS.
Alive for a bit.
Makes it 8 in a row needed. But I think more importantly, like we said, it's about building the confidence for Lotus. That will be Vitality's map pick, but somewhere we've seen them both struggle up against Fnatic. Perhaps they can convert that into some kind of hope.
Yeah, I think the more worrying prospect here is they've won 3 of their 4 rounds with majority
If we win
pistols.
this game, guys, actually, I don't know. No, this.
Saves across the stage. We should probably mute him.
Well, when I hear a line like that these days in EMEA, I kind of get a little nervous with what's coming next.
You know, I respect it. It's not worth it, you know? 12-4.
Don't really know
This is
what's going to
taking
be said.
the sort of eco very seriously. Only a classic.
We know the replay guys are unhinged. They'll show
Basically,
anything.
making the assumption that his teammate is going to go down. He'll get the gun for free. Dimensional drift available for both sides.
It's the fastest match we've watched. It was PaperX Talon 13-0, I think, or 13-1 on Lotus in 22 minutes. 22 minutes with 2 minutes of ads. 2-minute halftime.
No, Governor survives, and there's Fluorescent to help.
Yeah, and then the ult from Durka eventually.
Or was it
comes out of
22
that
without the
dimension, and,
ads?
well, he's sent right
It might be
back to it.
24.
Malsey with a double to close us out. And APEKS, this is what we want. It's not even
It
just
was a
about
13-0,
winning rounds,
yeah,
but
okay,
winning
yeah.
them confidently, get the ball rolling a little bit, and shake off some
Round
of
by
that rust
round.
before we go to
It was
the
22
next
minutes
map.
with the
Again,
ads, so that's
the longer
insane. So
this
it's a
goes
20-minute
on,
game.
The more likely it's going to seem like they can do it. And, well, perfectly timed as if on cue,
nice little
Vitality
flash
have
of them.
called a timeout.
I think just wanting to make
And they
sure
got rid of
it
the
doesn't get
Yoru
too
ult.
far out of control. We've had a lot more weird comebacks this season than I think we've ever had. The one that springs to mind is Team Heretics. It's very unusual that you lose that many rounds in a row, especially from such a commanding position. And one of the things that sticks in my mind is I think they were 11-5 up. They whiff
Are
a
we back?
showstopper. I mean,
They had to win more.
and there's huge
They
amounts
just
of
have no
frustration.
buffer.
I think just having a moment to sort of slow things down a little.
They needed
make
more of
sure
a
that,
buffer,
okay, we're still very far in the
and
lead, we got
if
plenty
they're
of
making
players,
like the
we can
little
wait
mistakes
for
that we
ult,
saw
we can
Batu
combine
make on the
together, and
anti-KO,
there's
they're
not a
just
whole
done
lot
for.
that APEKS could
Like
do
all it
about
takes is
so,
for one person to make another
as you
mistake
said,
like that,
for
and it's done.
confidence reasons for APEKS, yeah, getting a few rounds here, showing like, okay, we started badly, we didn't have the best map.
You were
we
checking the
know
VOD
what we're
channel,
gonna
and there was a
get when going on to
22-minute
theirs,
VOD
although
of Talon
I'd say
against
there's
Team
a
Secret on
small chance
Fracture.
that maybe Vitality
Wait,
adapt their
really?
composition based off losing to
Dude, why is it always
Fnatic,
Talon
but
involved?
I wouldn't expect that. I think for the most part, I liked what they were running. So you know what you're going to get in the next one. This one you didn't because Vitality haven't played it all year.
Okay, force them down to an eco.
Showing us here, Zilf.
They used an ult.
Early lineup.
Dude, it.
Put in play, will it
Chat,
be
I'm
all
trying to
out
build it up, but
aggression
there's 7
towards A main? Well,
there's
for
7
Vitality, a lot of
chances
players
for
have
Vitality.
Zil.
Like, they're gonna
Where
get
they go,
double
up and
ult
over,
cycle. They're gonna have to
and
pretty
it's
much
landed.
play against
No
4
players in that
ults at
space.
least.
You saw 4
Zil.
players
Twice.
outside that A barrier. It's all Zil's fault.
It's
That
just
would
not a
have hit if he
thing.
wasn't looking at it. Just saying.
If they went to compete for that space in the same way that APEKS did, then they would have been caught. The chance would be there for that early crunch, early fight. Instead, void of any info bar the... Yeah, it's a horrible skin, Durka. I hate to judge you for it, but I don't at the same time. You made this call.
See, you would have hit that with a normal
Yeah, this
go.
trip is just
100%.
disgusting.
The sights on it just don't line up, man.
If he now aces the round,
When do you start believing?
I'll go bold.
Yeah, like honestly a 12. Depends. It depends when that ult round comes. 12-8, 12-9, depending on if they
You're actually
have beaten the ult cycle.
not expecting much. 40 seconds. Utility still online. 3 players in off angles as well. Like, I think that if Vitality managed to win this round, we have some serious questions to ask of APEKS. Then again, though,
boy.
Dirk has made into the site without too many problems. The rest of the team a little bit further behind.
Oh boy.
Kicks has found another.
Then we got a lucky middle as well.
With off angles, they all got caught, and the rotation's being watched as well by Les.
Well.
Okay, it's a bit messy, but the job has been done. Batu now to try and save the day.
Yeah,
First
you're not.
is easy. The next two, not so much.
Not that he saw him with the reveal, man.
He knows they're both main though.
Hit me. Well, he has. Batu with a chance to keep this team alive. The smoke goes down. It's a one-way. He can't defuse it. Knows he has to fight. Here's the jump. Knows both players are here as well. Information to play with, but they're hiding. And the
It's so unlucky.
strikes just in time. Not even a piece of utility available for Batu as he knocks down that extra kill.
That's so good.
Into the shadows goes Sevov. No! The time is running low, and he doesn't know where Sevov is, and even now, what can he do? The spike is set to explode. Masterful.
Yeah, nicely done from Vitality. Yeah, too many mistakes from APEKS.
13-5, and this was APEKS's map pick. They go on to Lotus next, and no doubt, Tom, the confidence will be sky high. Lotus will be coming next after the break.
Trying to find the knife.
Give your best.
I found which color?
It's a good question.
The yellow. Yeah, the yellow is insane.
Clem likes yellow. I like red. Red is like two kids, you know, when you're a teenager. You're like, yeah, I want to have red and black.
You're born in the same year as me, bro.
Shadow SLK, thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate the 22 months. Thank you for that. Stage 1, map 1, Ascent. Yeah, let's get the VOD uploaded and we'll do the whole spam ads. Lucky.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Think of flight aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Team Vitality, they're back to their winning ways with a dominant performance on map 1 against APEKS. I am your host, Youngsuna, back in once again, joined by Meg and Uli. You both spoke about how Vitality, if they want to have a good showing at playoffs, if they want to be a contender, they have to win dominantly. And Meg, they did just that.
I mean, they did just that. And I have to say, I don't think it was like a specific standout. I feel like the whole of Vitality, they brought something to the table and they really contributed equally as a team. And I think there's definitely a few players that did stand out, but altogether, as an all-rounder, they did a great job.
Kicks, though. Kicks, I think, stood out a little bit more.
I mean, Kik was playing so good today. And it's not, I mean, every single time I see him playing KO, I know it. He's going to nail it. He's going to nail it.
Yeah.
He's really good at it.
Him and Les are the only players in this comp that get to play the things they usually do.
Yeah.
And I think we saw a lot of the impact of that. So let's just quickly talk about this comp, because I don't believe anyone else in the world in Tier 1 runs this comp. This is very much kind of their thing. Do we like it? We want to see it again? Or is it more of a APEKS kind of underperformed?
I personally really like it. I think, you know, the KO with obviously the recent buffs, I think is a really good choice. Obviously, the comfortability of safe on Taeho, an absolute no-brainer. Yoru, we did talk about, you know, maybe sometimes his performances on Ascent previously on other teams wasn't so great. However, I think bringing out that op in mid and just shutting down any sort of retaking of space and getting those early frags was a really good job.
Actually, I mean, I have to say that I would prefer to see a Sova in this competition, but Taeho is not that bad. They know his strengths. They were unsafe, obviously. I mean, if I want to see Sova, maybe I'm calling out Turkey on the old times.
Durka safe, Durka Sova, even Durka Sova. But let's talk about the defense real quick, because one of the reasons they were so dominant is because of that defense. And Meg, I know you were wanting to talk about some of the anchoring we saw on A and the fact that APEKS just didn't learn.
Well, I mean, poor Les, first of all, because I think they took B once, but everything else was sort of centered around A. And I just wanted to shout out Sivov here, because he just managed to anchor everything so well, whether that was TPing into Wine, getting an early pick, and then TPing back onto the site, or whether it was under Hell. It just felt like that there was always that early aggression, so that even if they did manage to get the plant down, they were doing it a man or two down, and with definitely some damage as well, too.
And also, we want to highlight something important. We've been seeing Derker pretty nice today. He was playing a huge operator, not only getting a lot of mounted kills. He hit, I think, was 4 open kills on defense. With this operator, always making control from main, allowing the team to play around me. That is something that Redis was missing playing against APEKS. They played around short, always making some splits, faking easily. But instead of that, Vitality decided just to push it out, get information, and we can see 7 kills with operator, and 4 of them were open kills.
I mean, the second he got on that, got the orb, usually it's kind of GG for whoever goes up against him. But this instance, APEKS, they just didn't bring the same oomph that we've seen previously, which is why I want to ask you guys, how dire is this heading onto the next map? It is not their map pick, it will be Lotus, and if they lose, not only will their playoffs chances be done, a GX will also be eliminated as well, Uli. So this Lotus is probably going to be the most important map we see this week.
Yeah, it's one of the most important, but at the same time, it's the one who you can try to counter-strat them. Maybe you had something prepared, maybe they are preparing something against a Vitality that, I've been honest, I don't think that Vitality and Lotus are that strong right now.
I have to say, I prefer Batu on Viper as a role, so I think that could definitely be a strength. Coming into Lotus, if they do continue to have Batu on the Viper, but I think Safe and Kicks, that was a warm-up map for them. You know, we know that Safe is probably going to be on that Taeho again, and of course Kicks going in onto that.
I have much faith in APEKS at the moment.
I think, you know, they're going to be coming into this.
That's meant to be like their best map.
And APEKS, knees weak, arm spaghetti.
Damn, I see Marcus
Saint, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate the 21
now.
months.
What about you?
Can't hear you because I'm at work. Say something nice.
The chance. I know you said that this is not
you're
the
awful at TFT.
best Vitality that I think we're ever going to see on this map, but it's still a Vitality that they love to play Lotus. They have so many reps on it.
I did play a game with Saint the other day. Actually, we played like 3 games, to be fair.
Continuing with the line that was saying by Mac, after they swapped from Vice, Fate, and I think it was
what a nice compliment, yeah.
They swap into Yoru, Tejo, and Breach.
He's just he's gonna save the timestamp and then come back to
it. But being honest, I will expect maybe a step up from APEKS. Last time we seen them on this same map, they were playing much better. I mean, I have to be honest. I mean, they only win against Navi, and
Yeah, kind of sold the story well though, Jack.
Not even when you were playing with
my TFT rank,
Ascent
or what's it called in TFT?
I'm not a Navi fan.
Emerald? Is it called Emerald in TFT?
But not
really, we have to talk about though that they lost to Fnatic, right? And I think APEKS
Did
have
bring up
all of that information going into this. That they know that Vitality have weaknesses on Lotus, and I hope that APEKS come into this picking this out.
My worry is I don't know if you could out your Rutejo Breach. I don't know if you can outdo that against Vitality. I hate that G2 set this precedent on this map because
the green one, yeah, with the green
we
one
have
at the
some
moment.
other variations of comms we can see, but they have to lean into what is meta right now. Durka is looking pretty hot on that op. I want to be able to see some of the other members of APEKS to just bring the confidence back. You know, you heard Governor say, we're going to play with no fear. But they look like they played with some fear, Meg.
Just spamming, yeah, you can spam in this patch.
Like a flawed
Maybe you can spam all the way to diamond, from what I can tell.
On Lotus? Because if
she's
we're
played
going
on Icebox.
Because if we're kind of going off, right, Camo, who was really aggressive on the Waylay on Lotus, I wonder if they're going to come into this and pop her on a roll where she can literally just dash in, do all the damage, get back out and go again.
Just send it. I want to see them get into Vitality's heads a little bit more because you saw the way the Heretics and Fnatic were able to outcall them and to frustrate them, Uli. And I think APEKS right now is showing them a bit too much respect.
No, there was too many respect. I will expect maybe. I'm gonna just drop it. I would like to see a new.
That was my experience in China. I went. It was really fun,
I mean,
man.
if you want to face Lotus, you know that it's not your first playing a mirror comp with the same strength as them.
We talked about Giant X, not really, because it's like a rumor at the moment. But I wouldn't blame them for changing stuff. Probably not the move that I would make, and I don't know enough about the two new players. So, dude, Durka goes to a Neon.
That is changing things up, and this is absolutely ludicrous.
Against this comp, though, the Neon's good.
I'm here for it, you know. I genuinely think this
it's announced officially. Oh, it's actually for sure confirmed.
Everybody's going to be expecting him to play the Euro.
Damn, dude.
He's coming in with the Neon.
He's never played Neon before, because as you remember back on Fnatic, it was
and that's the only changes, right? Two to the team.
I don't know what's
Two-player change, nothing else.
I don't know. I mean, I remember even both.
Let's see what the players do.
Neon from the team. When I didn't want to play it even anyone, he was playing it on
Demazi and Rana.
To miss it.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the other two players.
I'm so surprised. I love having a little bit of shenanigan here for this map. But here's the problem. APEKS, they have to win Mitch and Tom, because if they don't, they will not have the chance to make playoffs.
It is do or die for APEKS.
And they take GX with them.
And
don't forget that part.
GX took themselves there, to be honest. But for Vitality, this is the team that was promised 13-5 on their opponent's map.
You can players, yeah, we looked at it earlier.
To have a fresh breath of air on Lotus, a map where both teams struggled up against Fnatic. But something tells me, let me tell you, if it goes the way that Ascent,
Runner's 6-man, Demazi dropped. Yeah, Demazi seems like he's having a bit of a rough time on anything that isn't duelist, I guess.
Sure, a lot of the time with the Yoru, you can teleport into space, you can take ground, you can get yourself into solid positions. With the Neon, you could just frag out. You could just get out.
Yeah, that roster should have done better than they did.
Plays and well. This is an interesting stat that we've got coming through the support system.
Okay, we got Vitality on defense, we got APEKS on attack.
With the highest amount of assists received.
And
so not the person
it is actually 1-1 for the Pistols, because they managed to steal the pistol with a 2v4.
So clearly shows that
I like the change up from Vitality on this map. I think the Neon is gonna be good against this. Mess up a lot of their timings. You can beat a lot of their util.
Especially Mulzi, and you look at a map like
you
this,
have the wall to actually.
Last map, some good ideas, but the execution perhaps leaving them wanting at times. He's the one to execute. Durka to start this off, and on the breach, I think he brings so much value. You will see it as this map
interesting
goes
that they
on.
opt for the wall that is all the way back here. So it doesn't leak over towards site, but it gives you this extra area to hide in if they want to push, like they did.
To just out-duel their opponents. Something I expect to see throughout the
expected map. Push. It did kind of look like it. They're at least ready for it.
Doors, selling rotations, but Vitality have not given up this A position at all.
Yeah, no, still very much in position. We can see both of those players floating about, and it's the stun held by Kicks that could do mass damage, with Sivov being the one to swing off of it.
Paranoia.
The wall goes down. The players are spotted. The stun is perfect. Salvos fired in and no chance to reaggress. Time running down. They try to take space on C.
The backup plan is go over towards B, and we've already got 2 here from Vitality. They can get the wall up as well.
But wall is up. They have to walk right through it, and Safe is the one waiting for them. Doesn't quite dodge the flash.
Oh my god, nice shots though. Keep an eye on the HP. Dude, what just happened? First of all, how has Floor got 3?
What was that?
And then, how have we won a 1v1 with a knife?
And you know the man's bringing a knife to a fight. It really does feel like he's from my hometown in this one.
I need the last 10 minutes or 10 seconds replayed.
Started very well, but honestly, it looked like it was going to be firmly in the favor of Vitality.
Second shot was really nice. Oh my goodness!
Manages to get 3 picks within a matter of seconds. A solid win in the early round.
Okay, 2-1 on the pistols.
This is only the start. It's also worth mentioning when you go back to victories, at least for the side of Vitality, their attack side was where they really thrived.
Very important for APEKS to build up those rounds on this attacking half as a result. And well, this one gifted the opening pick onto Durka, and then quite the battle. I mean, Fluorescent put in some work.
Reaper, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 3 months as well.
Flashy finish from Governor as well, and a narrow margin, but a leg up
instead
to
of
the
Solver.
attackers. Starting this out,
For the game before, might be a personal preference thing.
And a ghost. No force buyback, no confidence.
Might be an info thing that they feel like they have no info, so they want Solver Recon to come up every so often.
Curious to see how this progresses though towards the C site. Less, even with just a ghost and his utility to play around, could still be quite the menace. I don't think he bought the poison orb here though, so it should be that little bit easier to walk it down.
Yeah, they clear all of the left sides. Still check it anyway, just in case.
Completely out of the action, maybe hoping a few spam shots.
People are hit pretty early.
From the Ghost can do some damage instead. It's Durka to take that aggressive positioning. That's has already managed to find a second.
He's doing insane damage.
Doing this much damage, but definitely making things dangerous. Bear in mind, the main goal is
Dude,
to hold
look
on
at
to
the
those
time.
rifles at least at a minimum. But with 12 seconds left, somehow this looks possible. An easy kill onto Safe leaves Sivo alone. Again, another drop. This is starting to get very scary.
God.
This man is ever
Holy, hit a little dink on the end as well. 21 HP. How does this keep happening?
We've seen that one before.
No, yeah, it's exactly the same as the Ascent anti-eco.
As the barriers go back up, but
down to the 1v1, low
that's
HP.
A round that we want to see a clean one from. I said less could be dangerous with the Ghost. Granted, I did mention playing behind his util.
So what do they do now? Eco?
Instead, he walks into the site, interrupts the
Can't be
take.
forcing this one, surely. Just bonus it.
Impressive performance with just a few pistols, and even from Seafood there.
I
want
to see Sivov in a 1v1 versus Chronicle for who has the best classic. Because I don't know who wins.
Batu saves a lot of money. If anything, he could have got a gun as well.
He was good on split.
Wait, but they put the all into it, but they have got a Bucky for it. Oh god. Surely we could have coordinated this a little better.
Just the information for the team.
Surely this can be so much better.
But, can I get an instant replay of the sound that Mitch just made, please?
Not again.
Someone check on Safe's desk. He's going to be very annoyed by that one, because I would be.
Whoa,
what is this round?
whoa.
What is going on? Les has just walked and been shot from above.
Dude, wait for the Omen flash.
Once again to try and save them here. Solid stun. But Kix is going to hold on to position. Aftershock being sent in. Do they realize how far Over has got? No, it seems like they've got the complete misread. They've just left.
This is such a weird round. Less, yeah, I wonder what gun model he's like what hand model he's using.
Someone to step out of line. Malzy almost did. Governor's been spotted well information, but look at the cost. Sivov alone against 3.
Well,
with an Odin.
APEKS.
Yes.
He uses left. Oh, okay, then he might have fully blocked.
It's not best known for its movement.
Well, you know, Seaside could have denied the plant there. Nice little spam onto the
head. I mean, really rough round from Vitality. The pick over towards B is like whatever. That's unlucky. Everything else is. I mean, APEKS are just taking so many times in the bonus round because it's a bonus.
Yeah, that's going to be a 3-0 start. I like the pickup of the Odin for that A disruption, but APEK's idea to take this elsewhere, fight into less, which is often a mistake, but the fact that I think it was Batu was able to thread the needle underneath, I guess just with the chaos as well that Fluorescent was causing, they weren't quite ready for a sneaky play.
It's a very weird round, and for APEKS that's great. Like that's what you want when you have a few pistols, you have a few pieces missing. You want to try and make it weird.
It was stunning like before we got full info.
It's actually just that the stun missed. That was the reason.
But we're stunning before she's gone around the corner.
Fluorescent was right at the end. This was ridiculous, but then yeah, I think just we didn't see it, but the gap that was found by Batu made such a huge
big old front Fluorescent. My goodness! I thought maybe a flash, maybe.
I did not expect them to actually get that.
That was fast.
Even with the camera. That's
how many cams have they got for this replay machine? No one's safe.
Thanks a lot for that, BVS. Be knocking off a beer from the tally.
And I'll be adding 2.
Damn it.
Flash, stun, deep.
Start. Durka's not happy about that, but he doesn't have anything to say. Malsey with another opening duel against him. Les is the one to trade it back. Found another.
They made him angry.
Les with a pistol is popping off in every fight he's given. A 3v3 as a result with a bit of a fight back from
Instant
Batu,
reclear. This is nice from APEKS though.
They're not letting this one go
Don't
easily.
you get that orb?
Orb's still there, but you can just tell that APEKS are maybe a bit too nervous to take it. A complete reposition from the players on Vitality, but the idea might be to just try and wrap back around and pick up those guns. Get something to play with.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense from Vitality. Though they know the guns are down over towards here, so instant path is still pretty good from Batu. Trying to protect them, but it looks like they're going to pick him up fast. And Batu has no bait on this.
As well, this round may just unravel.
I mean, it's a hell of an off angle. Should be good for one.
Batu has to turn to look at it, and well, his sleep paralysis team wasn't able to take him down. Catches kicks in time, traded out, but less left alone. 1v2. The time, listen to how quickly the spike is ticking. And of course, with an Odin on the floor, you'd be a fool not to save that.
Double save of the Odin.
Exactly what Les will do.
Well, they're looking nice.
Demolished on their own map pick, Tom. APEKS have bounced back 5 rounds in the previous map, a 4-0 start to Vitality's pick. But again, like you said, Tom, we expect rounds from Vitality on the attack. So, although it's a good start, they need to keep up with the same pace.
Yeah, I think for Vitality as well, we're actually going to see a fairly early pause. I will say, like,
come.
Yeah, I'd say as well that a lot of what we've seen so far was, okay, the pistol round that slipped away from them. I think the bonus round especially was a weird one. Where a few
Splarum, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 13 ones. Thank you.
And the last round was obviously an eco, so I don't think they're in too much
I
of a
don't
dangerous
really
round
keep
just
up
yet,
with
but
it
for
now.
APEKS, this is exactly what they need. Get a boost at the start, try and get that momentum rolling because you are literally fighting for survival. And for Vitality,
would they play? They would still play
Jolas. They can
though.
end the group. Not in terms of who finishes top, which is actually incredibly important. You're talking about potential of only having to win 1 game to get to Toronto, but more importantly, it would eliminate 2 teams in 1 foul swoop. And that's exactly what Vitality are aiming to do. It takes a lot of the pressure off, because you talk about the biggest teams, the teams at the very top. Okay, sure, you could finish near the bottom of the group and go into more of an elimination match, but once you get to playoffs, it's a different ballgame. You get a bit of a break, you get some time, you can work on different strats, you can come up for different counters.
What kind of film do you want,
week to week gives you much less opportunity. And so Vitality will want to end it here and now and have at least a little bit of breathing room.
Said they have a little bit of runway still to go with that second half.
Good one.
In the back of their minds, but APEKS 4-0 beginning.
Oh boy.
Oh, great start.
That ain't great.
This time Durka's the one that's able to find himself the opening. Being punished a lot of the time on this Neon early on. Now a 5v4. And APEKS sent in the other direction. Batu again going to be sneaking his way forward. Looks like there could be some.
You strike me as the kind of guy that doesn't like comedies, though, Bacon.
Be his sneaky play.
You seem to hate fun. The only serious films, I guess.
Seavoff's dealing out death with another, and almost takes Governor with him. 4 versus 2 now. And denial across the map from Vitality.
Well, they have been saving the Odin, so it's nice that it actually came into play on this one.
Millimeter, and that gives an incredibly easy pickup. A stunned Odin player is a dead Odin player.
Prestige, that is a bang, yeah.
But now they wait, they pause. The remaining 2, at a minimum, wanting to try and make this one costly. The economy of Vitality, not fantastic, but they are moving in tandem as a unit, reclaiming space, slowly clearing out those angles, and well, if they eventually end up going towards that B side,
I have no idea what that is, but
will be surrounded.
Stun and salvos online for Kicks and Safe respectively. Plant just now heard. And I love this from Vitality as well. Safe doesn't go back to spawn, doesn't take this 1v1 with the Vova as so many players would.
Has a good amount of potential.
They'll move together and just clear out. They think maybe there's a lurker.
Imagine they win this 1v1.
Star play, and it was Governor.
There goes the potential.
Looking for a bit of extra space, but he's caught off with a Vova left alone, stunned, and salvos blocking him out.
Good luck.
And a bit more utility thrown his way. Yeah, there was no way for him to get
still
back
think he
into
should
that
be
site
dueling
to
there.
deny this defuse with 3 players
I think
holding
he
it.
should try and duel, but
Certain death, and in fact, Durka's running it down, looking for him, but he's gone the wrong way. So presumably that rifle is safe, and a 4-1 as Vitality find their first.
Yeah, the unfortunate truth of that round is that the Armageddon
and the late
was online
smoke
in
there
the lane,
really
so
on them.
Governor falling was an issue. That said, yeah, the stun missed by such a small amount, but that was the difference between life and death for 2 players. Wow. The yin and yang. A frustrated Danito. Odorous a little bit more smiley. Still in the lead, still in a good spot. But still with plenty of finances to
Where's
buy
the money,
back
dude?
into this
Everyone
one.
has so much money with a double save. We could see a couple of buy rounds for a little bit, so we'll see how they want to handle them. Apex definitely have the advantage of the ults, though.
That's the info he needed.
C control. Oh, this is nice from Apex, though. Last 20 seconds, we got C control, and there's been no pressure over towards A. And they put the smoke here as well, so they create their own question mark. Drone to clear the question mark over towards A. Breed short, they're keeping it nice and simple. Breed short with the tail damage. Omen calls that everyone can go through. They got. Oh, that's unlucky. Stun close with the ult on top. It's a good idea. Oh, this is chaos. It's 3 ults, by the way, for Apex into this.
They're going to hold a lot of that positioning. Salvos for the post become almost an insta-kill, and Durka's going to go hunting, but he's met with only demise. Molesy already clearing one. The spams through will immediately.
Oh my god, Molesy's incredible. What's going on? Bro can't see anything. He just sees a couple of spams and just spams back. Fair play, man. They keep everyone alive as well. They lost 3 armors, but they won the spam battle.
A huge boost to their economy.
Molezy just saw like 3 different traces and instantly popped them.
That's got to feel frustrating.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I mean, once Armageddon comes into play, you can see that Les is worried about giving up all of that space on site.
See the Odin inside just looks mental, doesn't it?
They can't even be contained towards spawn if Les falls back, so he pops the ult, but it's that little bit too shallow. And because
insanely obvious to see what he said there.
Or in fact, the only ult really, I mean, Seavoff, you know.
We got
the only ult they really had to work with
low money from Vitality. 2-4 loss bonus. Ooh, we saw this before.
Perfect response from Apex, containing all that
drone
space.
Goes in, stun off the drone.
Salvo's
missing.
That's something. You can't really account for that. For Apex, that is a golden basket, a gift that they didn't know they would be receiving. A 5-1, a reset on the round.
Nicely done from Vitality. They create pressure over towards here. There's still 2 there.
All alone on this aggressive angle, and they're watching it. They know he can be around here, and getting out an impossibility.
Yeah, the info just not there, and that was almost too easy. Maybe expectation would normally be there's a few more.
If Safe gets a kill, he gets his ult. Teammate just came in. His teammate just jumped in and tanked the Omen flash.
By either side, forcing them into a fight, but Kicks will win it.
Pivot over towards B is pretty good here. I think Basu's gotta try take space, but I don't know how many numbers they saw on A.
Les is seeing no action. He wanted the 1v1 if there was a lurker. Ult committed, luckily cancelled at the last second. Durka was rounding the corner,
yeah,
but
this whole time when I went over towards it, dude, look at him go. Moles is sending it all the way to C.
Is going to move to the C side, and Batu will try to grab a little bit
look at these
extra
double
value.
smokes,
Fact,
though. The smokes are nice at the moment from Avova.
Later from Avova. They're very spread out. Yeah. It offers 1v1s. It offers XV1s for Vitality with less.
They might have to use the ult into it.
Full containment.
They have no idea where anyone is.
They can really be is
really.
So Avova's position shouldn't
shot.
be that
Absolute
much of a surprise,
shot.
but he wins the fight anyways.
And they dodge the ult. It's like an okay plant. They can see it from Mound, right? Wait, this is sick from APEKS. They're actually going to win this one? Damn, bro. Molesey's doing unbelievable at the moment.
Position, a defuse seems almost impossible. Looking to try and swing
holy.
them together, and
Molesey deserves so much credit for what went on this one. Avova deserves a lot of it as well. Like, his smokes were really, really nice. They handled this, it was 3v4, right? They handled this insanely well.
Vitality, the late rotate from safe, Les having already pushed up and found one player outside of that A site from the C push, but they dealt with it all masterfully. And this is a hell of a difference
to what we saw on
the previous map, where Vitality... There it is. Wonderful stuff. Well,
he looks so savage.
Okay, force them down to an eco. We've got to set out with the Neon ult. Got stun, double damage, and then... okay, well... Dude, how many smoke kills we're going to see?
It's very easy to see where the player is.
Yeah, kind of hoping that you're going to shred players.
Pretense, by the way, thank you so much for the 11 months. Why are you asking that, Pretense? Come on. Leluco as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 19 months.
For the rest, not a whole lot to play with, and at least for now, Vitality have not really had a lot of success.
It's a valid question. It is a valid question, you're right.
It's been isolated. Their rotations have been caught and picked apart. I think APEKS have done a fantastic job at segmenting the way they go through the round. Like, okay, we're going to clear this spot, we're going to take this together, we're going to make sure that the protocols are on point. And what was working for them on Ascent is failing miserably when it comes to Lotus, their map choice. Oh, Governor's trying to sell the idea that there's a bit of a ruse. You throw a drone in on one side of the map.
Does Safe get tempted to ult?
Well,
oh my god, he gets tempted to ult. They managed to dodge it. Oh boy, and they put the ult into it. Dude, it's getting worse and worse for Vitality.
Late to the party with his stinger and 3 players to pick up. Definitely not the kind of weaponry you're looking to save.
4v5.
Not the kind of weaponry you
4v5. Their eco.
Like at least. Receive off.
And Safe use ult into it. I get it. 25 seconds left, but
it feels like he's putting up these phenomenal performances.
It's really, really rough here. Sliggy, and thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for doing that, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, well, it was 4v4. Oh yeah, I guess they got the kill first, right?
Dominant display from APEKS.
Yeah, they got this kill. Yeah, you guys are right. 4v4, eco. 25 seconds. Yeah, honestly, I don't think the ult's too bad. I think the peak back of sight needs to be like a second later, 2 seconds later.
They are meeting roadblock after roadblock. You could look to Durka's swap up as potentially a reason, but I think APEKS, they've just woken up, Tom.
Dude, there. I mean, they just look.
From this season,
they just look better on this map.
My favorite by far.
Vitality not been really struggling on Lotus when we watch them.
The guy who's just happy
I feel like every time we watch them on Lotus, they struggle.
A lot of damage on the server as well. Saying that, Molesey currently topping it. 12 and 5 while playing the breach. Has been a standout so far. He flew the stat that Floor was the one being assisted the most, but it seems like the assistor has taken over.
Okay, we have Molesey ult. That's 3. Oh boy. Yeah, Les has done incredibly well on this.
A punish onto Fluorescent and an opening pick for Vitality.
This is one of those. This is one of those where you have like an original plan, barrier down, but honestly with the info you should probably not do it. But I don't know. They saw
Either
3
side,
with a
it's just
Yoru
gonna
ult.
come down to the firefight. Governor. From
Maybe
these
the timing
positions
was a
has
bit
normally
off,
done pretty
but
well.
still.
Happy to play super aggressive. Of course, someone who has been on that duelist role in the past. Utility so far hasn't connected. He goes in front of
He did it. Unbelievable.
2 quick picks.
Takes down the Viper as well. It's the Viper wall over towards B main. I don't massively love the after plant positions from Apex. But that is... Damn, dude. It was a great stun from Molzy. I think Molzy's having an absolute half, by the way.
I love that. You know there's someone else close by, but he still takes the time to just lay into the player he took down.
Wait, what happened? I was watching the minimap. Did he start spamming bodies?
Apex again, look, it might hit, but less hits harder. I don't know how he does that. You know, first bullet accuracy, I'll give him that, but it was the 3rd shot in the spray.
Mid-round body spam.
Making it work. This takes down Kicks and Mom.
Dude, that's outrageous, bro.
Those Kicks flashes in the last map.
Batu started shooting this guy's body in the middle of the round.
I love that as well, though.
That's
Some
messed
seem to be
up.
upset, like, dude, you almost threw it. And Floors just laughing, like, what are you doing?
She said, no, man. Like, it's almost like you're a kid when they're being naughty. Like, it's like, no, stop that.
Wait till
That's
after
rude. That's rude.
Wait till dinner. You've finished your dinner to have your dessert. Come on.
Oh, a mid-round dessert
Oh,
for Batu,
boy.
and well, an early round headshot for less.
Yeah, but he kind of messed up
20
there.
HP. As said, coming into this series, even with the slip-up versus Fnatic, I expected this to be a solid display.
Okay, that's nice from Vitality, though. Fair play. Duck has done a lot here. Once they realized they had lost A pressure as well, insta-clear of this, make sure that Les can go back to the line. One way to set it up.
This has been a phenomenal
Good.
performance, no matter what we think of Vitality's attack side. One round ain't going to be
Great
enough.
overlay,
At
dude.
least it shouldn't be.
Thank you so much.
Durka, well, he's got the clone.
There we go. Thank you for that.
See if he can take down the man himself. Batu and Molzy in a firing squad waiting
Elizabeth,
for
thank
that
you for
Pika
doing
stun or perhaps a flash. It is indeed ready and waiting, and Durka's down to 4. Got support from up top if they swing wide, but as C-buff goes down, there's no need to. There's no
Look at the
pressure
damage done, though.
as
The
players
round's
keep
just done,
on
right?
Falling on Vitality's side. Les and Durka desperately low, and Governor takes full advantage of that. From this point, 8-1 down, economy on the brink. And a 2 versus 4, it's tempting to go for.
I think you two have got a save.
Either way, there's reasons behind the call. With Kicks finding that, though, I think that will spur them forward. Push on the back of the stun. Les with a big opportunity. That's a second pickup. But the timer is ticking. And the spike set to explode very soon.
How have they won this? It's a 2v4. It's a 2v4. One of them's 20 HP.
For Vitality.
I say as well, when looking at this team, when seeing changes are being made
2
to
on
the squad,
site,
a
2
lot of people
tree.
look to Kicks as that player that could be let go. I feel like at times, yeah, this guy has been not only the glue of the squad, but then you go back to the last map in particular, and he was almost the carry. Like, everybody had a
Why
good
did he
map.
jump around the corner when his teammates can protect him from tree and get the trade no matter what?
He was the distraction. That's the worst part. The whole point of his peak there was to give distraction to Les to get both kills.
No, honestly, that actually is very justified with what went on.
4 for him in the round. A second on the board.
Tell you what though, the outwall's pretty nice here.
The
people that can get one shot, they try and force through, they miss the drone.
1 round won't be enough. 4 rounds, a pistol, maybe without it even. There's a good chance for Vitality, and that's a confidence builder of a round, certainly for Kicks. And let's see as well what Durka has planned on the attack side when it comes to this Neon. For Apex, they gotta keep going, keep pushing forward. 2 rounds left to play for in the half. If they can get to 10, it looks like they'll make it all the way to Haven. But if it's an 8-4 half, it's anyone's guess. And with elimination on the line for Apex, there's no room to leave things up to chance.
Well, there's one of them.
Delivers onto safe immediately, an opening for the Outlaw. And they will look to just coagulate, push as a squad into that A site by the looks of things. Wherever they go, let's hope they do it together.
Safe has been having a rough old time.
Okay, they don't really have any options though, right? All 5 locked in here, just have the A hit. Pick up the orb, get the orb, back as site clear, one way.
Quite a few of these rounds, it
No, just smoke
feel
heaven.
like a great game for him so far.
Dude, Teo is so insanely strong. Look at what just happened.
Rifles available. Well, straight away,
It's nice shots, nice shots, bro. Dude, it. Oh my God! He's shooting bodies again as well. Wait, this was actually pretty legit. The second shot was really nice, and then the movement's really good on the fourth.
It's only less
it's unlucky.
his way, and he will block the ace attempt, even still, though,
dude, the Teo
for
stuff's
APEKS,
too strong
all they
here.
needed was the round.
To force over towards a site, like you can't stand back a site.
This was phenomenal. Opening pick.
That's a nice shot.
Gorgeous. Little jump peek from safe. He doesn't even get to see around the corner, and he's sent into the dirt.
Just
That
quick scoping.
bubble, though. Unbelievable. Thank you for the slow-mo. It still looks impressive. And then
that movement's wild as well.
He his weapon so he couldn't take it out.
Let's my boy.
Just goes for the shorty instead.
This is your so currently your Viper player. And
Dude, look at this last buy.
Just going
We had
nuts.
2 stomps on maps.
Halsey's 5-0 in opening duels as well, and a lot of those have been onto Durka. Yeah, normal for your breach.
Normal for your breach IGL support.
And Mosey's playing great.
They've been punishing.
Like we said his name about 10 times already.
Can't you just be normal? Oh, 9-2.
Watching here.
Viper's pit utilized. I think that was a weapon switch as well. Making sure you have the stinger.
How did he?
Within that.
How did he miss?
Shroud of smoke and allow the further aggression. Safe is getting just caught every single time. They're not realizing the ground that's being given up. They have struggled around this A site just with Batu being a menace. But that is just ridiculous.
That's his own fault.
To walk all the way up, and as I said, they're completely unaware of what they've lost.
Yeah, I mean, he just didn't path right with the drone.
It's a big, big risk, and he's just waiting outside of the pit, letting them have the space. Of course, they could have walked up behind.
He just went like this.
He
just went like this, and
they couldn't have walked up behind through the spawn, because look at the stack up from Vitality. They've got numbers ready and waiting. Less
it's both lessers easy kills.
They get caught from both sides with a big pinch. Vitality have left it all onto Batu.
Oh, he's not got time. 11 seconds. I think at this stage, just throw everything in the kitchen sink at them. But what is even the plan here? Just try and pad the stats a little?
There is no plan.
I think that's about it. Doesn't even have the spike. Well, it will be the time that ends up doing the work. Vitality have garnered a tiny bit of additional hope.
3 in a pistol, maybe.
9-3. Yeah, for APEKS, this seems like the bounce back.
Honestly, nah, not honestly. This was a really rough half for Vitality. They got wrecked.
More rounds in the second half. That's coming up after the break.
Molsey secured so many rounds here. Did the Outlaw get nerfed? Yeah, it shoots too fast. You put the damage down to 125 just for like those 2% rounds where it would make a difference, whether it's like wall bangs or anything like that, and then you just increase the time in between the shots. It's just too strong. Way too strong. But it took teams a long time to realize it was strong as well, so it's not like it's Riot's fault, I guess, for it being in the state that it's in. Team should have just used it earlier. The Viper power, the other smokers are just a little bit better on attack normally. And the whole B spam thing isn't as prevalent these days.
Coming out of the side of APEKS, of course, we know with this map that there is always
I
potential.
think NRG can pull it back. Would you class as pulling it back? I think they can beat Lev.
Attack side that came out of the side of
But I think it pretty much stops there.
That's what we're looking for here from Vitality, and we know that for them this is their favored side of the map. Not quite the same case with G2.
3 rounds though, Tom. Is it going to be enough? It's quite the comeback.
They need a pistol. I think that'll be, if they win the pistol, I genuinely believe they can turn this. Again, you talk back to the Fnatic game, I'm looking at that as a blip, but throughout the history of this map for them over the last few months, they have looked very good on the attack side.
One of the things you said, I can't even remember if it was on or off air, but you said that APEKS unlucky to be facing Vitality when they're that wounded dog, when they're in the corner. Well, APEKS, they're in the same boat, facing elimination and one map away. So they come in swinging, but Vitality doing just the same. Malzy, he's been there in the opening picks. A little late to the party on this one, but a double puts them back in contention. 2 versus 3. Avova and Malzy watching from the death cams, and they're saying, well, we would have won this.
Oh boy, everyone's out here jumping. Wait.
And Fluorescent answers the challenge. Kicks versus
wasn't the POV we were on. So good.
Surprised Vitality even go for that. You already had a player advantage. You get the spike down, you play post. I feel like this is done. They wanted to get ahead of the curve. They wanted to turn it. Instead, it's left on to Kicks.
Instant reposition. Very nicely handled. Might get close.
Well. A Red Bull clutch to give them the pistol, but as I said, I don't think they should have needed it.
No, none at all. It looked like a round that should have been theirs already. A big play by Fluorescent gave them an opportunity by Malzy as well.
It's the Breach Viper game. It's so weird.
Well, the Viper I can see, right? There's especially less if you're pushing into his util, which a lot of the time he's got success pushing them. But for Malzy to have a performance like this, 17 and 8. Listen, we talk about Fluorescent, we talk about Batu.
Gimme! We're back, bro.
But at the end of the day, Malzy is the one lighting up the server here. 9-4. A gap of 5.
A bit of a change up from APEKS. Aggro over towards. I tell you what, they go aggro over towards C, and we don't really have anyone that hears any of this. They might be a little bit faster behind them than they think. See how fast they go here. Open door, create pressure like they're going to split B, but as we can see, they've cleared this B info.
I think Pipson has never rooted this much for APEKS in his entire life.
Oh, that's a great jump peak though. Still 2.
The GX tournament survival also on the line here. With everybody in Group A, the top 4 locked if Vitality managed to win this game. And I know you look at this scoreline, you'll sit there and think, okay, APEKS, they're very far ahead. They just need a few rounds here and there, but we have seen many a time on the attack side of this map.
Mate, how's Malzy winning that anyway in the first place?
But the problem is they ain't got the rifles, they ain't got any weaponry to
very
fight
nice.
with
Durka Kicks relatively close to the ropes.
This might be the most opening duels I've seen a Breach involved with since Angel tried that agent out.
You said opening duels, not one opening duels.
That's why I said just
I was about to say. The only other one I'd say, if you go back in the tape, quite a while, Kesnit did actually play Breach.
Right, okay.
And I would gamble that he has more.
I'd say
and he won more. We'll see. If you're going to go back through those stats, you might have to be scrolling a while. I believe it was on Fracture. If you want to, I can give you a map.
I'm out of here.
I'll probably take a look after the game, Tom. That might take a while to sift through.
We got nothing else to do.
Maybe some of the people at home can let us know.
Yeah, what are they talking about?
I think that's 6-0 in opening duels for Malzy so far.
Pretty good.
Are they talking about opening duels?
Not bad
Dude,
at all. He was there on the attack, and
I don't want to bring up Scream again, but I swear Scream's breach stats are like 40 first kills to like 1 first death or something. I swear his breach stats are crazy.
The team that lost the first 2, they have the advantage. Well, let's see if I can do this right. That's all. That's okay.
He's got some mad ones.
Rifles.
I was expecting this. I swear he's got some mad breach stats out there. Unless he's randomly played it again. He's 30-0 fast kills, fast death for Scream for breach. Yeah, dude, his breach is crazy. he got so flamed for the breach, but actually his breach is kind of going.
Has a supportive stun ready and raring to go. Immediately utilize. Avova will pull out the util, but it doesn't matter. Durka, I think even while stunned, has just
Jigsaw with the
away
prime. Thank you for the 16 months.
That aggressive
Dude, he's got the unlimited first kill KD. Can't be beaten.
The flashes for the retake. They've caught Malzy though. He ends up going down, Kicks the one to get that trade, but Fluorescent quickly on him. 3 versus 2.
Rough though, it's like,
some battle scars.
what is the plan here?
Reposition from Fluorescent sends them running 12 seconds. They need to get this plant in soon. The Batu, well, he's not going to be in a position to deny it. It looks like that plant will be secured. A nice reposition from Vitality gets them a 3v2. And again,
the plan is to live, yeah, but
as time keeps on rolling, Salvos come back online. They're now there to play.
Oh my goodness. Well, as we can see, it's a masterclass.
And now less is all that's remaining. Normally cool as a cucumber in these clutch scenarios and already gets rid of Batu. An isolated fight, a creation of his own doing. Left onto Fluorescent, a chance to get them to double digits. Less playing so passively and down to just a slither of HP. Fluorescent will manage to find the pick.
Okay, that is fair play. That's the whole plan with the ult. Just survive because Batu's gonna do everything.
We'll hit 10.
Talking about economy management, though, Vitality have done a great job. Remember, this was round 3 of the half.
Yeah, it was close,
They came in still with a good amount of weapons, and they're able to bring it down to a narrow margin. That is going to hit home for APEKS, as now some players struggle to get a decent buy in this, and Vitality have a chance to fight their way right back into things.
My consistent critique, though, of this team throughout the map is they are over-aggressive. Yeah, over-aggressive in advantages.
3v2, Salvo's coming online in like 3 seconds, and you push up close. Yeah.
I understand it. You want to try and catch someone off guard and end the round, but when you already have an advantage, like if it was the other way around and they're 2v3,
you gotta do it.
Absolutely fine. That's what you should be doing. But when you have an advantage and solid util for post, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
One of those 5 rounds in Ascent as well. The big comeback that APEKS were able to manage with Malzy and Avova in the pistol, and that was
the
again
money
because
at? So
players
they
were going up close,
eco after winning. Sure. Eco after
really
winning, let's see how much damage they can do. With one of the hero guns, they set one up over towards B. They have no info about this, really. Okay, great to get one. Got one, got a lot of information. I'm very surprised these two don't smoke and replay this. Especially with the smoke.
Normally good for one, although I think realizing the timing wasn't going to work in his favor. Oh, the timing did work in Malzy's favor, and an uncharacteristic whiff in this map at least. Governor's repositioned, looking to try and delay them any pressure onto the B site. Well aware of that potential. Rolling Thunder even going to be used here. Vitality wants to keep this one.
The ult saved him to get out of there. There's Salvos on him. It's a really hard retake because both of the guns they dropped are just impossible. Well, not impossible to get, but miles away or impossible to get.
And look how aggressive they are.
Wait.
2 players up close. Paranoia.
They're going to pick up a gun.
To bring that into APEK's favor.
They might be able to pick up 2 guns.
A weapon to be recovered as well, and a chance for these defenders. APEKS, they're looking to capitalize on mistakes yet again. But it's still an uphill battle. Ult activated by Durka, spamming through, just looking to tag him up, but we've seen the fire go back in the other direction.
Dude, as the smoke was going down, nicely done from Durka.
Vitality right back into winning ways, and coming off the back of that round 3 reset, APEKS,
it's a shame. He kind of played it well. They were waiting for the salvos, but
fully invested into this round. But they came in with a lot of weaknesses. That gives them at least one opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, they didn't invest too much. A decent round for them.
I mean, APEKS didn't invest too much. Vitality definitely did. We got a breach or Neon ult.
Many players were dropped, but I actually believe that Durka getting that 4K is so much more important.
Okay, APEKS will love this. APEKS will love what just happened there. Low buy, they had to do some damage. They did some damage. They got 2 ults out of them. Now,
so much more than just, okay, we get 4 alive. And there you go again. Straight off the back with a pick. This man is feeling it now.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, Paul's been baited in pretty heavy with that.
Ooh, that's a mistake.
The freebie.
And Fluorescent punishes, that's what they needed. A way back in for APEKS. They're putting their credits into this round. They won round 3, lost the previous, but that was a gamble that they
similar round to before.
Elimination in the back of their minds.
Malzy gets a kill.
Durka again up close. This time he gets ahead of that retake. Wants to fight them, knowing that utility would come his way. Now backs off, and they'll play that late round.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see for a while.
Yeah, this is nice from Vitality though. They create a lot of pressure close here, so they got to use all their util here, but they're actually playing 4 spike after plant. They still have salvos.
They need to clear these players so ridiculously fast.
Oh, that is.
Could it be worse? Wanted to jump spot the angle. Aftershock has been used. Stun from kicks. Needs
the wide swing.
Get the one. It's left all on to safe. That time is ticking so fast. I don't know if they've got this anyway. I think that spike might be going. No,
oh my goodness. All 3 go down as well.
Spike wins the Red Bull clutch for the Vitality
Yeah,
side.
just calm with the salvo timing.
There's a bit of panic there. He could see it in Safe's eyes. He was like, do I need to spam? Do I need to get him? Have I thrown? But no, the salvos, and this is the difference.
Could they have got on it earlier? Maybe.
APEKS won this half. We saw that salvo comes online, they get aggressive. They
Still what we were
lose their
talking about
salvos,
came
they
into
lose
play,
their
right?
most
Going
vital util,
aggro,
and it's a
then
narrow
leaving the
margin
space,
by which
play
they
time.
lose to Fluorescent, taking down less. Well, this time they had their util, and that was the difference maker. They even got on it as quickly as they could.
They couldn't do any more. Yeah, he would have died.
Burst of the salvo, but it wasn't enough. A fraction of a second.
Dude, the replay system's sick, man. The replay guys in the EMEA, it's crazy how much better it is than other regions.
Hero rifle purchased in an attempt
Like
to
every
try and do
answer,
damage.
everything that's important into the round, we have to get replayed.
Governor on 100 credits. He's been pretty decent with the pistol, I will say, but they really wanted to try and make this round as costly as possible. Avova has retrieved that gun, and I guess with a couple of ultimates online, and if Fluorescent had got a pick, could have put the dimensional drift in a good position. Vitality, though, just good orb management. They're just rotating across the map to pick up whatever orbs they can find, and they will then fall back.
See you soon. Thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. I appreciate the 18 months. Thank you for doing that. Timing? Timing's pretty good. Gun down creates a lot of pressure over towards here, so now maybe it'll be like a 1-3. You would imagine if they go here. I like this from Governor. He takes a risk. He gets rewarded with it. Picks up a gun as well. And he's locked them in.
They go together. Another rifle to be recovered.
They're going to push here thinking there might be a lot here, right? My goodness, breach all early. Dude, the salvos here, surely. Governor salvos into a kill. Oh my god, dude, 1 kill is going to be so big. No. No. Oh no, dude, it could have been so good for Apex. It went so wrong.
Just in time. They got site control. They had the flank. They had
Les did incredible.
to get a plant in. Less with the time it takes to get the plant. And it crumbles so quickly.
It crumbled so fast. All he had to do is get 1 kill.
I bet those last 2.
I don't know what's happening, but I don't care.
Same, honestly. I can see it all on the map and still stay a messy round.
Here's the guy that got home and flashed as well, and there's just a randomly a guy behind him with him.
And you can see that the pause is being called because APEKS have now had a couple of opportunities. The last coming down to 0.29 seconds. This one coming down to 10 seconds with no planting. They've had moments. They've had chances. But it's starting to slip away from them. And you have to then bring back in the context of what this means. Elimination on the line.
Well, Tom, you might think the graphics have messed up in a moment. The timeout now for APEKS as they take a moment realizing how important this coming round is. They have ult economy to invest. They have actual economy to invest. And an operator, presumably from what we can see, to be brought through. But then, on the other side, they also acknowledge how important this is. Streaking rounds together and knowing that APEKS are about to fight their way back. So Vitality call a timeout. Both teams
double
them in the same moment. This, if anything, symbolizes how big of a round is coming.
The red double timeout.
Like a 2-second gap where they're not allowed to talk.
Mike's muted.
Mike's right, we're back. Okay, carrying on anyway, what I was saying. Or they just started like a whole new pause. Right, guys, after that last pause, we didn't really get to do what we were hoping for, so...
The worst case scenarios, they were just in the middle of... And then that is where you're gonna...
And most importantly...
And that's how we win the round.
Yeah. And most importantly, do not forget... Right, guys, good to go. We'll see you back in the next pause. And if you, oh, my mic's still live. Or just like the worst one would be just turning to your coach next to your assistant coach. Oh, I think they're screwed. Oh, my mic came back. Oh, sorry, guys.
Dude, I had this happen once where they forgot to mute my mic and I was flaming Soulcast.
The other guys, yeah.
And then Yampy with mid-game was like, we can hear you. Sliggy, we can hear you. Sliggy, we can hear you.
Waffle time is over.
It's funny.
10-8.
Why do you have to say that, Tom?
Vitality. I mentioned it when they won the pistol. This game
dude, it was like proper LAN. It was one of the masters. It was either masters or champs. It was split. Something on
This is the
split.
best chance APEKS have had on their defense.
And I mean, you look at the change though for Vitality. They're winning the late round clutches that they need to. tied around, swing their way. Durka in the early
What was
round
Dom's
had a lot of
reactions? I used to
success
flame
in
everyone. They were
opening
used to it.
duels. He almost had another there. The gate crash saves Fluorescent, but it doesn't save the B site. Overrun. Big ulti put into play. Durka's caught. He can run, he can move fast, and luckily,
Isn't it incredible? How's Governor killed himself? What's going on? He's ulted himself. That's a new one.
They'll wish they didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't even a martyrdom. Didn't take anyone
Because in
with
theory,
him.
this
Just
ult is so good for B,
eliminated himself.
but
I'm out.
there ended up being a
And now
gap
the Vipers
here.
pit down on the site. Wait, look how spread out the Apex players are. There isn't a way back into this. That
Dude,
is
they save
brutal.
instantly. Oh god, it's such a demoralizer.
I'd love
They,
for them to put
they
that
both
on
called a
pause now.
timeout.
That you have that
Everyone
full
calls a
talk.
timeout. You got 2 minutes to talk about it. And he's ulted himself. There must have been a stun. There must have been some kind of stun from Durka and he can't get out, right?
I don't think I called that one. Yeah,
But the ult was definitely in the wrong place, or are they okay with this gap? Don't you want to salvo this?
I messed up. Oh no. But this is elimination on the line. This is not somewhere that we can.
Oh my.
Oh, I wish we didn't replay that.
Oh
I
my.
really wish we didn't replay that.
Oh my god, what?
He's got the memory of a goldfish. It just he put the ult down and went. There's an ult here. What's going on?
Why didn't anyone call? He was ulting. Oh. Well, get past the salvos early. Lots of space taken by Vitality. Now Apex get a reset because they saved all those weapons successfully. They can at least shrug off that last round somewhat, but they come in without Governor's ultimate, but with Governor, which is
Well,
a
hopefully
little
their
bit of an
coach
upgrade.
Mike's muted as well.
Fight starts off with
Someone,
someone
someone will be flaming that,
but
that's
it's
for sure.
Fluorescent to take down Durka. At least a saving grace that we're back to even footing.
I thought you were going to say the Governor doesn't have his ult online. Savior for him. Fluorescent. Oh, it's close.
Tough angle.
Come in and get anything done. Kick's making sure that they know he's planting. He's now a couple away from having
Wait,
the
but this
ultimate
one looks good.
online.
What's the timing like on his peak? Did he jump? Did he see when the jump spot?
No, he's not seen of
good timing.
Timing here is going to be absolutely everything. Oh, he still wins the battle. Governor
Still
has at
wins
least managed
this?
to get rid of safe. They'll keep things
Oh god.
at least within the realm of possibility, but clearing these players from position is not going to be easy. Aftershock used to buy them time, but also counted out on the other side.
the
A lot
molly
of
missed.
damage being done. Snakebite goes through,
Oh
but
god,
I
the
don't
molly
think it's
missed.
actually gone far enough.
No
It's not
way.
gone deep enough.
No
They're
way.
able to just defuse in
good
front
spam.
of it. Seavoth, though, is there
Damn,
to save
all
the
three
day.
with the spam?
From
That's
the
just showing off, if
backlines,
anything.
10 to 10. And we are
Dude,
starting
his
to
ult
see
as well, he
Apex
should have gone down, if anything.
dwindle.
I don't understand if maybe they were hit by the snake bite, made vulnerable, but one player was low, the rest. Seavoth, you've got some explaining to do. What key did you just hit?
Oh,
What
is that?
Man, that's ridiculous.
What is that?
The first jump fine because he hits his head. He's back on the floor in no time. He jumped again. And one
That's
mag, three-man spray down. I want to hear, unmute that right this second.
What has he
What
done
did
on
he
this
say?
round?
How good's your friend?
Get not good enough, whatever he just said. Bring out, I need Seavoth interview. I don't care who the interview is. That was ridiculous.
That was,
What a round, man. And to
that was
equalize you,
stupid.
to put you
Okay,
10
double
to
punish
10,
over
to
towards B
hammer
though.
home the elimination
Okay.
that Apex are worried about.
Sure.
And kicks with the trade. Sure, Durka goes down, but this isn't like the first half where he falls and that's it. Nothing to be said. No, there's an immediate response. And on the attack, much better to get those one-to-one trades than when you're on the defense. The map, especially this one, 3 sites. You've now got to cover it with 4 players. And they can push together on one side, leaving a lurk of less. But he spotted 2 and jump peeks it again. He is a brave and bold man.
Well, to be honest, everything he's done so far has worked. 18 and 12. Kicks up there with him, Rolling Thunder set up. It's only Avova it could connect on, who could escape, and there's the lurk of Les striking again. Governor gone, Fluorescent trades. Avova's going to try and stick this one out. It's definitely risky, but he will be unstunned, but not unblinded.
Oh boy, here we go.
Wow.
He's got that confidence.
Okay. Well, we saw the stats at the beginning of the day about how maybe his performance
You've seen
last
this
week
before.
didn't quite match up to the performance he had in the first week. I'll look at the stats now. 15 and 16. You might be thinking, oh, It's been a bit of an average game. Last 2 rounds, he has been carrying.
But that's the thing, man. I mean, look, also living up to your first week performance with a performance like his is tough, but this is a timeout from APEKS, the last timeout that we will see in regulation as we hit 11 to 10, as we continue to see the stall out from the defensive side.
Yeah, last timeout for them.
Rounds in a row. And I'm glad they
a
called that pause.
9-3 half into 11-10.
Hit the admins up myself and call a technical pause. Someone check his PC. What's happened? He is phenomenal.
That's why he said, why you pause? He wants to keep this momentum going. Like, I wonder if that was a CVOF momentum breaker, because you've already had less kicks. Durka coming alive. Okay, Safe's having a rougher time, but you add CVOF, it's done. It's over. And well, unfortunately, it is starting to look that way.
Yeah, who said on the desk, I think it was Meg, that she's a hater of Safe Sova. I can't wait to see what she says about his Tejo, but then again, maybe she'll have more to say about Governor's Tejo.
I think Meg's just a hater in general. You know?
Yeah, always has been, always will be.
Always so mean to me, all the time.
Yeah, that's what you don't know, behind the scenes. Awful no, I'm kidding. We love Meg. Meg, you're awesome. We love you. I'm sorry. 11 to 10.
No, I'm kidding.
Whoa,
moving swiftly on.
Tranquilo.
Low buy for APEKS.
Oh, another, a third timeout from APEKS. Now, of course, that is us out of timeouts. No more time to touch base with the coaching staff. Vitality have taken the lead 6 rounds in a row. Until OT. In regulation. Sorry, I forgot to say this time.
Potentially.
And look at what APEKS are coming into this round with.
Isn't there like a trap play you can do with this comp for ecos?
But that
Surely.
would be 7 in a row for Vitality by that point. Durka, he is unrelenting.
Oh my.
The stun, the blind, it's all caught him and he wins. He wins anyways, yeah.
He also got hit then by a paranoia.
Must be a better eco they can come up with.
Being stunned by everything, then also left blind.
These two as a combo?
They've walked away, less happy to just try and hit the timing shot, but ultimately, I was going to say
damage, spot, stun.
It's not exactly another opening duel for Malzy, but it's a huge
they could definitely come up with better ecos than these.
And APEKS can approach
Tell you
this
what
together,
though,
but look at Vitality. We've seen them
this wasn't too bad.
We've seen them
it's a shame that
and now they push Heaven.
Avova isn't expecting this.
And the success that's going to come with it, we can see plain as day. It's free for Durka. 3 picks, and Malzy returns. He's given the rifle over to Fluorescent, understandably. But hey, Sheriff is the one doing all the damage, and in fact, it needs to do it all. With
shame, man. Malzy's having a good game overall.
Vitality was a certainty.
It was 9-3 and now it's 12-10.
Obviously,
this
look
is
at
devastating for them.
You look back to matches where teams have turned it around and you don't believe that will be happening to you, but this is why Vitality are so confident and comfortable with picking this map. They're so good at this attack side, and yeah, the Governor was so screwed, but I do kind of like that. I was very worried about a lot of the aggression they were pulling off, but I like this time where it's Durka at the helm. Like, send him in, let him be disruptive. If he goes down, it's not so much of an issue. And already, early take of this A site control. From 9-3 down to 12-10 up. There's been 1 round since that dominant first half for APEKS. They need 2 to stay
what's going on with
with a chance of playoffs.
Getting so wrecked. Free sight as well. Drone clears everything. They got Neon ult if they want it. Malzy 1 kill away from that ult. That's about it. Spam is pretty decent here.
Eventually, that aggression, you know, it's been one up.
Okay, how does Durka react to this? Just runs back to site, right?
He will be sent backwards. 5v5 still.
They got to go fast.
Maybe used late for info.
They're up against salvos still.
It's the salvos that Safe is keeping deep into their spawn. It's the stun that will be online to meet them. Kicks' utility has been nigh on perfect so far. Already
nice
the numbers thinning out.
It was pretty nice though from Durka. He did the right thing. Salvos have gone pretty early.
With the spike now being tapped in goes the snake bite denial again, and they're forced into the angle. The waiting
dude, this afterplan is just way too strong for them to play like this. Nicely done from Vitality. Really rough defense, but the attack was lovely. That loss, yeah, it's gonna be rough for APEKS. These ones always feel the worst.
And then map number 2, well, it was a real fight for the side of APEKS. A stellar first half, and I think this has been
the story. This is my fault, dude. It was looking really one-sided at the half, and then they ended up getting 1 round.
They'll still be here next week to play another match, but unfortunately, it was always close. Like, they always showed potential, showed
That's
presence
it,
on that
9-2.
stage.
I mean, it was
but
looking
when it came
good.
to closing out matches,
I don't know what else
it's
I can
never
say.
really been there. And that's where a side with so much experience, so much talent, could pretty much turn things back on its head.
Vitality's approach to Ascent was wonderful to witness. Their concession of space and their retakes looked so difficult to deal with, especially around middle. They had responses on the site, and when you got a man like Les
Moritz, thank you so
holding
much for
your
the prime.
extremities,
Appreciate the
you're
10
gonna fight
months,
middle
mate.
a
Thank you
lot.
for the prime
But here,
usage.
there was more of a challenge
Appreciate
than
the
I
support,
think we
dude.
expected. 13 to 10, pushed
An
to the
apology?
limits.
Wait,
They're still
they're
walking away with
they're the ones that
victory.
lost
And
it.
for
Come on.
Vitality, that's exactly what we expected.
Oh, there were some
coming
rough
into
rounds in
today.
here, though.
That's what they needed.
For
if they're
Apex.
gonna
There were
be a
some
team
rough
that
rounds if
compete
you
at
look
the
at
top.
both of the
It's
maps.
very funny looking at the scoreboard. Mosey, 296 ACS. Two people have 6 first bloods. One of them is him, and the other is Durka. So that's all you need to know about the way that game was played.
You know, the key thing is that he was 6-0, while Durka lost a couple opening duels. So Malzy doing a lot of damage out there.
Oh.
Tom, I believe that's all we've got time for up here, because waiting down on the stage with Yinsu is Kicks.
I am now joined by Kicks from Team Vitality. First of all, congratulations on that win. With that win, you have locked yourselves to playoffs. Tell me how you're feeling about everything around. What are the emotions like, considering the previous 2 weeks were a little bit more rough?
I'm feeling really good, to be honest. Like, we had the last 2 weeks some struggles. Like, the Fnatic game was a close one, and it was like a really tough loss on us, and we had to kind of change some things around, and like we realized there's some problems that we hadn't noticed yet, and then we had a lot of hard work go into it before the Heretics game, but we weren't just ready yet. Like, we needed more time, and we've been working really hard this week as well, and we've had some tough conversations, like long days, and I'm happy that we got a win to like show off the hard work that we put in, and now like the confidence is back.
A lot of people like to speculate about what it's like to be on Team Vitality and what it's like behind the closed doors. Could you tell me, you know, once and for all, what are the vibes like? You know, what is going on this team?
I mean, you're asking the wrong person, because I'm always good vibes. I'm the biggest vibe merchant on the team. But if we're talking about the whole team, like, I mean, it's pretty chill, to be honest. Like, me and Dirk are always having a good time, you know, duelist initiator combo. Zaiwu is like really happy to be here. Like, he's just enjoying his time. Les is the most chill guy on the team, and then Safe, you know, might get angry sometimes, but like in reality, he's like, he has the most love out of anyone for everyone in this team. Like, he is the best leader I've ever had, and I'm really happy with everyone.
He's the captain, you know. Somebody has to keep you guys in line.
Someone has to keep us in check,
Someone has to do it. Someone has to be the bad guy. I'm so glad you mentioned the duelist initiator kind of synergy here, because on Lotus, we don't have the Breach Yoru Tejo anymore. We've got the Breach Tejo Neon. So what was the reason behind this? And is this what you worked after the Fnatic game?
Yeah, like, to be honest, we realized that there are some strengths that we're not utilizing yet. And with like limited time as well, like making adjustments in mid-season, like it can be hard to kind of like make a comp work if you don't know the answers. And the easier fix for us was literally just playing Neon instead of Yoru and just playing together, and like realizing that we have really good synergies together. Like, if you play like this, that we don't need like all these extra things. Like, we just play together and we're gonna win.
And on Ascent as well, very unique comp. There's variation to this comp we've seen before, but this one in particular isn't something that we see every day. I have to ask, because Safe was playing Sova last week, Safe is now playing Tejo. Is it because he's just not comfortable with Sova? Are any of you comfortable to play something like Sova?
Comfortability is, I don't think it's a problem. Like, it's kind of hard to comment on this comp thing, because, you know, you don't want to say too much, but also like, it's just like, I don't even remember exactly how this Ascent comp came along. Like, we just decided like, we like this comp, we'll see how it goes, and it's been going good, so we just stuck with it.
And last question, of course, you've made playoffs now. I think you guys can breathe for a little bit. As we look ahead to something like playoffs, how different do you think the competition is there compared to kickoff? Because kickoff, you know, we're still kind of seeing how good everybody is. How difficult will it be in playoffs?
It will be more difficult for sure. Kickoff is kind of like, first of all, no one remembers kickoff. Like, you know, who cares about kickoff? I don't even remember that we won it 2 months ago. Like, it's whatever. But playoffs is also different than the regular season in Split 1. Like, playoffs is always like a different kind of game. And I remember last year in stage 2, like, we were kind of so-and-so in regular season, but when we went into playoffs, we had this like new wave of confidence kick in, and once we won like one game, we felt like we couldn't lose anymore.
Yeah.
And like, I think now that we won this game as well, we're heading the right direction.
The confidence is back. Thank you so much, Kicks, for joining me. We'll see you here next week. Vitality, they've made it through, but the race for kickoff, the race for playoffs.
If an org has a budget for one, who should they get? Assistant coach or performance coach? I think it's always assistant coach first. Performance coach is like, you're not getting the results you need, that extra little %, but there's so much that goes into this game that I think assistant coach is more important. Okay, I will be back in a little bit. Now it's a break. Watch me stand up and walk away. Yeah, of course, dude. He's been sitting for too long. Assistant coach or analyst, normally they're the same thing. Normally they're the same. Chobra, thank you so much, dude. Chobra, appreciate that. Thank you for the raid. You enjoyed the... Were you even watching the game? Maybe you weren't even watching the game. Hope you enjoyed playing games, maybe. That's what I should be saying. He was watching? No, okay. You never know these days. He's addicted to the grind. Chobra, appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Okay, ciao, back in a bit. Not a bad assumption, that's what I mean. Got you down. Get back in a bit.
Gone with the wind. Gone with it. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. Like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back once again to VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Yingsu. I've got Meg and Uli here, who looks very, very comfortable, so I'm going to let you chill for a second. And Faded from Team Vitality, first of all, huge congratulations. You can relax a little bit now because it felt like the last few weeks have been pretty intense. So what has it been like to try and get everything back into winning ways?
I mean, I think it's been taking a lot of effort from the team. One of the biggest things is, you know, when you implement a new person in a roster, any new player or any system change, it's always very difficult to find your rhythm and your identity. And I think especially this week, one of the key things that we worked on was, you know, coming from Safe actually, was, you know, mentoring and kind of getting on the same page. So yeah, it definitely is a relief. Job's not done yet. You know, we still have Na'Vi next, and they're a very respectable team. But it is a little bit of weight off our shoulders and gives us a little bit more time to, you know, keep developing and building. So.
Do you call Sivov Zaiwu? Do you call him Zaiwu?
He's always going to be Zaiwu. I mean, all right,
okay.
Yeah.
If you do it, then we're allowed to do it. But of course, with that result, GX and APEKS, Meg, they're officially eliminated. It's always sad when a team doesn't have their own destiny in their own hands, but Group Alpha is kind of being rounded out now.
Yeah, and I mean, it is even more a shame after it did look so won for APEKS, but of course Vitality did bring it back and win out the second map. But yeah, heartbreaking for APEKS and the 5 Giant X fans.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking. Uli, you're one of them, right? It's like you, Lembo, Sergio, Bayer, that's about it.
No, I mean, single Spanish is going to be cheating for them. I'm so sorry, Lembo, Hitbox, all the organization. I feel sorry for you. I mean, it's hard to be eliminated already, but hopefully there will be an extra chance.
Yeah, hopefully. We have Split 2 coming up, 2 of course. But for now, the race for playoffs, it continues. It continues over at Group Omega because KOI will be taking on Team Liquid and they have to win this game if they want their playoffs dreams to be alive. Now, we've always been told, you know, in this gaming community, we should never backseat, you know. If you're dead, don't talk. Let the other person play. However, I'm going to ignore all of that today and make sure that we do some backseat gaming because KOI have looked like a team that could win. At those moments, they could maybe take it over the line, but they've yet to win a game just yet. So I want to ask you, Meg, and you, Uli, as the expert backseaters, to tell me what you would do to fix KOI, to get them a win. And as the coach here on this couch, Faded, I want you to then tell me which idea you would implement if you were on the side of KOI. You can backseat as well with us.
Okay.
I will start with, who wants to start? Yeah, I'll start with you, Uli.
Yeah, I always like to talk about KOI. I mean, being honest, I think it's a good time for KOI. They should try to bring some more confidence. I can remember, oh, what a nice match against Foot. They were playing, pushing out for Rubble, getting all the information, facing them. They were confident. They were doing a proper job. It was amazing to see them winning through the defense and knowing how to play Lotus. This is one of the best things that you can ever imagine. What I would say. Then, after losing that match, I mean, obviously you can maybe lose some confidence, maybe it could be hard, but you can prove yourself. But there is something you will never miss, is the knowledge. I mean, you know how to play Lotus. And obviously, if you know how to play Lotus, it cannot happen what happens with Carmine Corp. How the hell we didn't push into Rubble? We lost all the information. We lost everything. There is no thing. I mean, just think about it. Play with confidence, like on Pearl. That time, the Philo was pushing on main. He was getting the proper information, playing around it. They must be confident.
I can't believe what they've woken you up from your slumber. This is how annoyed
I'm not cozy anymore.
You're not cozy anymore, thinking about why they're not confident? All right, so the way that you would fix them is to...
They must be confident.
Raise the confidence. Yeah,
but you want to talk about confidence. Can I come in here with mine?
Give me something.
First of all, I have tears in my eyes. Let me just get, because that was so beautiful. That was really inspiring. However, if we want to talk about confidence, I'm going to throw something into the ring because the most confident people, Valorant players on planet Earth, they play Reyna.
Word.
Love you, Reyna mains.
Word.
We need to bring Shados back.
Shayna.
Get Shados on the Reyna and nothing but success for MOVISTAR KOI.
Okay, do you know what? Meg, you know me too well. I feel like you've maybe studied me a little bit before coming here as the #1 Gambit, as the president of the Gambit fan club, and as the person that fondly remembers this Icebox Shayna back in 2021 Champs Final against Ascent. I agree with you. As a fellow backseater, if it were me, I would just stick him on the Reyna as well, considering that they like to play Icebox.
Yes.
So why not? That could be a good fit. We're going to see Icebox. Like, we know we're going to see Icebox.
But not just Icebox, everything.
Oh, everywhere.
Literally everywhere. Let's bring back the Reyna days that we've not actually ever had, but like let's bring them back for Shadow specifically.
Okay.
Because I know he's only played Chamber once, and I know the performance wasn't great, so anything can be better.
You had me at Icebox everywhere. Now,
maybe, okay, now I'm second guessing myself, but only because you're...
Yeah, Faded, you're the coach, so which strategy would you implement to give KOI a win? The confidence or Shados on Reyna?
I'll be honest, I think I like the confidence one because that kind of deal, it was a very passionate.
Thank you.
You know, I think I felt it myself. I think that the reason why I choose the confidence is because it's not just one player, it's everybody. And, you know, it's one of those things where confidence is, it's easy to talk about, but it's so hard to find. And I think, you know, Flya, you know, I've known him since NA, and he's an insane caller. He's a very hard worker. This guy even is thinking about op lines on different maps to, you know, even the bare bone basics. He's always studying, always developing. Like, I have so much respect for him in terms of, you know, how he even came to this position. The difference is, you know, how can the rest of his team be able to help, you know, give him confidence in what he's calling. You know, maybe he's having a bad shooting day, you know, but he has fraggers on his team. And I think the confidence aspect is, you know, you take those risks, right? Like, don't be afraid to lose. Like, don't be afraid. Don't be thinking about that. Like, think about, you know, being a team and sacrificing and being selfless for your team. Take these risks, take these fights, like, and confidence will build by itself. So.
I'm ready. Should we go?
I think we should go to the stage.
I've got a KOI jersey as well.
Can we play?
No, you're not coming with us.
I'll play right
I
guess.
You have to be our fan.
Talk now.
You have to be our fan, Uli. If we go and there's no one here to hold the fort down, but that was, I think you hit the nail on the head. Oh, look at these two. Look at these. Can we get a quick?
You cannot join us.
Can we please make sure all the fan artists, you know what to do? You know what to do. I want this fan art ASAP Rocky of Uli and Faded. But for now,
my favorite coach now.
Oh, what do you mean now? He wasn't your favorite coach before?
Yeah, he was, but I didn't want to say it.
All right, we're gonna have a little chat, but you guys take a look at this interview with the Team Liquid's Camo. It's a very important day for Team Liquid today. I'm now joined by their star duelist, Camo. Now, Camo, you're facing up against your former team of KOI, so I wanted to ask you, how's the relationship like with some of the guys that still play there? You still talk to Shados and Gravinia?
If I'm being honest, with Groovy it's not that deep anymore, but with Shados we talk sometimes. Like, obviously, no bad blood between us. We're gonna see after the game though. Maybe that's gonna change.
Are you looking forward to this match? Because I think you're a very different player on KOI than you are now. What are the differences that you've noticed?
I mean, it's always nice to play against your ex-teammates. I think the biggest difference between me on Liquid and me on KOI is the confidence I have. Because last year on KOI, barely won a single game. Now it's much different, so I would say the confidence.
It's nice to win, right? You've been to a global event as well. Now you've had a taste of what it's like
quality?
to go
Wait, is my camera
an event to play against other regions, you know, the environment. How excited are you at the possibility of going to Toronto?
I mean, I want to go to Toronto as well. I think Bangkok was a great adventure. I'm honestly just excited to see if Toronto is going to be the same.
Yeah, and you might be going to Toronto if you make it as one of, if not the best Waylay player, certainly one that plays it a lot. What are your views on Waylay? Whose idea was this, you know, and do you see yourself as a Waylay main now?
When the agent came out, I think we tried it out on every map, and we thought like, okay, on Lotus it might actually be viable. And I think at the moment the agent is absolutely broken.
Yeah, in what way? Why?
I think the ability to just absolutely send it is amazing. I think the only issue is that it's not that much of an individual agent. You actually need the whole team to back you up to make it work.
And how is the team right now in terms of synergy with Serial? Also looking like he's a little bit more comfortable. Are you guys feeling more confident?
I think Serial overall is doing good, joining the team. He's getting the vibes with everyone. I think we are confident for this game against KOI.
And lastly, is there anybody else that you feel like should be playing Waylay? Are the other teams and players trolling not by getting onto this? And how big of an advantage is it for you that you do get ahead of this meta?
I'm not sure actually. I don't think Waylay is that ahead of the meta, if I'm being honest. Like I said, you need the whole team to play around it to kind of make it work. And I'm not sure if other teams in EMEA are able to do that.
You're keeping the secret to yourself. I like it, I like it. Thank you very much for joining me and good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Now for Team Liquid, they will lock playoffs if they win against KOI today. And you guys heard it there from Camo, talked a little bit about the Waylay and why it suits their team so much.
4 hours, 48 minutes. I mean, Death Summit would have to go extremely wrong here.
Is he wastelaying? He's wastelaying out here.
What are you doing late? Are you playing or are you watching?
I can't argue with the last performance on Waylay with Camo. It was just literally the best performance we've seen, I would say personally, but I think most people would say on Waylay so far.
He's one of the best.
Yeah, one of the best. Now, he also said there, Faded, that in order to be a good Waylay and for it to work, your whole team has to play around this, you know? It's more of like a team agent as opposed, I guess, the Reyna, very opposite scale of the Reyna. Do you agree with that? And do you like the way the Liquid have been playing Waylay?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple different teams that I've been watching in terms of understanding the Waylay and the implementation. I mean, Jagamo's on G2 is really, really good. I think the way that they layer in order to give him the space and, you know, the creative freedom is really nice. I think the way that Liquid uses Waylay to kind of, you know, set the thing about Waylay is that you're not necessarily just creating space. Like, you're able to give your team more deeper positions to start off. And get that information too as well. It's kind of like a Silver Dart in a way. You know, as long as you play it.
You guys love the Silver Dart.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
for sure. No, you're right. But I do think that you know, Liquid's the way that they're kind of using the Waylay is, you know, very strong in the implementation. And you know, I've seen different variations of it, but I would say, you know, I've seen a lot of it in China too as well. But I think my top two favorites are probably Liquid and G2. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 2 times it's so good.
But let's take a look at some of this cool stuff, because a lot of this, Uli, as
all teams have aim coaches? Nah, pretty much no teams have aim coaches. Like, people will get them individually if they feel like that's something that they will find use in. They have that back in CS days? Nah, it's like relatively new.
And to be honest, we know that MKOI must be anti-strutting today.
Yeah, but what do you do? What do you do against this Waylay, Tejo, Deadlock, like all coming in? What do you do against this, Meg?
Rosa had one, yeah. I think it's good to pick up for like a month or so.
I mean, they cannot forget about the basics.
Get most of the information out of them in terms of what you struggle at if you can't identify yourself.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, echoing what you said, Yinsu, Week 1, it
but
looked like
teams don't have
just
them as a
doing the
whole,
same
it's just
stuff
individuals.
Again and again. But like, for example, that Deadlock play that we just saw in A main there, everything about that felt like it was there to counter Zeus. And the 13-1 against Foot on Lotus, I feel like just encompasses that clearly they've done their homework, they're trying new things, and whatever they're doing, it's working. But I think it will be interesting to see if they just bring in the same, because it worked so well against Foot this week, or whether they will switch things up again.
I almost feel like they got no reason not to, you know, it's working, they look so confident doing it as well. And of course, Serial's comfortable. You guys have a new player as well, Fader, so tell me about, you know, how maybe easy or difficult it is to implement a player onto a tier 1 team that's never been there before. And, you know, the kids, how are you bringing the kids up to speed?
I think it really is, for me at least, I think our team does a really good job of, you know, everyone in the team is working to bring him up to speed, right? I think if it's not just me. I mean, Durka does a really good job being extremely positive and building this guy's confidence. I think Safe does a really, really good job of explaining higher level concepts and understandings. Kimmy's teaching, you know, different roles that, you know, they kind of played in the same way. But I think, you know, and Les is always talking about, you know, the big picture of the maps and how to think about it, how different scenarios will play out. So in terms of bringing someone on, it's a lot of work for not only the coaches, but also the players. And, you know, I feel like the way that Liquid, even from, you know, Serial's first game,
it's the second half of Lotus.
You can tell he has a lot of support around him too as well.
It was a lot of, it was a stomp.
You know, he's playing his role
not what
really
you expected
well.
after the first half.
You know, you're starting to see it develop more and more. So I think that's always the focus, right? I think with Zaiwu or Saibov, one of the key things was, you know, he popped off in day 1 and the first match. But I think, you know, it kind of playing more for the team too as well is, you know, we're not expecting frags from him, but at the end of the day, like you saw today, this kid can really fight through situations. So yeah.
And also it's really good.
Enjoy the game. I'll bully Mini when I can. Nice.
He was playing Seawolf, and he was just saying we were just playing for him. We were trying to make him feel comfortable on stage, because one of the big steps for players that are just coming to here is to play on stage at the same level that they used to do on Prax or any other online match.
And I bet you, Nat is probably that guy, you know? We know how good of a captain he is out here, probably giving him a lot of confidence. But, I mean, if we take a look at the agent pools, on the other side of this, though, it's kind of like, can you outdo the doer? Because back on Tier 2 Ascension, when Soulcast is on APEKS, he was
they really had to add the win percentage in there.
Moved to this fight very early on, Meg. He is also someone that doesn't need to be comfortable on that stage because he was born on that stage, let's be honest.
Yeah, and I feel like having the versatility in these roles is only going to help you grow and get better as a teammate, because not only do you understand your own role when you play it, but you're understanding how your teammates are playing it and how you would want that to be played off. So I think, you know, clearly seeing here,
seen a lot of coaches that have dark circles. It's a hell of a job. Yeah, you don't get much sleep, man. You don't get a lot of sleep.
Not his role, by the
way.
There's
always something you can do with your time. That's the issue.
With that in mind, let's let's take a look at the Lotus comp from Team Liquid. We
a lot of times your sleep gets sacrificed.
They brought out something new, something very fun, something cool. Is this a one and done Faded? Can you do this multiple times? Are there other things that you could bring on this map that could still keep it?
It's not a one and done. That looks super flexible. And
yeah,
Cypher.
I mean, I think I'm personally a huge Deadlock fan. I love Deadlock, but I also know that there's a lot of limitations to it. I think the one thing to think about is Liquid loves to be, you know, very aggressive. They love to be unpredictable, and I think, you know, Deadlock is one of those agents where, like, for example, the Ascent comp with, you know, the double senti, like, in my opinion, the Deadlock makes the attack a lot stronger. You can punish and you can kind of take advantage of defenses that kind of become a little lackluster, right? And I think, you know, with the Waylay, I feel like there's so many ways you can be creative with this comp, even on the defensive side, to take space and be aggressive. And I think it does actually strengthen out the offense as long as their protocols are in sync. And I think that's the reason why, like, yes, there are a lot of things you can do with this comp.
They hit the gym while coaching? Nah, no chance.
They can be over time,
an hour you could spend every day doing something else.
Team-wise. You guys agree?
Agree.
I agree.
When's the Liquid game? Like the Deadlock hopefully.
Just to echo what Faded said about
like
the
now,
Deadlock on attack, I just picture in my mind the amount of jumping
maybe
around
a little
the
delay
with the ult and how much space you can take with them on attack, which isn't normal for the Sentinel role, so I do really like it.
Well, hopefully we see it, because this one's got everything. Playoffs hopes, elimination pressure, and two teams with something huge to prove. Let's send this down to the stage and bring out Team Liquid and MKOI.
You'll be even more popular if you go live on TikTok. Yeah, but the problem with that is you also attract all the Zoomers that have like a attention span of 10 seconds. And if I don't shout every 10 seconds, then they'll just start flaming people. And sometimes I think it's better to just have a chill chat than loads of people. Not the audience that I'm going for is the easiest thing to say. This guy's so old, yeah, pretty much. I just don't want a bunch of golds typing, man. Bunch of golds with dopamine addiction. It's not my target audience. Good thing I'm bronze. Yeah. Well, you see, you might be gold, but you might not have a dopamine addiction, so there also might be that as well.
They have to win
you never know.
Want a chance to make playoffs, and for Liquid,
Flow21, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 14 months. Thank you for that.
So once again, much like the first game, the map vetoes are going to be very, very important. Although for one team, Meg, the map pool is a bit stronger.
Oh, definitely.
Can you type if you're immortal with a dopamine addiction? Yeah, sure.
What shoes Flyer was wearing.
Let's see what you type.
I think he bought a new pair out. But yeah, of course, I mean, Team Liquid here are favoured in terms of the map vetoes. And we do see the Haven and the Pearl coming in.
Okay, MKOI, Lotus. This has been so hit or miss for them. Sometimes they look good, sometimes they get absolutely wracked. Liquid pick split. No one should be surprised by that. This is interesting. I don't think their icebox look good. Wait, MKOI must be up with this, right?
Think about how Liquid was with Lotus during kickoff, right? They were very, very scared of that map. They came in, I don't think that's too bad. And I'm pretty sure they built it on the fly. And they won, but it was still during Bangkok, one of their tough maps. I do think that MKOI probably has an idea of how they want to counter the aggression and punish. Because Liquid is probably going to be
MKOI's icebox didn't look too bad.
I think if MKOI
hey, there's actually a chance here.
A good game plan.
There is actually a chance here for MKOI.
If they can execute on the game plan,
I think they maybe got their two better maps.
Completely agree, and also we have to add something. MOVISTAR was the team that was
again though, their Lotus has been crazy hit or miss. But they also picked Lotus, so the Liquid just picked defense.
They could try to get something on this match.
Liquid? Yeah, I mean, I think they should 2-0, but if it gets to a third map, it'll be crazy close. I'd be tempted to say that MKOI may even look better on Icebox than Liquid did.
Going to bring us Okay.
Wait, Koi changed their comp.
Was the only player in the entire world in Tier 1 that plays Killjoy on
They go
Lotus.
real old
now,
school.
Soulcast is going to join him.
I mean, Alpha is a trendsetter.
Soulcast
And
Sentinel.
I think, you know, you can't deny that he found so much value with the Killjoy. And I really do hope that Soulcast can echo that today and find as much value for MOVISTAR KOI as a team.
Did you expect this, Fader? Did you like this?
Not really. Well, I didn't expect it. And granted, you know, we got punished by this comp fairly recently, so...
Yeah, this is the issue with picking this, though.
That,
like, you end up picking a map and then they get to stop defense with double Sentinel, so...
That are kind of not as popularized.
Koi probably need, like, 5 rounds, considering the map, I would say,
the strengths of this comp still exists.
Yeah.
I think it really comes down to... I'm very interested in how Koi's going to approach it, so...
Yeah, I can't wait to see this. Thank you so much, Fader, for joining us. We'll see you here next week. We've been backseat gaming this whole time, so let's send this down to the front line, over to Pansy and Mini.
Thank you so much. And yeah, look, Mini's told me he's going to be backseating this whole game. Just before we got here, a lot of pressure on Koi just because Mini is now going to be judging them parlously. No, I'm kidding. But how do you feel about this? Because we've got Liquid with a very creative comp coming in. Yep. We've already seen it look very good. Camo
That's what someone that has a dopamine addiction would say, Desp. That's all I'm saying to that.
Showed its validity. Brilliant. Cool. Tick of the box. Even the desk faded, saying
denying that it
to
exists.
this. You know, it has that versatility going forward. But Koi's gone for the switch up here, Mini. What do we make of this composition? It's one you're probably quite familiar with. You've seen this before.
Seen this one before.
Is it enough to light a fire under the team that desperately needs a positive result?
It's not the kind of comp you expect to be that kind of...
Okay, we got Liquid on defense, we got Koi on attack. We got nothing crazy for the buy. If Liquid win this match, they lock in playoffs and eliminate Koi.
Fight a little bit more and be a bit more proactive. And ultimately, their comp before just wasn't working for them. Liquid, on the other hand, they didn't get punished by Foot in that game. Those second layers didn't get exposed, so I like the fact that they're also coming to the table again with the same comp.
I think that's something we'd love to keep touching back
Okay, well, they're close
How
enough to see that the wall's down here. Do they group and break this, or are they just going to play super slow? I have no idea what Kiko's doing once B main's been taken. This is insanely bold. That is... I cannot believe they get it. I can't believe they've done that. I can't believe they've done that, and I can't believe they've come out on top of that.
Still gets the frag, and that's what he's been doing all season long.
Hatchtech running the safe tech of just walking up the drone silently. Does get dealt with, but 3 of them remaining.
A re-clear here with the Waylay.
Ooh, Camo, this is nice. It's actually Nats to claim onto Flyer.
Damn, at least they all did it together, all 3. This was insanely bold from Liquid. B control lost.
It was a surprising timing, but this is Waylay 101.
And then pushes here for them to do a BC default.
Taking the space back with that refract.
Guess you're always going to get a trade.
One of us is a professional here, and it is not me.
Maybe it's not as bad.
Now 1v4, and you can already see it. I think we saw on the X-ray for a second. Yeah, on the right.
That's the angle you would always see
hard
fast.
To get past for him. Has to face it. He does. Camo farming up nice and early, but Patatech, lovely support from him too. Nice to see that kind of collective effort going through this. Liquid going to claim the first hit, kicking things off well for themselves. As Koi, again, look, in some of their recent performances, those first map woes have been pretty rough for them. I think it's a very clear way to discuss it. I want to see these guys look... Oh my god, I've just seen one behind me. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey, what's happened?
Oh my good god.
I mean, I was glad I wasn't here last week for shenanigans.
Thanks, man.
But, yeah, that karma hit me.
Well,
last time I did a Q&A with chat, which was a bit risky, but I enjoy it.
We don't have
the audience. Yeah, we're not going to play noughts and crosses.
Me and you could just play noughts and crosses this time.
I don't think that's going to be the content that's going to get us the viewers. But hopefully we find out what the issue is.
I play a pretty good noughts and crosses, though.
Shut up. I bet you, yeah, I'm just you're just straight lying. Well, I feel like this is my fault. They're investigating, we don't know what. A mystery, perhaps. I'd like you to make a wild guess as to what's going on.
That Panda called the tech pause.
You reckon?
That's Panda, yeah.
Okay, classic. Big shout on that one. Bellyache, got it. I would say, I'm looking at which admins...
Is there a bug on this one? Don't think so.
Okay, it's the Koi side. But he's smiling. He's smiling.
How dare they smile during a tech pause?
Don't you dare be happy. If I'm miserable, so are you. We'll find out. Hopefully the little bit below us will keep us up to date as we go along. But chat, time to have a chat. Let's get into it. Now I can You know, I can be as parasocial as the others.
I could talk about the game.
No. Why would we do that?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Talking about the game, who do you think you are? If there is a couple of key points, though, do actually lead us into it, because we do have now time to actually yap for a bit. So I'll get some questions. You give us a talk about what we're seeing.
I just wanted to talk about that round we just saw.
Go
we saw that the deadlock was used on that rubble
Chat, give Pansy some questions just in case it is a long one.
And Koi should know that that is what
Honestly, there's an insanely good chance she'll read it.
Break it or kind of go back, and that was, I was going to say after, before we saw the tech pause, I was a little bit worried that maybe Koi didn't have the strongest game plan to deal with some of the stuff, and they're planting some seeds in my mind that I'm going to be looking forward to once this tech pause is over.
If it ever ends. Oh, hold on. Potential game issue.
There he is.
A potential game issue? Oh no.
He knows what he's done. People were theory crafting your height was apparently a reason.
My height?
Apparently.
That's just mean.
Okay, someone did ask which players / personalities are the best singers.
Singers
at like karaoke. Like
karaoke.
Boaster's a killer at it. He puts on a show.
It's not me.
Really? I was thinking Mariah Carey was next to us, but turned out.
I did Britney Spears.
Which song? Toxic?
Yeah,
of course. A little dance with it. Is
Whoa.
No, I was trying to book my flight at the same time.
Right.
Oh, Noodle, thank you so much.
Got it. I'd say
thank you for doing that. I appreciate that.
We did it with Paperex, and some of the Paperex.
Dude, you gave out 10, then 10 instantly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the 20 gifted. Do you mean to do that?
He could do everything.
You went for the 10, then 10. It was so fast. Thank you so much, Bowl Noodle. I appreciate the support, mate. Chat, you know what to do. Get that oil slug spam going. Thank you for the 20 gifted.
Heaven or hell? It is old.
I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Hell.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I know, it's a bit a mad one.
I don't think he actually has done it. He's not left his house enough to do anything to warrant
minimize his threat. But do you think that's also like he's watched Final Destination a couple of times, now he just fears leaving the house? You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Could be. There's a new Final Destination coming out. I was like, the new generation will be also traumatized. Every time I'm behind, like, you're on like a highway.
Thank you so much for doing that, Bowl Noodle. I appreciate you. And on the got gifted, Bowl Noodle 4. That's who you're at in. Say thank you.
No, really? Oh my gosh. Okay,
appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much.
We're getting closer to game start, so thank you for bearing with us here. How do the cables?
It was accidental? No way, dude.
Go away.
Dude, because I've never seen it come up with like 10 then 10.
Home in case of a tech pause. No, because I err on the side of optimism, and then when it goes wrong, I
thank you so much, Bowl Noodle.
Best of my possible.
I appreciate you, dude.
Someone from
I've been to Edinburgh, yeah.
Is 23 degrees
only
really already too hot for people
twice,
yes,
though.
Very pale.
I think.
I feel happy.
It's super nice, though.
Yes, because you went in the sunlight.
Yeah.
First time for everything.
It's weird. Hopefully this game
I just didn't go through and then they both did.
Dude,
that's devastating.
Best 5 stack.
Thank you so much. I mean, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
You're in. Yeah, you're locked in. You're absolutely first draft.
No problem. Just accept the double. Man, you're a hero. Bowl Noodle. Thank you so much, bro.
Bala
was good, right?
Yeah, Mike was very good.
Okay.
So that's at least 3. Do I have to be on it? I don't know if you want me on the team, but I'll put myself
I think you talk about your COD days as if, we got to get you on just to see.
Bowl, appreciate that, man.
I'm really
thank
good
you,
at talking trash as well. That
is a positive.
Yeah, absolute I-Series warrior coming through. But luckily we are back in game.
Okay.
So the questions and the interactions. You guys at home are a valued member of the talent now. So welcome on board. But we kind of highlighted a couple of those key
Just full eco on this one. Everyone from Liquid buying up. So every kill matters on this one. They want to go aggro, and it looks like Koi are going to wait and then punish as they go.
Just see how they deal with the rubble control that Team Liquid is going to do every single round. They're going to be fighting for this rubble control a lot with the deadlock and with the Omen sometimes.
Okay, good pathing.
What can Koi do against that?
And is this going to be like a prep thing, or is it
that's nice.
server kind of pick
that's nice.
For now, it's going the way we'd expect. Very clean from Liquid. They'll be happy. But as I said, is that something you'd lead in with as kind of theory crafting how you'd like to handle it, or is it something that you just can do live on the server? But
that's hard to
you're probably quite aware
deal with
against this comp, so surely you'd want to put a little bit into
Crayon GG with the tier 1. Thank you for the 4 months.
Specifically
Thank you
is
for
one
that.
of the few times where we'd actually load up the game and kind of go in the server together and kind of fight each other and see how it felt. Rarely we do that. Usually we just speak about it. But Rubble specifically, there's so much micro elements and like tiny little details that you need to kind of figure out.
We'll see if that does come in. This would be the wrap.
No. If I look behind me.
Another one? No way, dude. Pansy's crazy cast. It's actually insane.
Well.
Mini Titans, thank you so much. Thank you.
I curse it because I said it could
Appreciate the 5 gifted on top of that as well. Thank you, Mini Titans.
When did you
So you know what to do?
We've
We've got tech balls, nothing else to do here. Might as well get the Oiler Slug spam going. At Mini Titans with a Z, say thank you as well. Appreciate you doing that also, mate. Thank you.
This is a day.
Lie about what? What do you mean lie?
Oh, it's going to be 6 map a day. Like, and then when it isn't, you're like, oh, exciting, I can see sunlight.
Yeah, what a beautiful day to
be stuck in here with me.
Even the panda's depressed. The pain behind the eyes.
Tech Pause Panda. Can we get a mascot for it that isn't me and Mike? You know what I mean? For like the Tech Pauses.
But it is just, I think it's, oh, I see.
Yeah, because like, obviously they got like the panda.
But if you're casted and it's...
Nah, not tomorrow's feeds, but maybe a little bit later.
I mean, maybe I should.
Wait, what's the goal of this?
Well, just because I feel like I want, you know, a little mascot for the Tech Pauses. Someone to blame, someone to, you know, bring out.
Like a stress ball almost. Are you going to beat up your own plushie?
I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah, absolutely. Actually would be the case. Hopefully, I do feel like this might be a reoccurring issue, but once I get the nod from production, I think we are there. We're actually going to head over to
Qualifying games, yeah, we'll be able to watch them.
So we're going to throw it over to that and hopefully get a couple of seconds on our side, and they'll be ready.
This is how you know it's bad.
Welcome back. It's been a while since we last caught up, and with some pretty hefty changes to the map pool and another agent added into the mix, it's time to get you up to date with everything that is currently going on within the meta.
To start with, our map pool has changed. Bind and Abyss have sadly been taken out of rotation. In their place, we welcome back Ascent and Icebox.
Sadly,
For the most
Icebox.
part, we've seen minimal changes to the maps themselves. But for all you B main wall bangers, I have some bad news.
The main difference, however, is how the maps are being played. Both maps have cult classic compositions, however recently we have seen a lot of teams coming in with fresh ideas. On Icebox, this variety has spiced up the map to a new degree. Last episode's focal point Teo has had massive impact with every single team on week 1 running the agent. With impressive plant denial on defense and the same in post plants on attack, it's really not a surprise. A little more surprising is the other agents being picked.
Clove, even after the nerf that we'll talk about a little bit later, was picked up by BBL, and more impressively, we even saw some waylay on waylay action.
But like Bind is such a fun map. The Bind was Bind's been really fun.
Fantastic usage of Deadlock with
It's a shame it
shining star in his matchup versus
it's a shame it went out.
Where he gave us a perfect display.
Dude, Icebox for
on how the
Sunset
gravity
would be
net
awesome.
Becoming a signature ability can be used alongside a huge depth of different setups.
As I am sure you're all aware, Waylay was released just after Masters Bangkok, and it has to be said, the reviews from across the scene are incredibly mixed.
You missed Sunset? I
This
mean, it's only
ranges
like a
from
month
Jorgo
away now.
calling her the new Jet,
Bit
to
over.
some saying she may even be the worst agent in the game.
She excels a lot on shorten the distance. You're gonna see her in that situation.
I don't think it's bad as op. I think you can play solo op. Like, I feel like it's easy.
In my opinion, it's definitely not the Jet killer or like the better Jet, because Jet's just a better op agent.
This, however, didn't stop our EMEA superstars from trying her out in week 1, with appearances on Icebox
I think
and
Breeze
Ascent.
is coming back.
It is safe to say,
Maybe like
however,
after
that the
champs or something.
impact was limited,
Might be here for the
with
off
Mini
season and then they take it
displaying
away.
some of the most
They're just for ranked
interesting
only.
usage
That'd be
in
good.
this clip on Ascent. Immediately using the saturate and then diving in towards.
Her ultimate, Convergence Path, also seems
Real
to have
question
some
is,
pretty
when are we meant to be
decent
getting a
value,
new map?
with a very large area being
Because
covered. However, what we expected
I'm
to
pretty
be
sure we
Waylay's
should have had
most
a new
impactful
map
ability, her Refract,
for
actually
the Fast
ended up as a
Masters.
lot more of a risk,
We didn't get one
especially
for the
when up
Fast
against someone
Masters,
as competent
which
as
means we
Ford.
should be getting one when Toronto's on. But they've already announced the map pool,
Back at kickoff, we were raving
So-
about the introduction of Teo.
and they didn't say
with
that it's a
questions
new
of
map.
how impactful this agent can really be. Well, with extra time and a lot of work done by teams that didn't attend
And they did say
Masters
beginning of the
Bangkok,
year they were going to
it seems
sync
we were
ranked
right
up
to be
with
excited.
Tejo has a 50% play rate in the
We're
first
pro
few
playing,
weeks,
but
making him the second most played agent so far.
who knows?
And it's no surprise when you look at the combinations of utility possible alongside his
They
kit.
did say earlier that
Breach
every map
and
rotation would
Yoru's
be
play
2
rate
maps.
have
Oh,
also
really?
increased,
So
with the
maybe
potential for a lot of extra
something else
information
goes
combined
out and
with
new map
flashes,
comes in.
stuns, and salvos. It makes a
The problem is,
deadly
I
combo
just feel like
for
they say
anyone to
stuff
deal
and
with.
then a week later
Another agent on the rise is VIT,
they do the
with
opposite
her
of what they
wall
said.
and vines causing mash issues for teams while entering onto the site. Many are calling her the best delay in the game right now, and honestly, I can see why. Entering a setup like this must be a nightmare. With these changes, it does, however, mean we have seen the drop-off in some of our historically most popular agents.
What was
This
the
has
last
to be
map
the
we got
lowest
of
play
this?
rate
Yeah.
we have ever had
The new
for
map is
Killjoy
being
in the
announced at
current
Toronto.
meta. These
Okay,
have
so then
been
if that
some of the major
happens,
updates within the game. But just in
and then
case
they
you
said they're
missed
going to
anything
change
else
2
from
maps
the
each
patch
time,
notes,
and they
here's
said that
Mitch
they're
with a
going to
speedrun of the other
make sure that
changes.
ranked and
Close
pro
metal
play
has
is
changed.
like
Their smokes recharge slower,
in sync.
and they have a longer
Then we should be
health
losing
buff,
another
but
map.
less of a speed boost. Deadlock's barrier mesh is no longer a signature ability and has been
But
replaced
what goes
with
out to
Crack
make
which
way
now
for the
has
new
a
map?
40-second cooldown, although it is slightly smaller than before. ISO can only have 1 undercut, but it now suppresses enemies alongside vulnerability. And you'll also now get more of a movement tag when you're shot with double tap active.
Haven?
Tejo's guided salvo now does 50% damage to
Might
utility
actually be Haven.
rather than
Fracture?
the
Fracture's gone
100% that it
anyway.
was at
Fracture's
kickoff.
out for
Chaos Flash now
Sunset.
pops 0.8 seconds after bouncing off the surface, with a unique wind-up sound cue. Underhand flashes last longer, and there's a neat new minimap icon to help you track his flash in flight. Yoru's fake out cost went from 100 to 200, and Vice saw a big nerf with a razor
If they
vines
add a
and
free
wall
site
now
map
lasting
and then
3
Haven.
and 2 seconds less respectively.
Dude, I would be down for a free site map though. They are the better. They're normally the better ones in this game.
With playoffs fast approaching, we are still seeing a mass amount of clever adaptations.
Just because they have
With
to have more
Fnatic
forward
still
about like
running
middle.
old faithful comps on Lotus and the Turkish jet as prominent as ever, it truly is blast times in VCT EMEA with seemingly unlimited options for teams to choose from.
For all the action, make sure to check out VCT EMEA on socials, and we'll catch you this week.
Why so long tech pause? Dude, pansy.
Beautifully said
Oh, boy.
there, Mitch and Tom. But of course, we
Not
are in the
even to
middle
the
of a tech
casters.
pause. League officials are currently investigating a potential game issue. We will keep you updated, and also the ticker. How nice is that? How nice is it that we have that little tech pause thing down here? I love it.
I do
Other
love it.
regions don't have it. We're the best.
Yeah, I'm nosy, so I like to know what's going on.
Me too. I like to know what's
The
going on as well.
Desperate,
And
yeah,
it's
what did he
almost
say?
like
4
Mitch and
hours,
Tom
48
knew
minutes?
what was going on, because they said in that video at the very end that teams, well, the only team, Fnatic, have kept to their old Lotus comp. They just don't like to change anything. And then we've got Koi over here, Uli taking a page out of their book.
Yeah, they're just swapping the composition. Even though they were playing with a double sentinel, they move into something much more aggressive. We are talking about we want much more confidence. If you want confidence, you have to have someone to play on a potential role like is Raze, trying to fight up, fighting for rubble, trying to get everything, and also playing with information, because something that they lack when they were playing against Karmine Corp on this map is playing with any info. I mean, they were just playing defensive, passive, and nothing else.
Yeah, I sometimes think there's a lot of pressure when you have these new agent releases to kind of play into the new meta, be the first people to try something, play something really cool and different, but sometimes if it ain't broke, don't
League
fix
officials
it.
are
And I
now
think Fnatic have
restarting
kind
the
of,
game. Clients,
shown that
multiple,
you don't
all
need
of
to be
them.
necessarily playing all of these new agents and following the meta to actually win games.
And I love the way that they've all spoke about this, right? Alpha was saying, Lotus is not that complicated. Just play the game, I think is exactly
Getting
what
ready
he said.
checks? Well, that's
And
fast.
but this Killjoy, once upon a time, this is like, of course, there's a Killjoy. You guys spoke about the Sentinel already. How exciting. We got 3 different Sentinels on the server. Don't see that every day. But now this, all of a sudden, Meg, is weird. You know, this Killjoy pick is all of a sudden out of meta, but there's a reason why that this comp works so wonderfully.
I don't think so,
especially on defense,
Began.
right? When you want to go see having all the Killjoy stuff there,
It must have been, though.
the
I wasn't
easiest way
fully
to get
looking
on
out for it.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that we saw Soulcast actually playing
Getting it
a
soon
different
from the
Sentinel
Observer,
previously,
like
and
that.
he was
Thank
quite
you, Zoph.
back. He was set back, and he wasn't sort of fighting for the site, and he didn't have enough utility to hold off those pushes. So yeah, I like that.
Well, I can't wait to see what he's going
That's
to do,
true.
because we're getting back into game. Pansy promised no more tech pauses.
I feel like that was a lie, but you know what, we'll take it. Also, big news, breaking news. Mini doesn't think he's Ginger, which is wild to me. I was like, oh, there's a lot of gingers on the broadcast.
I didn't go grey, I just went more ginger when I coached. Before coaching, I was...
true, you were like, yeah.
You know, a normal human.
A normie. Now the soul's gone.
Ginger.
Yeah, the soul left with Fnatic. I assume we're going through like the last rounds of ready checks, just getting everything sorted, and then we're diving into game. I can already see the countdown on my screen, which you will now see. Now, there we are. So hopefully all good to go.
Okay, a little reminder.
As we go forward, but
the
bonus
clean
here
eco.
coming into play. If you missed it, you didn't miss much. 2 rounds to Liquid, and they looked very, very robust in it. This composition still looking
Okay,
solid.
aggro over towards A. This time we see a bit of a change up.
As how they want to approach it.
We don't have the instant
They're
grav now.
listening for that control, and then immediately pivoted towards BC side of the map. At least they're understanding. Reclear here, though.
Pico taking a real risk on that one. Filu's going to punish him on the little bit of a glance.
Still kind of like the idea. You grab net over towards here so that you can't properly trade the peak.
A lot more behind that.
Yeah, I want Koi to now
The only thing that could have been added on that is like the stun.
Use this Viper wall and make sure
Stun would have been nice here.
Team Liquid
Once the drone confirms one, stun on top.
I'd love to see them try and go through that information game, right? Get those protocols right, go through that really robust list.
Okay, Koi know they create pressure over towards B. I like this from Liquid. They wait until like the 50-second mark, they put the wall down so they don't have to worry about B, and now they can heavy rotate wherever they hear sound. They got 1 kill trip, they're playing heavy over towards water.
Gonna have all the time in the world to sub for this post plant.
Yeah. Liquid will be here quite quickly though, you noticed
Plus we got the grab net again already.
A quick rotation through CT from 2 of them. Stall coming in as well, gonna deny the, I assume, plant on the first attempt of things. I'm curious to see what the next layers to this are. You've still got Camo sitting pretty with his utility.
Holy, there goes the spike, 20 seconds.
No pressure towards
Shados might have to fade eye here and go aggro.
So Nats, oh, look at this.
Oh,
Cam
look
as
at
well.
this.
That is tasty, isn't it? Yeah, Camo gonna find Flyer. And they're gonna try and take the fight forward. 10 seconds, they kind of
Damn, dude, they have anti for their aggro Viper. That's so smart. Okay.
This is a nightmare come true.
Okay.
Feels down so low already.
Let's wait for the round fast.
Boombot there, maybe a little bit of a kit to play with.
So on Plat Chat, I was talking about Liquid being insane in the like 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds.
To be honest, I caught it completely
And this is what I'm talking about. We get into the 3rd round, bonus round, and they look at how Koi like to play. They probably put the smoke down a lot in the after plan, and they have a camera that sees on top to enable. Like, it's so good. Like, they're so good with like just little micro details in the anti. It's always fun when they win the pistol because the bonus round's always awesome.
It really does. Got to say though, love the cam. That was
Yeah, the cam's
there. I
sick.
mean, it's Nats, right? The guy is legendary in the role, but nice seeing that there, just kind of keeping the information flowing of when we commit, when we don't, just kept that nice balancing act.
Completely new to me, to be honest.
Oh.
We do 1 round and then...
Yeah, just then we get to really break it down. This is the analysis dream.
Well.
This is it.
This is what I live for.
Yeah, stay with us, guys. Stay with us. I mean, no one's happy about this. Obviously, they'll be trying to fix it up as soon as we can. But we can kind of talk about what we've seen so far. And let's kind of then roll it back to what we were discussing coming into this as well.
Shows the round again.
When we were talking about Koi, we want to see them come in with a couple of ideas, be up to date on how they were approaching this map, especially against this composition. Maybe taking a couple of lessons away from those, that Foot series that Liquid played, right? You've got recent tape here, same comp. How do they then manage to maybe get into it a bit?
The problem, though, is I kind of highlighted this, that Foot never got past that initial layer from Team Liquid. They never actually had to go into these deeper setups. And immediately we see that Team Liquid have some spice on those deeper setups that Koi probably couldn't prepare around. At least from what I remember, I didn't remember seeing a cam and a spam. I didn't see that in my prep.
I mean, that was anti though.
It's nice to see that Team Liquid are bringing, like, because for Team Liquid, they are the team in EMEA that's played the most amount of maps.
Yes.
They have the most amount of footage on them, and to see them go to those global events and come back and still have the time to kind of pivot how they're playing, even between series, it's a strength of Team Liquid.
It's huge. It's a little bit underestimated, I guess, by most. But I think for us, because we see such
This is a whole different meaning to round by round.
They'll have that one big event.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Either bring out something a little bit quirky, a little bit different that hasn't had
10-minute tech pause after every single round.
They hit, the European leagues or any other leagues after it, and everyone knows what you've been doing. It's always been the kind of curse of whoever wins. Everyone's seen what you've got. If you do deep runs in tournaments, everyone's seen it. So it's nice to see that there's still layers to this, right? Nice little kind of finishing touches that we're seeing as we go on for Liquid. This is only 3 rounds. You know, it's still very early days, but we saw that nice little adjustment on that C site. Beautiful, tick in the box. But for Koi, I do want to see them start problem solving here as well. Start them, you know, getting into this, because I can see it just to give you the run through. Shadows flying, you know, yet to get off the starting block, sat on 0 so far. Soulcast with 1 and Filu with 3. And it's not a massive point, but you've got a cold start here too. You're not feeling warmed into the game. You kind of need some of those rounds to just get feeling like you're warmed
EMEA,
into it.
yeah, they're having a bit of a
hot
shocker.
building.
Last week we saw a 2-0, 2-0, and we somehow still had like a 7-hour broadcast.
Level of expectation, because we were talking about it earlier. I'm yapping, by the way, folks. If you do want to make a cup of tea, now's the time. Get a Red Bull, get whatever you fancy. Now would be the time. I will be yapping for a second longer. We will go back to questions in a moment. But I was kind of discussing the pound for pound with other teams who are sitting either on that 0-3 or towards the lower end of, at least, let's say, the groups. And I was kind of looking at APEKS, they've claimed a couple map wins here and there, but yet to really put their names on the board. Obviously a rough result for them today, but they looked competitive in moments more than I felt Koi have. And I hold Koi to a higher standard when I looked at them, right? If you look on paper at this team, you look at the Sun Part.
What is this game issue that might have occurred 3 times?
But they should be picking up maps here and there, looking a little bit fired up.
Or is
I'm
it
worried
just
they're just capitulating a bit here, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think some people had them as a potential dark horse team because I think a lot of it to do with their coaching staff. Their coaching staff was brought in,
Koi lost the round, yeah.
Promoted last year in Vitality and got them to champs.
And
did a good job.
Really impressive.
And I think that people thought that them coming to Koi would ignite something, create a system around it, and it just has fallen a little bit flat, like on multiple fronts, in my opinion. So for me, I'm the same. I hold them to a higher standard than APEKS, but yeah, it's not
pretty so far. And I feel like this game isn't going to go much better for them going forward.
I want to see that passion that the Koi fans have and that passion that their content creators have. Uli's on the desk, giving it his all.
In the jersey.
Like, I want to see that. Like, they can lose today, but if I see a bit of fire from them today, that would be what I'd be okay. That's nice. I don't want to see them feel sorry for themselves.
That is, and it's something that it's weird to quantify, obviously, right? You can't see it on a scoreboard, you can't see it in those sort of things, but there is something to be said about, you know, if
the Odin use
going down swinging.
Yeah, the Odin use is a lot less these
Liquid
days.
so far have had absolute free reign. They felt
just,
comfortable.
I mean, Ascent, it got
yet. I think it's
huge
very
enough.
good. Again, 3 rounds.
Lotus is like the most common now.
But I'd like
it's
to
still
see
those 2
what
maps
Koi
where you
can
see it the most,
do
unless you got like Art from DFM, he pretty much uses an Odin 60% of the time, if you can.
They're sick of me. They've had enough. Where's Brennan Sideshow? I miss Plat Chat. That's what, you know, like it's happening. I don't know,
What's that supposed to be?
Chat. That's my impression of chat.
Ah, that's what you guys sound like?
That's like either Reddit, VLR comments, all in one.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. I didn't realize you guys sound like that.
Yeah, it helps me when I'm deeply depressed. But because of that, we'll give you a break from me because you'll be hearing enough from us probably once this gets started. We're going to go to the desk who are standing by, so thank you, and let's head over to them.
If it helps, Pansy, I have never once in my life wanted Plat Chat over you, so I got you. And also, I think she's right. In these moments, she gets a lot of slack. So I propose that we start beefing with Mini. Now, I have a couple of things I want to get onto here. I'll come to you in a second. First of all, earlier he said it's his fault that this is happening because he said it's going to be a really quick day. And Lauren is like, who did you say that to? The makeup people. The makeup people, they have names. They make us look beautiful every day, Mini. Learn some names. I have more things on my list, but what about you, Meg? What's on your list?
I just want to say that Mini literally looks like the Ed Sheeran of Valorant. Like, that man is
he's not ginger.
He is ginger and in denial, and I think you just have to accept that it is what it is, Mini, and that being ginger is sometimes a great thing, and it's in fashion right now. There's never a better time to be ginger. Yeah. Embrace it.
Uli, you got beef with Mini?
No, why should I beef Mini? He says something good about me.
Oh, come on.
I love you, Mini, but next time you're talking bad about Ko, I'm going for you.
Oh, he's always talking bad about Koi. Yeah, he's out here.
He is most teams, to be fair. I feel like he's got beef with
every single team.
I can't believe you're not
he only
beef
talks
him.
good about teams he's coaching.
Oh, so just
even
the one.
then, I'm
just
like
the one. I see you have a Koi shirt.
Yes.
I would like to match you. Sorry, Meg, you're a bit left out.
It's okay.
But Soulcast kindly gave me one of his jerseys before this game.
Thank you. You're such a gen.
So I've got the Soulcast jersey. Does this now make me all of a sudden really good at lineups? Oh wow, yeah, it looks good now. I like it.
Now you can play Killjoy.
I'm a Killjoy main already. I can play Vice.
I play
now
with
I can
you.
play Vice.
Killjoy with an Odin.
Yeah, are you an Ode in or an Ode out?
Ode out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's only used in tilting like situations, and it always does just that.
I am an Ode in. Uli, what about you?
As someone has played a lot with Mitch, all in out, please.
So you're an Ode out?
Because of Mitch.
Look at Mitch. He's going to be on the TP of Pine, shooting around every single round, not making nothing.
I will say that I think my Odin is better than Mitch's. I just want to...
But that's easy.
Yeah, and I want to say that one time I went 3-3 against Dirtgate.
My dream segment? Yeah, we didn't spend too long on Flaming Mini.
His history. But let's talk about something that we can...
Could have done with that being 10 times longer.
We have no beef with. Pure admiration, of course. It is Cats. Kiko and Nats. We had Blore earlier. We have Cats now. Meg, are you part of the Cats Nation?
I am, because I feel like they've really stuck together, you know, because obviously they were together on Team Liquid last year. Wasn't a great year for them. I'm kind of labeling it as their warm-up year, which I think they would probably do the same, because now they've already made an international event. It's already looking better, but I feel like just the synergy that they have, you know, I think is definitely one.
How long is this recording? How long have we been?
I'm saying, you know,
Dude,
a lot.
30 minutes. We're averaging around every 10 minutes.
Witnessed in many situations, Kiko and Nats coming to life on
great.
certain maps, but yeah, they are just an unbelievable little duo.
I like them so much. After 1 year...
Part of the Cats Nation?
Yeah, Cats Nation, obviously.
Yes,
I mean,
let's go, Uli.
After 1 year, they've been playing together. It's amazing how many synergy they have evolved. But for me, the most important thing is how Kiko, after role swapping, is shining the most. He's one of the best players from VCT EMEA right now. I mean, is there any other player? Maybe Goods. Goods could be, but Goods is also playing sometimes duelists like him. Is there any other player that is not playing a duelist that has the top stats of the competition? I think must be Kiko and Goods.
Yeah, I agree.
Like you could make and eat your dinner by the time we're back. May go for it.
You're
right.
Oh, it's getting derailed. We're getting... Damn, I didn't expect you.
That was good.
Uli, you're welcome back every single week just for that. I guess
we're champions.
Maybe we talk about the first couple rounds just briefly, because Mini was mentioning there, who by the way we still have beef with, that Liquid have already brought out some new things that we didn't see before. Where do we sit on this? You know, constantly having to reinvent, constantly having to have a deeper strat book, because of course once we get to Toronto, they're gonna have to do even more. And they have to keep up with this and go to champs and so on and so forth. It's great if they can do that. Yep. But Uli, sometimes we've seen teams, you know, towards the end of the year that they might really kind of run out of steam.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest issue, the biggest problem is that there is too many teams that focus into just performing into some strats, micro, something that they've been practicing. I think the most important thing is to have players that are smart enough, that they're playing enough and know every single micro that they can play with their teammates and try to sometimes play around it. It's not only that, okay, I knew that this pistol rounds is gonna work. Sometimes you have to be smart and just to play with it. And Team Liquid has, I mean, Kiko is a smart player, Nats is a smart player. Every single one of them is someone that can just be improvising sometimes and come with something new. And that's the most important thing, because you cannot have always your coach saying,
I mean, I feel like they always have new stuff.
I mean, that's too much. They must be smart.
Yeah, I have to say, I think they're not intentionally doing new things, because I think that would maybe be a bit silly right now. I don't think this is the time that they need to be pulling all of these new things out of the bag. Maybe it's happening accidentally, a little happy accident, but we're already also seeing the repeats of, you know, what we mentioned earlier with the deadlock, you know, taking the A main with the Vice wall, popping down.
Chaos sleeps 4 hours a day, it's very intentional, yeah.
Chaos ensues.
He's a bit of a
yeah,
beast.
I do think that you do have to save some of your strats here for the games later on in the stages and into playoffs. I think you have to really pick and choose.
I mean, if you have an endless amount of little things, and they play comps where they can have multiple setups.
It's a meme.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
it's a funny meme. It's a funny meme.
It's a funny meme. It's a funny meme.
Well, it's a little bit toxic, right? A wee bit toxic.
I like to bring, whenever Fnatic lose, I'm like, oh, we're saving strats.
At least you said it, Bacon.
Holy. But I do honestly think, like, Team Liquid now, especially after their performance on Lotus last week, and unfortunately with the way that MOVISTAR KOI have played stage 1, I don't think that they need to do anything too jazzy here. So again, I think they're happy accidents, and they are gonna hopefully
save the strats.
Those.
The strats are being saved. Yeah. Let's take a look at the pistol round. We have time.
Yeah, might as well watch the 3 rounds.
In case you guys missed this, in case you just tuned in and wanted to see what's up here, we do have a pistol. You're a caster, Uli.
Oh.
You want to do some casting?
Let's see. Okay, I can try my best.
Yeah, hit me.
Let's see. Flyu now is stunning. The first wall is coming out. It's
Wait,
gonna
can
be
you
hard.
do it in Spanish? Because I think it will be amazing.
Obviously.
Please
Vamos
do
a
it in
ver cómo lo
Spanish.
quiere hacer ahora. Filu, que está preparado. Va a tocar rápidamente la puerta. Estamos viendo ya la rotación inminente por parte del conjunto de Movistar KOI. Oh, Wanter en ángulo corto, rápido la apertura. Filu que golpea la primera, pero Patite junto con Kiko consiguen unas kills muy importantes. Es una situación de 4 para 3. All the advantage is gone right now. It's Movistar KOI just holding up, trying to get into C, but it's going to be really hard. They seem to try it, but it's not going to be easy because right now, Cypher, Tejo, and also is Waylay holding for it. It's gonna be a swinging. What a first one for Nuts. Ahora vemos ya directamente cómo sale Patite para hitear con la segunda. Solo queda Shadows con vida. Y lo siento mucho, pero nuestro neurocirujano en un 1 para 3 o 1 para 4 lo tiene completamente imposible. There is no chance for him.
Vale.
Absolutely no idea what you said, but I laughed every single second.
But don't you call him? You don't say Shados in Spain.
Yeah,
you call him,
Shadows.
don't you government name these players? You call them by their government names.
Well, we call him Shadows, but sometimes we call him also Bogdan.
Yeah, his name is Bogdan. Yeah.
Bogdan is his name.
Yeah.
I mean, Spanish casters like to use a lot of their names, and
can you
some of them
give
are
me
amazing.
so personal? My favorite is when you say Durka's name. I get
Nikita Sirmitev.
It's so good.
It's freaking amazing.
But in like a hype moment, I'm like, oh, like is
And
it?
also Nikita Sherenichenko.
Yeah,
Is another one.
I
That's
just
why I think
started sweating whilst you were doing that because I was like, this is genuinely the best moment of my
It's
entire life.
so hype. It is unbelievably hype. And that, you know, Mini could never.
No.
Mini could actually
No, Mini
never.
could never do it. Because Mini doesn't even speak Spanish.
Oh, that's
Mini,
true.
you want some classes?
That
I can
is
give you
true.
some lessons.
I think we should do that. I think we should all ourselves collectively educate ourselves on. I could do a Quattroca.
Yeah, you can do it. Okay, give me your best 4K.
Yeah, but all the Spanish I know are really, really rude.
But only
as you know.
Yeah.
They're all swear words.
That's not my bad. Meat is my bad. You are
Oh,
not
yeah.
my bad.
Oh, I could whip out a ballet. I could do a ballet. How's your Spanish?
Pretty awful. I'm not gonna. My French is my sort of best second language, but you know, Brits, us as Brits, we don't tend to make too much effort learning other languages.
We're ignorant.
We're so entitled that we're like everybody else speaks our language, so pretty much it's kind of awful. Although I do know some from Dora back in the day, maybe a bit here and there from. Dora?
Dora la Exploradora.
Oh, I thought you were like my maid Dora. Like you should just. Oh, like what are you talking about?
What
Oh
did you
my
learn from
goodness.
Dora? Where her map is, where her backpack is.
In Spanish.
This is turning to a Spanish lesson. I mean, Koi are playing. You know, we could keep this relevant.
It could be.
It's back to another tech pause. Killers, we had one extra round, mate.
Today, unfortunately, but if we were to go in the crowd and cheer for Koi, Uli, what do we say? Do they have chance? Do they have like?
What's the time?
I mean, they have plenty of
35 minutes, 3 maps, 3 rounds even.
It's hard for them because everything. I mean, they don't have anyone that is easy to learn.
Oh, no. Are they rude? Are they swear words?
No, they have a lot of songs. I mean, don't you hear them? Every single.
I've heard them, but I don't know what they're saying.
2 weeks ago, no, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They were amazing. It was. There is a lot of them.
On the bus, they came on the bus. Yeah. Oh no, they came from Malaga. They came from Malaga or something
Madrid
like that.
to Mallorca,
Oh, Mallorca, you were right. Yeah,
Berlin,
Mallorca.
because it was cheaper.
Can I offer one up as a new one? I've just thought of it in my head.
Oh Lord, here we go.
And it's
In
giving
Spanish?
it's giving like someone in the UK
I'm
in
Jenny
a
the
football
judge.
station.
What
Stadium.
do we think about Koi? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Koi, come on the boys. Koi, come on the boys.
Can we get a single on this? I feel like we didn't. Yeah, go again. Do it one more time.
Koi, come on the boys. Koi, come on the boys.
I did it.
Oh my
Everyone is cheering for Koi right now.
You know that it's an extended tech pause when we're bringing out the shenanigans. Which, by the way, I can tell you guys, it is a bit of an extended tech pause. It's only 8 p.m. Usually we don't start singing until like midnight. So I think we are ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we're getting closer to this.
Fun. Should we have a little bit more fun?
See what happens in 5 minutes time.
I do. I do.
like it.
So if you look underneath your desks.
Oh.
Oh, they got props.
Oh my goodness, what is this? Sorry, there's a lot of LEC stuff going on. down here.
This one?
Oh, here we go. I got it. I got it. So you
both.
have a red flag and a green flag,
Yeah?
of course, as you can see. And then I'm going to give you some statements. And I
The
want you
game
to tell
prepped,
me
yeah,
if
that's how
you
often
think
attack
it's a
poses
red
are these
flag
days.
or a green flag.
Okay.
Okay. Or I mean, maybe neither, but you can waive it whatever you think it applies. Let's start with a nice and easy one, which is having no comms in ranked, as in, you know, the guys at the little like,
Honestly,
you know, the little
these days I think I prefer
they don't even have that. They can't
I think I
hear you
prefer a
and you
no
can't hear
comms
them.
than a
They're
comms.
completely mute.
They're completely mute. A red flag? It's not as passionate of a wave as before.
The passionate wave
Means
for
they're
when
not
people
gonna
have
flame.
comms on and they choose not to use it. I think sometimes you have to lock in for yourself, and maybe switching off comms is a good thing. But if you have it on and you're listening to what I'm saying, and then you're not responding or doing
that's
anything,
worse. That's worse.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
if you're just taking a time out for yourself, then I'm like, still a red flag.
I'm in between. I mean, to be honest, I think it's a red flag. I like to come. I like the people who's playing with me is communicating, but I can understand that not every
Today we gotta
single
beat
person
the
is the same.
Pacific
Some of them
record.
maybe are shy, they don't want to communicate.
Surely
or maybe
not.
they had a bad experience on the last game.
40
and
minutes.
They just want to focus on the game and play.
We got
If
5
they
hours
communicate
20
at
to
least
go.
through pings or maybe typing, green flag. If you're not making any communication and you refuse to communicate and you refuse to play with your team, red flag. This is
See the
it.
giant
Play.
X tweak? Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. I don't know enough about the other two guys they picked up to
Telling
even
your teammates that you
really
can
know
play
how I feel about it.
smokes and then instantly locking in Clove.
Saying
Is
I
that
can't
a
do that.
red flag or a green flag? Any map.
I'm gonna annoy some people here because I know that there are a lot of Clove haters out there. But first of all, I love them. Second of all, I play them. So
yeah. So yeah, green flag. Green flag. All right.
So I
Uli,
want
you were
info.
with
What have you
red
got for me,
here.
Bacan?
As an Omen player, Omen main from the alpha.
Okay, flag.
I'm sorry, if you're taking my role in any map and playing only Clove, and maybe some map we need a Viper, or even we need an Omen, or Brimstone.
I think I say red flag just because if you tell
Oh,
your
you have
team,
info? You trialed them both?
You can play
and you
anything.
insta-lock
So wait, you
Clove,
trialed them both
you
but
can't
didn't
play
pick them
slow.
up, so
You can't
I'm
play
guessing
you
it didn't go great.
If you just lock in Clove without saying that, I'm like, that's fine, boo, you do you. But if you say to me...
I can play smokes, I play jet.
Because I can play smokes.
No,
so if
listen,
you're telling me you can play smokes, I'm going to give up my role for you. And you're
Well,
going
then
to
if Smokes is your creme de la creme of agents,
It's not, but I
then
can do
lock
it.
them in straight away. I have to say
I'm not
because
about
for
that.
me,
not to the insta-locks.
No.
To insta-locks.
Listen,
You're insta-locker.
Let me change your mind. Let me change your
It's
mind.
an
I'm not an
insta-locker.
insta-locker. I'm not. I'm
Coy.
Come on.
Coy.
Please let me explain.
Yeah, you explain.
Okay, this is for all my Clove enjoyers out there. I've got your back, okay? Because I think sometimes you have to play selfishly, especially in ranks, I would say below Immortal. You will have people lock in Reyna, and you will have people lock in Jet.
Yeah,
and
but
they
Reyna's
just play
incredible
for
in ranked.
themselves. So if you have an instance like that where you have people locking in, no, they're not giving any indication that they're going to com, I will pick Clove because I'm like, I at least want to be able to facilitate my own plays and be aggressive if they're going to do that. I will go Omen or a different Smokes player if
Not if they're
talking
bot
and I wanna
fragging,
help,
that's true.
sort of help them get onto sites and play controller properly.
Okay.
That's my piece.
Still red flag.
Reyna player.
Still
Red flag.
Do you know what is a green
Dude,
flag?
they hate all of the
Is
agents that are
getting
good
an
in
update
ranked.
on what's happening with our game. So I can tell you guys
Okay.
that league officials have confirmed we are experiencing a server issue. Due
Oh,
to this,
no.
they have made the decision to move the game to a different server. Thank you guys very much for your patience while we set this up and get back to the game. And meanwhile,
Oh
feel free,
boy,
Alan,
wait,
to
how
play
long does
along
that
with us.
take?
I know Sliggy, you're watching. I don't know who else is watching. Maybe we've got maybe we have Melange.
I think Sergio Ferrer is watching us for sure.
Oh, Sergio, doesn't he have to watch a Spanish stream?
Yeah, but for the analyst.
Okay, hi,
I mean,
Sergio.
I'm Spanish. He's looking at me.
All right,
Now.
F
Sergio, I love you.
Sergio.
Also, Mafra.
So what do they have to do?
Okay, let's carry on. I want you
Because
guys in
as
chat
soon as you
as well
change the
to
server,
play
you don't
along.
have the
So,
round
bringing this to
rollback.
VCT,
Do they have to play like the
watching
first
VCT
3
and
rounds,
feeling
kill for
like,
kill, how they played
that
out?
Pansy is your favorite caster.
I think so.
I think that's a huge red flag. I think I'm
Hold on.
I'm just asking you questions about my personal
Like,
opinion.
this might be
It's not
another
even
20
like
minutes.
But I
legit
like them
opinion.
all.
Yeah, I like them all.
But Pansy's left. Yeah.
I mean, Pansy is unique. I mean, Pansy is one of the best on every single game she did.
Yeah, but she gets nerfed by being with Mini, so like that's how much she has to go through.
That's true. Red flag. I mean,
she has to go through that much, you know. She has to go through that much. And when it comes
have we won an event?
Other things
I mean, it depends what you class as that. In terms of Masters, no, we've only come third at Masters.
Not in ranked.
Events at the beginning, we won loads.
Play, not in ranked.
And we won home grounds.
That's it. VCT a green flag or a red flag?
I love.
Okay.
But at the beginning of the game, we won 14 in a row, I think.
I just think they're really fun, and I don't
if that counts, we were beating people that didn't know how to play the game, but technically it's a win.
You know what I mean? Like,
not even a Masters, that's true. LCQ? LCQ doesn't count. Does it? I don't think LCQ counts, Bacon. I think home ground counts more than LCQ.
Eat them up.
Yeah, okay.
I just think Harbor's really fun. I think the Cove facilitates a lot of plants that, you know, we're not seeing a lot of gecko at the moment. And I do think that it helps.
I guess, is it a tournament?
Down safely. We're seeing a lot of wall bangs and spraying through smoke still. So I like the safer way of doing things.
I have to say, I like it in Nicebox. I really like it. I mean, you can get the plant easily. It's gonna do some job properly. Like maybe let's Sage all times.
They're changing the game server means they're legit stopping the server that they were on, switching server and remaking.
It sounds like you are an enjoyer,
the 3 rounds are going to count, so they have to do the 3 rounds. Like this person gets 2 kills, use this util. It's an absolute nightmare.
You cannot get rid of Viper.
Bulb16 with 100 bits, thank you so much.
No, you cannot.
What's on energy getting rid of Venom because they couldn't get rid of FNF and something about even leaving. They kind of committed, the way that I view it is NRG committed at the beginning of this year to doing whatever FNS wants. That's how I view it. So I think if it came to a 50-50, I think they're always going to go that way. Kahiba with the Prime, appreciate the 13 months.
Batu over Nats?
I mean, you could even
Thank you so much as well, Kahiba. I appreciate that.
Oh, I would put. I mean, Kron's a great Viper player, but Nats, right? I feel, is this not a red flag to not think Nats as Viper is the best?
They have the ability to edit credits now. It's not a thing yet.
I would like to say that
we don't have that technology.
I'm being edgy and quirky here. Like some of these, I'm not actually thinking about what I'm saying. But Tombiz did bring up the lack of. Not versatility.
I think Sommer ties off this season? I have no idea, mate. I don't really know where his head's at.
Is he slagging off Nats? Is that what you're saying?
He was. He did a whole bit in last week's segment about his Viper ult mid, and I have to.
He might.
Second that. Wow.
It's not like it's
Viper, so
not like it's been a great return back at the moment.
Part of the Cats Nation. I think that is that is one of the few. Well. But that is quite one of few red flags that Tombiz has.
Yeah.
That is Tom's biggest red flag, I think. Not being a Nats Viper. We're just out here slandering the poor guy. Okay, we'll bring it back to something a bit more topical. Changing a player mid-season. Is that a green flag or a red flag?
Oh, that's
it's both.
Can I go for both?
You can, yeah go for it.
I think
what does this make? Orange? No. Yeah, orange, right? Orange flag?
I respect like trying to change something if it's not working, but I think middle of the season is such a risk. And I think week 4, when you are already
spare them and go to a break, yeah, they'll be here for a while.
Am I catching the drift that we're dropping here?
I wasn't dropping anything, but I'm picking up with what you're putting down. Yeah,
when you're already knocked out, well, I would say no fault of your own, but it is, but like also because APEKS lost their game. I just don't see much point here. Maybe it's to get in early for then to make
like reps, get the reps in.
Get the reps in.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if that's still on the cards.
I will normally accept any kind of decision.
We're not back. Nah, we're just.
But for this one, it's a huge red flag.
Oh, why?
56 minutes into attack pause.
I mean, as a team, you
sorry,
have
46. We had the 10 minutes.
To try to mix the best. I know that sometimes it's gonna be hard, and sometimes maybe you have to make a replacement. It could be because maybe you thought that it's gonna work, and finally, when you get into the stage, the player is not performing enough, and maybe you need to make something to work. But if you need to swap roles anytime, if you need to look for a player that's gonna play on another role when you already know it, I mean, I'm gonna give you an example. We've seen that for the next match, GX is gonna swap players. They already announced it. And it was like, okay, so...
But if they beat Fnatic tomorrow, would you...
If a team offered you unlimited money to coach them, but you had to coach them with minis, you take the deal? For sure.
Red flag. I mean,
minis good at macros, though.
Was, I mean, I can
It's
I
okay.
can
You don't
say
have to speak to
really.
him every day. It'll be
Purple was
alright.
one of the best Sentinel flex player out of tier on the tier 2, out of VCT EMEA, and he came into the league playing as a duelist. Has he ever played a proper duelist on stage? Not really, and he's a really good player. When we seen him probably shine, when he get out of the duelist, when he was playing on an Omen role, when he was playing on a flex role, and to be honest, I think that probably they knew it before, and you had 6 months to reach out and find out any other duelist to play on that role, and you didn't. And now you move Purple into another role, and some players are getting out, and you're getting a replacement. That his replacement, who is going to play as duelist, is a young player without experience. I mean,
You're passionate about this.
This is giving backseat gaming.
Yeah.
Uli is hardcore backseating.
Uli for code.
Your
I
team
do feel like
right
there
now,
are
do you start
specific things
cracking
that we also very
Sunset?
passionately
I
about.
mean,
I can feel the passion from you here.
depends
for me,
where you
it's
are. If
probably
you're playing playoffs, then no.
like Gambit in general.
If you're fully out,
just the
then
fact that they don't
you maybe at least
exist
start
anymore, I feel
considering who
a
you're going to be
very,
using on it.
Immense amount of rage towards this topic, and then just people missing lineups. That gets me. Every time somebody misses a lineup, I get so pettily bitchy, you know.
But everybody makes mistakes and everybody has those days, which was
They
a lesson
do.
that I learned from a very young age from Hannah Montana.
Yeah,
Shout
and
out Hannah Montana in the chat.
we could always find our way back home. We could always find our way back home.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is written by Taylor Swift. Oh my goodness, we brought up Taylor Swift.
Hello, Pansy. How's it going?
Everyone in the chat is squirming.
I know, I had to do it at least once. But for now, I believe we will. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say I have a really big red flag. You were saying about lineups. For me, there's something that pisses me the most, and it's when a smoker is using a belly smoke. And for anyone that doesn't know what a belly smoke, what it means, is when you are smoking and the smoke is having a belly and getting over. I mean, just to people that is new to the game, you're just giving space to freely open into any single angle. Please adjust and fit your smokes. Please.
Unless it's a Bosa smoke, I guess, that's fine.
I was going to say, yeah, I actually don't think that's good advice.
If you want to get some space, I'm okay.
The
I
little
love the
troll
smoke.
smoke.
That's like a peekaboo smoke.
Yeah.
Like, hello, I'm here, but you can't shoot me.
It's a mini size smoke, not mini. You know, like my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, let's take a break here, and hopefully when we come back, we have some more updates for you guys and get back into game. We'll see you in a jiffy.
How long's this one? Chat, I'm going to walk around for a bit. I'm going to spam some ads. I reckon it was, say, 10 minutes. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. It's gonna take a while for this one.
I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing. Yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on a late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up.
All right, chat. Let's see what they got for us. Tech, the servers are messed up, chat. The servers are messed up, LAN servers. So most likely they're gonna play on an online server.
Welcome back, my patient fellow viewers. We are going to be jumping back in. League officials have changed the server and done the round rollback. We'll be going back in with the score being at 3-0 to Team Liquid. So once again, thank you for bearing with us. Fingers crossed, all is good as we take our time just to get this one started back up. But as said, a quick reminder, it is that 3-0 lead towards Team Liquid. And we'll be going into really the first big round here. Now, there was something you highlighted there, Minnie.
Yep.
Here we go.
There's a glowing icon on our screen that we can see. Vilu.
Yeah.
He's playing Raze.
He's playing Raze.
He's playing Raze. Now, he's done well enough. He's got that rocket ready to go, right? Right? So we want to see something maybe built around that or utilised in a
25 minutes left to go for a tech pause. Yeah,
something around.
we're still here.
Like to see it used.
The last time I casted Koi,
I thought my PC would have enough space for this recording, but maybe not.
They did a very good job of making me annoyed that they didn't.
Jaws 77, appreciate the 29 months. Thank you for the 2-1.
Okay. They were trying to.
So much for everything as well, Jaws. Appreciate you, dude.
And they've had a long time to think about.
We're doing well, Jaws. Came at the right time. We've been on an hour tech pause.
Raze is something that they're going to plan around.
Okay, let's get back into this. We had a pistol round into an eco that was super clean. And then we had like a, what was it, 4v4 retake where they had a camera spot up to see over the smoke and then stopped the plant for like 20 seconds and then fast flooded. Koi with one loss by Vilu has his ult. Wait.
Not good is how it looks so far, but we you know,
there's a lot of sounds
I hope
there.
it gets better than this. Clearly a couple of audio issues here that we'll work towards resolving.
Yeah, Team Liquid again with another weird setup, like something I've never seen before. Deep Trip, Deep Cam, and an Omen and Cypher playing together a Mound. So more looks from them already.
Bear with us, folks. We are aware of the issues. It's going to be worked on as we speak. Clearly not going how we would have liked, but for now,
clearly not going how we would have liked.
Pressure building towards Mound.
Wait, but he used all of his satchels, so he doesn't have a...
invested. Rocket Pop, does it get used for any value here? Just going to be taking space with it. So in reality, at least going to be using it to claim that C site.
And hopefully now KOI do protect the plant this time. You can see they're looking towards that waterfall.
Cancel there,
oh, I imagine we're gonna...
Deadlock ult coming in.
I was gonna say, I imagine we're gonna get an ult coming in, but...
Bigger reward here, but a battle breaks out. Liquid with the pre-take here, fighting back in. And once again, stability not to be found for KOI. Down to just
it's kind of nice. Deadlock ult into everyone swinging. It creates so much pressure. You take away one. Like, if you actually think of it, just this is a 5v5. As soon as this ult takes one, it's a 4v5. And then people are tempted to shoot it as well. So it's kind of like a 3v5 just from one ult, really, to an extent.
Beautiful. Takes away Serial. Anyone else fancy to go? Oh, 1 by 1.
Damn, bro, unlucky.
But Nats, the full stop to the sentence, denies that going any further wrong. But there was pressure on that site, Mini. There was a back and forth.
Beautiful from Soulcast, unfortunate at the end.
Surely they fixed the audio here.
KOI this time overcompensated a little bit. But
to fix the audio, it's going to be another 5 minutes.
Getting that Deadlock orb and getting that ult, playing for that ult.
What do you reckon, chat?
This is what Team Liquid are good at. I think to
make it real quiet so we can't hear the sounds too much.
KOI can be a little bit rough at times, but on Team Liquid side, they know when to collect these orbs. They know how to play the setups. Playing a bit weaker towards C in this mid round, but having that Deadlock ult to retake and flood in.
Okay, so if you are just tuning in, is 4-0 in favor Team Liquid. We know the UI is in the current state, so we're going minimal here. It's like you're in the game.
I guess maybe.
Just immersive here in EMEA. Yeah, it's like
not too bad.
Scrims, you know, rolling back the years now. But obviously for KOI,
Cool.
economy now is going to be...
Is that tap nod at the right time?
I'm sure if you do want to know the full economy, Sliggy did say live he was going to be writing out the exact figures on the screen, so do make sure to check that out.
That's the right. I think it's all in his head.
Would be nice for the people.
Every player.
Everyone's money, mate. Why have they done this?
Make sure you keep
I'm gonna get a stream up actually, just
as you should.
Okay, let's get some random numbers going.
For now,
7,
it's looking for opportunities, maybe
770, 6-3, 2-4. Let's see how close we are. 3-1.
Space more than anything.
And a 17.
Just having that Viper pressure towards the A side has
This will be like a what? 18? 18. 21.
Yeah, and I kind of like the tempo of that pre-take.
Dude, Mini better actually be getting my broadcast up.
Toying with how they want to approach it.
23, 14, and 1450. We got too many round numbers, chat. The 8, yeah, the pen was too big, but can't get rid of it. Why did the 770 not drop yet? It's Liquid again. It's on them more than me.
The pressure from Waterfall has to be there. Flyer doing well, but it is Liquid cleaning up. Just one really remaining, and you're looking at the spacing here. Grabino.
Okay, the problem now is
that's what he's going to do. So another
you gotta add 3k to this,
they will be up to 5.
and then 2.9 to this. I'm not gonna be doing that one. Not gonna be doing that one. Maybe we just write the scoreboard. That'll be easier to do.
Nats is repositioned, but nice to see some of that thinking in those, you know, a lower economy round. They have to take some risk.
Certainly do, and then I need to see. I assume this is around we're going to see a little bit more of a fight back from KOI. Hopefully, they've learned their lessons throughout these early rounds. Do they have what it takes to get even past Rubble? We've been seeing that Liquid are solid at holding this.
It's interesting they group up with 3 KOI outside Rubble.
It
seems
Liquid.
Like if they get pressured, they usually run away. This time
and KOI.
Thinking about it.
Wait, did I leave enough room? Yeah, how did I do it? Capital?
And again, Team
Liquid, what is the score? 4-0, 5-1? It's 4-0 or 5-0? I've fully lost track where we are. I think it's 5-0, right? Yeah, okay.
Like they're both sides of the map right now. You can see.
I can't do the numbers.
Deep. If KOI aren't gonna go through the process of getting all this out, they could be running into a stack very easily.
feels like they've been running for a stack every single time. Already gathered up as 3 here for Team Liquid, kind of bring themselves back towards this B side, still having a decent amount of faith in the deadlock utility and the presence on A. And just that cam on the C side, that seems to be enough to keep
Let me turn the sound back up, because honestly,
happy to kind of work back
at least they sorted this out.
Haven't felt too much pressure from it. And a stall of an ult coming in, buying time for rotation. Not going to catch anyone, but it has cost them a couple of seconds. And I'm looking at, I think his Kiko's down very low here, actually, already.
Yeah, Kiko's literally 1 HP somehow.
HP dwindling, a little bit of a battle breaks out.
3 fighting on site, kind of 4 fighting on site. Veto goes in, hits 2.
Beautiful shot from Filu. Going back for a bit more. KOI actually
Yeah, that's nice as well. Shay just has to do 1 bullet, and they got the lurker over towards B as well.
Seeing a better look here from KOI. Kiko gonna have to try and do this. I don't think it's gonna be happening.
Very nice. 1 on the board.
KOI here at 5-1.
How should we do this?
Yeah, and as I started speaking about getting rid of that Sentinel util, immediately you saw KOI get rid of both. Team Liquid reacted with some kind of B pressure, but KOI handled it well, attacking that C site with composure.
One enemy remaining.
Nice to see that lurk as well coming into play. A couple of layers being shown here. Solution being found, at least in that essence of how they want to approach maybe that C site now. They've got a little bit of a rhythm.
Liquid want to like fake the aggro A, is this? Ooh. Do we get rid of ours? We back?
Don't know for how long. Sorry to put you out of work, Sliggy. Back to your usual business. You can react after the round. Mini's got this one.
It seems like to me, KOI are grouping outside of A.
That's crazy.
In case Team Liquid don't take rebel control, but Liquid are doing it every single round. So it seems like almost a waste of time to leave those players there for the start of the round. I'd rather just go else in the map and come back to
Ooh,
A,
I like
which is
this
what they're
reaction
doing now.
though.
So KOI having a good read
So
here.
question mark created, and then they lay the sensor down.
Kind of B main. They've already pushed out towards Mount. They should have a good understanding.
The only question mark for Liquid at the moment is over towards A. They got early cam for info, they got this. It doesn't give you full info, but they have one that's going to be watching B every so often. Soulcaster's ult for afterplant.
Okay, well, that's Camo gone. Philo again using this to secure space. Wondering if it will find a player. Patek could be in trouble here.
But that was kind of nice from Filu. How does ult use the boombot? Yeah, use the boombot to get information so he knows if he has to fire his ult here, if he does it over towards heaven. That was cool.
Nats and Kiko joined by Serial, now losing out. Nats have a world of trouble ahead of them, and Serial can't do much about it really. KOI
Yeah, I mean a lot of ults into this one, but as we can see money-wise, it's worth.
You'd need a couple mistakes from KOI, which I hope they're not going to be making.
We'll be 2-4 on top of this.
And the others can play to that time.
Should just be a save here. Liquid's economy is not good enough here for him to go for more, and the damage isn't worth it right now.
Why the Killjoy? Oh, I think the Killjoy is so fine, really. You just want to 100% confirm it.
Just before, like, teams have started re-clearing out of Blue Room, is what you called it? Hobbit for me, you know?
Like this is basically worth 2.
And so teams are avoiding that re-clear, especially with the Waylay. The Waylay can refract and kind of go out and kind of re-clear. Teams are starting to use the tree a lot more on the attack. Completely avoiding camo though.
We've seen the impact already on the finances.
Money's in the bin, it really is. Kiko has the save gun. Okay, this time they want to go aggro over towards A with 3, so they might have that extra layer of Omen Flash if they are going to be fighting this.
Couple of ults coming up.
Oh no. Not the sound thing again.
All good. And it looks like they want to try and utilize that Vandal, I guess, player forward.
Yeah, they're almost baiting Crash on B, but they're baiting KOI to destroy that wall.
We're back out.
And Kiko is going to peek behind.
How are we back?
But KOI having another bit straight into the B site.
Filu, yeah, nice. Nice so far. Not afraid of the challenge, Camo with a quick reminder.
Okay, well, 2v4 over towards side. Kiko tries to get multiple. Oh, that's unlucky.
I thought there was a chance on that, but Kravino really catching it back.
Yeah, I'm not sure he could do much else about that.
Well done to KOI here.
Has the audio even become desynced? I'm not entirely sure. I thought they kept with the same POV unless they were trying to change POVs. Make a Yao Yao. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that. We've got Jaws as well with the bits. Thank you so much for the bits, Jaws. Okay, Hebo as well. I think I missed your sub earlier.
Rubble isn't being pressured enough, they'll explore that area. So, very simple Lotus gameplay, but some of the
Doesn't look
teams
like
in
we're
EMEA
back.
right now aren't doing that, and KOI are.
Okay, let's try this again. Instant fade eye out towards A. Spots that no one's close at least. Liquid on their big buy round with 4 ults decide to do some kind of punish. You would imagine it's probably with the ult and then some kind of Teo. So last time they had a trap play over towards C, so KOI definitely have to watch out for the trap play over towards C. That's why they send Raze for the insta tap with the spike so he can satchel out just in case they decide to rinse and repeat the same strat that they did last time they played this. And they are going to go back into this trap play, so I imagine the salvos are here and we duel out. Let's see what happens. Oh, they decide against it. Just one Prowler to create pressure. What do you reckon, chat? Sounds back?
From the preparation, I know that C should be the place to go right now.
Nope. Okay, double satchel in. Dude, double satchel in. And there's just so much Yuta waiting for him. Deadlock ult, that's nice. Dude, they got some nice deadlock ults though. Dude, that's a dink. Nats is popping everyone. Ult as well to secure it. They know it's a really important round considering their money. And I just saw Nats celebrating before the round's done, so it's for sure done. Bro's out here doing fist bumps with his mouse, with his hands off the keyboard and the mouse, and somehow he's out here killing people.
To delay, and then it's able to get a nice little deadlock ult off. Without that wall, maybe there isn't like as much of a funnel. But yeah, textbook Nats Sentinel hold.
It's lovely to see that from Liquid though, because it did feel that KOI were really trying to test the waters wherever they went, getting quite a nice read, but those traps being prevalent wherever they went. As you said, there was that reactive play that could come in on towards that rubble side.
Think we're back.
Commitment behind it here again. Early control does of course go to Liquid on this, but it could be re-explored. But speaking of explored, Filu, once again, having a glance towards B. We can see what's on the other side.
Okay, let's talk about the money.
There.
Because
again,
Liquid did win one.
That Rubble's quite weak again. They've thrown that early
But there's 2 people that can't buy next. Honestly, it's kind of 3 people that can't buy next.
Flyu can call people back to explore.
This is the KOI fade. I reveal much. It reveals anyone that goes past this line. So you're trying to work out if they go to rubble or not.
But slips back towards the site, but you can already hear the util being invested. This then once again forces the hand through towards tree. We were happy to do this before.
Yeah, the problem this time is Flyu has Viper ult. So if Team Liquid aren't quick here to try and deny the A side of the map, and KOI are quick enough here to get that Viper ult down, it's going to be a very difficult situation for Liquid.
I mean, Camo has crazy amounts to do. Okay, this is nice.
Camo, gotta be cautious. Falls away towards top site, gives up the site. Feel go walkabouts. This is a lot. That's 3 players.
Yeah, not consider. Ooh, he got another. Dude, Philly's doing incredible. He's got his 3rd Razor online. We got ult that covers the spike as well. We got Lurker from Soulcast, which is obviously enabled from the trip that they broke at the beginning of the rounds. Okay, well, let's see what they can do in the ult here. Oh my god, bro.
That's outrageous to
That's the Viper.
Gonna be kicking himself a little
I think he should be sticking that. You didn't hear the tap.
No util to bank on. Does well. Does so
Ooh,
well.
I think they misplayed the 1v3, but they get away with it.
There for Nats. Liquid again, yes, pressured, but out on top at a 7-3 scoreline.
Yeah, I think that's a VOD review round for KOI. The Viper ult in post plant, I wouldn't feel happy losing that. The spam through was unfortunate though.
Sure.
That was ridiculous. But Flyu
should he? I agree. Should he ever be in an area where he can be spammed for the most common angle? I don't think so.
Oh, that is going to be a real bitter one.
Oh my god, I killed 3 people in the smoke.
Yeah, it is quite wild. And hey, look, we were, I don't want to say critiquing, but we were keeping our eyes towards the ult usage.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up. We got Camo getting us up, and he wants to punish over towards B, and this is purely because they've been going over towards B, default breaking the most common trip. So now they have a trip protected from the op, and honestly, when he takes the shot, they might not even think the trip is there.
Very difficult for Filu to work up here. Be forced off the angle by the Prowler. Hold on, pressure.
Oh my god, you need to go double.
That's why. Filu does it well. Takes the space away,
nice shot. Wait, really nice shot.
Rewarded on the angle as well. Overwhelmed.
Dude, how many free shots does Camo get here? He's just running in and out of the smoke, taking shots on 50 HP. And somehow, the first contact is the last person alive.
They had to fall off from this. Really, what option does he have here? Operator on a retake. Just doesn't feel good.
No, and the economy's low. I don't mind if Camo's going to look for one. It looks like if he gets it, he'll commit, but should be saving if he gets nothing.
Yeah, well, I take it he died.
There it is. I mean,
Cams are spoiling heavy.
Gonna deny it, and it felt like Liquid for a good amount of time there actually had the benefit of the trades coming in. This was a great opener, but the fight back was great here. And again, the double in from that blue room, beautiful, but well controlled by Koi. They're keeping up in this game. 4 rounds for them now. This is when it tipped over.
Yeah, Soulcast, I think, was the one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Very influential. Nice finish.
I like the call from Koi. It seems like Team Liquid have done a lot of re-clearing of that B space, and knowing that, you know, numbers might be there, and Philo could get that.
Hey, last rounds, they got the 3 Sheriffs, not the best. They're not up against any ults, though. Let's see who takes this one. Aggro Grav Net, and this is kind of 2 rounds in a row where they're trying to punish over towards aggro B.
Nice little B exploration.
Why is there no turret here? Am I missing something? Oh, okay, turret's over towards B. Dude, it's like the best possible push you could imagine.
Plays behind. Nats needs to try and play his life. Go on, I don't know if he's getting. He is alive. That is quite surprising because Koi, well, they're knocking at the door here. Soulcast a challenge on his hands though.
They are fully locked in.
Gonna force him
okay.
There's the Scrim Soulcast coming out to play. Camo backhanded. And now Patek becomes the kind of, I guess, big guy with the Guardian to play in. But Kiko is going to at least be able to pick up that Vandal, but they don't have that same access point, but they also don't have a plant yet.
Yeah, Koi have the gun advantage, but they feel very isolated right now.
They got no map control, yeah.
Doesn't feel favorable. What a shot! Belting shot towards Filu. Now they can be a little bit divided on this. It gets tricky. Grubino now pressured, but he comes out on top. This is the tipping point. The scales firmly in hand of Koi.
5 from a 5-0 lead. Should be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think after how good Team Liquid
and they're double Sentinel as well.
Not
I think
over the moon with this, but
I think Koi should be very happy with this one.
And we are going to be going into a normal break, so we'll see you after this.
They aren't double Sentinel? What do you mean they got Cypher Deadlock? Deadlock is a duelist these days. That honestly, with the Gravnet, you might be right. Actually, might be right. Does have like a little bit of initiator util though. The ult is like a Razor. Okay, yeah. Let's see where we're going with this. What's your feelings on Cryo being the highest rated player in the world right now? I mean, I've always been a big believer in Cryo. I always have in my top 3 list when people talk about ops. So I'm not super surprised about it. But I will also say there is a lot of free games in Americas. Normally it's the other regions, but this time in Americas there's some free games.
Solid, looking strong, but Mini, there's a fight back here for Koi. They've found whatever they needed and they've strung
so let's see if they can beat the teams that
like it was just quirky or
have good
out
stuff.
Of the blue. It felt solid 1 round. Going forward though, does it still apply on the other half?
Well, Koi are usually much weaker on their attack sides.
Oh, is this comp on attack?
This is where
I don't know, let's find out. It should actually be pretty good. So they can A def or they can like C default a lot of the time. That's what I imagine they're going to be doing, like C default over towards here, then if they want to hit they can do this, and then obviously have the camera to retake over towards here. Their fast A should be pretty good because they can grab net over towards here. Like in theory this comp does everything you want it to do. The only problem is re-clear, and you can re-clear with the drone waylay. Now, honestly it's not too bad. The thing that kind of suffers with, I do think, is the re-clear. But you have 3 agents that can kind of cover it up, I guess. And they can change between. Okay, so walk into C as they take over towards A. In terms of pistols, it's 1-0.
But it looks like Liquid are aware of that waterfall position that was the bane of Koi's existence initially.
I'm interested to see how they deal with it.
Well, they swing.
Zero still has wall.
Night and day, isn't it? Totally different in approach. They're just going to put Koi on the back foot for a second. They have to kind of reconvene and gather themselves back up to take this space back.
Yeah, waylay lurk, not something I've seen before.
Surely this wall is incredible right now.
Turret will spot though.
Yeah, it should do, but maybe in all the mayhem it could go.
Waits for them to commit and then throws the wall behind them so it locks them in half and half. With a smoke here? What the hell is this?
Still got to go on this. Patatek, you are a brave boy here. Oh, switching up to the 1 bullet in the ghost is brutal. And now into the
Chat, did you see what their plan was? That's crazy. Mini, please speak up. This was nuts. They smoked here, and when they started coming out, they used their wall and it halved them.
And post-plant understanding there, and the pre-plant making sure that Waterfall is covered.
And then they're turning around to shoot it.
And in that post, we saw them call like a 3-2-1 fight, and you can see them all just going through smokes together and isolating out.
What the hell?
Good job, boys. Nice direction, very good. Keep up the communication. Nice, Patrick.
I presume Patrick might have called that. Is it Patrick? Is that Patatek's name?
I believe so. I've really just taken a guess on that one.
I'll guess that too.
Yeah. Ooh, camo.
Yeah, it's a freebie.
It looks ridiculous. Rewinds back. Takes away Grubino. I mean, this is classics, right? So you're looking at them farming up here. You're looking at, hopefully, for the Liquid side, not losing any of these weapons. They're trying to be disruptive. I like it, but camo again.
Dude, that was cool, man. I like that pistol a lot. Because they just did it off the smoke, right? Because you know that they're retaking once the smoke comes up. So as soon as the smoke comes up, they smoke wall. That's really sick. Again, Liquid proven like their first couple of rounds, 3-4 as well. Really strong.
No, my team lost to Chamber. Anyway, so yeah, the waylay is just able to do something that, you know, you don't love having to use big parts of your kit early into rounds, but it's a look that they can have in some of these rounds.
It's good to set that expectation early as well. It's something that's going to be obviously conditioned into them. Whether or not they do it again, who knows? For now, Boy looking to try and be a little slippery, but Kiko, apparently this man and Smoke get on real well. Kiko's just been finding people through smokes, no sweats. Oh, Cass, lovely. No more to be had, but as it stands, just Shados here. Really, options looking quite dire.
Yeah, he's looking for that cheeky one.
Do you reckon he gets it?
No. Wasn't even nervous.
No, you got it good. Not even a little bit. I was nervous when Hannah was
Lidak, thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate the gifted. Thank you for doing that.
Really going through it. Okay, bonus.
What's on the Giants changes? They got to do something. I think some kind of change had to happen, to be honest.
I'm 100% in agreement. Camo's
It looks like something internally is like a little bit off. The roster's too good to fail this heavily.
Obviously, we see in other regions a couple other players looking
Let's
fantastic.
see. Let's see if they made the right decision.
Earlier on, can't help but enjoy that. But Camo showing some real versatility. Yeah.
Ooh, Omen flash into dash. Instant Omen flash into dash. Grav net. So you dodge the grav net and you go into the Omen flash and you're dashing out. Big jaw. Nice, dude. I'm telling you, man. I actually would go as far to say that Liquid have the best first 3 rounds out of every team. There's always the first and third rounds always have so much plan into it. Like the plan's always really good.
This is gonna go. Oh, Nats is going back. Nats, I don't know if we needed to go that far.
It's every single time I watch them, it's something like really cool.
But I mean, with Patatek's reposition, it is a very hard round for Soulcast to do much
Round
about.
2. I mean, round 2 they're against ecos, right? You don't have to do anything crazy.
I mean, look, that was a bonus round. Maybe you can take a couple extra risks if you're Nats or whomever else. But I'm surprised that Koi was so willing to be so brawly in that, so risky. I don't mind the fight back, but it feels like you're taking kind of coin flip fights, which is a lot to ask for in these sort of rounds.
They read the round well. They sent 4A, and if you can't win a 4A round when the other team goes rubble, like, I mean, if I was to run it back, I'd be happy for Koi to run back a 4A, making the read correctly. The refight, the initial, they got caught out by the initial deeper dive by the Waylay, and then the refight didn't look pretty. But
this is it in motion.
Nice pick.
Really lovely.
That's one of the things. Team Liquid haven't shown their attack side on this map because they beat Foot 13-1. So they don't know these micro things, these micro angles. Like when I said earlier that they'd be on the server practicing these rubble fights.
Okay, timeout. Not attack this time though.
Team Liquid are going to take it. Maybe you can formulate some kind of idea.
Craft, but yeah.
But if you were to say round 1 is going to be dash on top of rubble, you're probably going to be like, don't think so.
Surely not. Well, for Koi, it is timeout time. This has been a bit of a rough start because again,
I mean, they lost double pistol, double bonus. You just can't win games when you do this.
If you get those first 3, converting the bonus just breaks the spirits because the finances are going to be.
It's just nothing you can really do.
Lacking, to say the least. And again, that bonus conversion, they are really building up some bank for Liquid, and for Camo, got to be confident starting to come in as well.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he ummed it a little bit that Koi should be happy, but ultimately it's
6 rounds off the rip. 6 rounds off the rip, and normally you have your ults earlier, but it ends up being like 4-5.
Let's see, Koi. Let's see what
like out of the 5 rounds, you're most likely getting 4.
Maybe not even for this round, but the one to follow.
Because you probably, if you win the first 3 like this, the in the first 3 like this, the likelihood of you converting one of these is insanely high. Which means you might even reset them. Okay. Hero gun.
Still the outlook for Nats too. Can be a field day for him too.
Okay, they hear them going aggro over towards A. He doesn't use his camera. What does he want to do with his camera? See if anyone's pushing over towards C, and then he can get the early reads as well. Yeah, and saw them both push, so now they know there's 2 over towards C, and that stops them from opening the door. What the hell?
Reads with his lurks and now reads.
Because now they're scared that he's here. Kind of sick. Wait, this wall's kind of nice as well. If you spot the wall from here, you see it, and you think maybe that they wouldn't be able to get behind it, so you can get a kill off of it.
Look at just one. It's so many. Patatek there with a little bit more stall. You've still got the deadlock util to layer in, the paranoia to try and set this in motion.
Right, it's like those stage walls where you see it early, but you don't expect there to be a gap on the other side.
Yeah, Shadows gets one consolation prize at this point.
I don't know if that one's on purpose, but that's smart as well, if the rotate does come in from here.
No, direct approach, but again, open sight, easy for them. Koi did what they could with the retake, but too much util from Team Liquid. They didn't have to use too much util to take that site. Have it all for the post plan.
Felix does have the Raze ult back on.
Yep. So they were good on attack.
Certainly were. And this would be hopefully what that timeout was for. To get them locked in for this. This is now 4 on the bounce for Liquid though. Momentum starting to build, and they have Patatek's ult.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, right? No matter what, they're going to have their ults pretty early on. It is another... Well, I was going to say, it is another Raze ult for Filu, but he goes down.
Like to see that maybe utilized in a different way, but early damage done. Soulcast clean
Damn,
with
Dominic.
Patatek and Serial go down, and the B side gets controlled. Grubino re-establishing presence over towards Rubble. Every fight going their way.
Yeah, it was a nice... it was a little bait and switch Rubble distraction, but Soulcast has done beautifully this round. Going to be a difficult spot for Cats. Thoughts on Cats?
Swarm grenade out.
Okay, I don't think Clancy's well.
I'm not against it. I'd just like to see it do something. Now it's just Nats, so
okay.
Don't know if this is going to go well for him. Soulcast has had a bloody round.
Yeah, he's in an absolute round.
There, like, him kind
he really has an absolute round.
Like, I'm good enough to hold this angle. nice confidence there from Soulcast.
Not tomorrow, Sonya. Maybe Friday.
Can run with. But yeah, I think that Team Liquid are doing a very good job of, like, there is this debate whether Waylay is good or not. And I think that Team Liquid are showing enough here for me to think that they're helping me in my debate that I think he is actually a pretty good agent. Maybe it's not quite as useful as Euro across the board, but I think on certain maps, absolutely fun.
Okay, a lot of ults. Oh my goodness, instant Omen flash into dash. We're going real fast on this. Does look like Fly's in the only position that doesn't get hit with util though. So he could clean up.
Unaffected by all of this, and no
one
seems to be aware.
And Soulcast hit a fast shot on Kiko there in transfer.
And once again, Soulcast is the
This has a chance to this is a chance to get pretty close.
into a brick wall.
Yeah, it's like they've never seen a Viper orb before. Just
There's a molly here, Mini.
Can we not? The answer is no, you cannot.
It's not Pats.
Dude, Mini.
It's Pats, yes.
Now, Pats, huge fan of.
I'm not extending this one.
No?
No.
Afraid of?
Yes.
Presence found from CT, not a big surprise. Oh, big ult though, that could be quite nice. Ah, Filu, Belter. Oh, and a follow-up too, Koi. Just trying to fight back, they're just shooting.
Yeah, a very strange decision from Pats there, using the tail into this round. 2v4. I like genuinely, I'm a big fan of the way that generally Team Liquid use the ults, but this round I think was textbook how not to. I think the early they were using the early dive from Waylay going into the ult after, but straight through a Viper orb, and then in a 2v4 using the tail.
Oh boy, they're getting told off.
Now on the other side, Koi are getting their ults up. Killjoy ult, Raze ult, we're close to Fade Viper.
Anonymous, thank you so much, Anonymous. I appreciate that. Dude, someone has botted egg as their name. That's crazy.
They've got options here, Koi.
I mean, it's a good timeout. First of all, they're doing some mad stuff. Like, this looks super desperate. Tail ult 2v4, crazy desperate, to be honest, in my opinion. Money super low as well, right there. Okay, are they actually going to eco this? They were going to force, and now they're ecoing. Yeah, he's trying to like be like, it's not too bad. Like, you're still in a really good position. You don't have to feel worried about this. You can just win normally. Yeah, I think he's just being like, you guys are okay. Like, even though they have a lot of money.
Look and see what the adjustments are.
Like, it's 11-7. You need 2 rounds. That's it.
Yeah, curious, yes. And I think in games like this is where Team Liquid should be ironing out some of those mistakes. I want to see the discipline.
The ult's okay. It's just the scoreline. If it was the other way around, I'm fine with it. Right? If this is 7-11 and you have to win this round really, then it's okay. But 2v4 when you're up this much, you're gonna find a better use for it.
Going back out now. No. It's been won over. Koi once again establishing and their authority towards that rubble control.
Okay, camera early. So Liquid change up the default a little bit, but the problem is it's very hard for them to get back out towards A and re-clear. Again, we did say at the beginning, I think this is where the comp struggles the most. If Koi actually can get aggro A, and they can't re-clear this. Minches, mate, hello. Thanks for the 33 months.
Silly frags, basically.
That's true. Thank you so much, Minches. Appreciate the tier 1.
Patient in approach, happy to take their time, no particular hurry. Maybe looking for someone.
Okay, let's see how they do this. They got drone, and then what do you do once you see people? Gravnet them or something?
Everyone kind of congregating back over this way.
Yeah, maybe setting up some kind of B split. They've inserted the 2 players towards the middle of the map.
No, if Rubino got spotted here, he's got the chance to be the end of this round, and it looks like he is.
Not convincing me that the comp reclears A well.
Tilting this back into their side.
How did they manage to? Wait, he actually hit one with his ult?
Back on the rifles. The side control towards A is in.
Play, man. That's a nuts ult. Monkey Meatloaf, thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Mintmeister with the Prime as well. Thank you so much, man.
He was looking for any sort of avenue in, not to be.
Yeah, deadlock trips in
the deadlock ults are actually insane, though. They got it down. Yeah, this buys a lot of time on this one. You still got 2 trips. You got Killjoy ult, and
hoping for the right time at least. This does
does he just stick here, grab net, and delay?
To go forward.
All that? Oh my goodness, all that. Respect, man.
So ready, and KOI looking a little stunned that he went for it.
I mean, yeah.
He had to with the way the plant was. I didn't realize.
Yeah, he stuck over towards door no matter what.
It would have been amazing if it was able to complete, because there's no way for them to spam back.
No one ready for the swing.
Yeah, I think that round, honestly, Kiko with the... We've been looking at these lurks on B from many different players. Kiko, finally the one to find success with that lurk through.
Okay, five chances. Dude, nice round for him in overall, though. This ult was nuts. Got the trade off the 2 kills. After plant util was good. And KOI decided to go super aggro over towards C. Instant reaction from A is... Open door, drone out safe.
Padatech still going to be forging the path, and Soulcast on the receiving end of this. They carry on here. A lot of stall coming in.
Salvos.
Yeah, they certainly do. But Serial knocking at the door, and he's just come off a brilliant round.
Problem is they got no info here if they want to pivot.
What's he do with this one then? Just so close by as well.
Serial's in a really good spot though. Like if they can fake the B and actually get in, there's a chance that Serial gets multiple on the rotate.
Shadow should hear all of this.
Ults now from KOI though on this retake. The Filu's raise ult, Shadows fade ult do come.
Oh my god.
Oh, is he showing because he's crouching? Yeah.
Flyer, very nice.
Honestly, he might be showing anyway with the ground, with the pause.
Nice try on the jump approach for the trade, but actually the spacing not quite right for Soulcast. But the run and gun works out well. Padatech goes down, and the numbers sit with KOI. Kiko couldn't hear it, but he knows it's happening. Has to go forward. Oh, it's stunning. Shados, he's the one to keep it.
33 HP.
And him closing it out.
Not crazy convincing.
8 rounds.
It feels like finally, like KOI in those kind of late round, kind of clutchy kind of situations, finally getting one over.
Oh, he was actually showing through the smoke.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he'd have a little bit more of a room to play in. Oh, damn. Too thick. Unfortunate. And now the buy.
Unfortunate.
I mean, it's not good, is it, for Liquid? So this could be a little bit of a run.
Okay,
Eco
They
got ults still to play with. They got options. They've got
They
gunners on
get
their
the
side
defense Odin out as well over towards door.
Having no mistakes able to be made now.
It's true.
Oh, that fade reveal hit. Unlucky there. No Odin spam.
Unskilled. Oh, Filu.
Okay.
Catches camo. Oh, it's gorgeous from Filu. Beautiful work from him. Confidence builder for
Okay, nicely done from KOI. Do Liquid call another timeout or are they okay?
I think that's Filu's 5th ult of the game. And I think every single one of them has been
good.
Pretty good.
Oh wait, no, that was their last timeout, right? Because they called a timeout earlier.
Wasn't that just solo effort?
They called a timeout on the first half.
Really, really lovely to watch.
Okay, 3
I
chances.
think Liquid do have another timeout to play with. I'm surprised we don't.
They don't,
see one
right?
coming in.
I thought they did one earlier.
Coach Mini would have called the timeout, would he?
I mean, if I heard the calls and I liked what I was hearing, I probably wouldn't, but...
Okay. I'd just like to put you on the spot.
I called timeouts too late, but it was tactical.
Spiteful.
Spiteful, yeah. Generally, I had a higher, like, I thought that Boaster was... Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay.
Boaster was better than the other IGL usually, so I didn't need to get involved.
Fair enough. Sadly, once again, we have failed the challenge of Mini not mentioning Fnatic in the cast.
I tried.
It lasted 22 rounds, folks. It's probably the best we've done so far.
It felt a lot longer than 22 rounds.
Yes,
that's true.
Yes, working with me does feel like a lifetime of pain. And so
Dude, 1 hour 40 on this map so far.
I mean, I like the little bait. Like,
okay, again, does struggle to reclear this a little bit, but that'll do it. Dude, every time they reclear over towards A, they've got a deadlock ult.
Escorted out the door.
Liquid read that like a book.
Damn, and they even got fire at the same time?
Yeah, Padatech got a timing into C.
Takes a lot of damage for it, but he's still done so much.
He's still getting good info as well.
Spots out Soulcast here. But he's been big man so far, Soulcast, but he's going to have to respect the utility. Padatech forging the path for the boys forward. Deadlock util on top just to secure him, put him back in his cage. And they've got the plant because of this.
Yeah, tough retake here for Quaid.
Yeah,
Not
you
really
can spam
much
this.
to work with the tool.
Dude, look at how
Sees in the
far
smoke.
away Grabinho is.
And Grabinho is the other side of the map still.
It's one of those happy rotations. Vintage reference that 4 people get,
Yeah.
but Soulcast
Nice though as well.
stepping into the ring as Camo gets cleared,
Can
but it's Kiko to hold it
late grab
together,
there once the wall gets broken.
decided
Okay,
to
very nice from Liquid. Very, very, very nice. A double pistol into bonuses obviously really helps. But again, I think they were super drilled on their pistol and their bonus. So
We were asking, what's he competitive look? That was competitive.
Yeah, their first maps are usually not this close.
Our
so I'm
40
happy
VODs
that Quaid
holding.
got it this close. I want to see what their preparation was like on split though.
We're going to find that out after the break.
Koi did better than Foot. Yeah, but it was first time where Foot went up against it. It's not comparable. Is there some mega tech pause? Yeah, like an hour. They say the tech pause is about? Yeah, the servers were wrecked. Let's change server. Okay, back in a little bit, chat. We got split. Oops, we have split coming up. I muted my mic too early, too eager.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Team Liquid are one step closer to making playoffs after that performance on Lotus. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Uli and Meg. got a little bit dicey there towards the end, but Liquid, they managed to close it out. And Meg, we heard it from Fader. You could still do a lot of cool ideas with that comp that they showed us. We saw some of that, and I think this might be their new home ground. They just look so good on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as dominant as I was expecting from Team Liquid. I do really like the way that MOVISTAR KOI really brought that defense back. I just think it was a little bit too late, right? And I think you still have to look at the amazing space taken from the Waylay with Camo, how strong they all looked individually, and it was the reads. They seemed to just have all the right reads. You know, after that timeout, they expected maybe the adjustment of the Killjoy and the Viper on C, so they just went B, you know, and it felt like they were ready to counter everything that MOVISTAR KOI brought to the table.
And it's been a whole match. I mean, we've seen the first round they were playing always strong into Rubble, Persian making the wall from Deadlock, just holding up and then making fire rotation. But they also, I was predicting the B push from FlyU, also on C. Next round, it was round number 9. They predicted they're gonna move into C. They directly set up that Deadlock into C. It was amazing. I mean, Liquid had all the rates.
Yeah, and
one step ahead.
And they also had a lot of enough rounds on defense, so they didn't have to worry so much with the side switch. But also, Cats Nation were eating good because Kiko, we saw Nats last week reaching 1,500 kills in EMEA, and today with that map, Kiko has hit 1,000 kills here in VCT EMEA. So massive congratulations and shout out to Kiko here. But it was very much his teammate, however, that stole the show here. Meg, you mentioned the Waylay already permanently just slaying left, right, and center. And Camo, he talked about confidence. I think it's even more than confidence right now. I think he's just a fantastic Waylay player.
Yeah, you can definitely see how comfortable he is on this Waylay. And it felt like, you know, we saw MOVISTAR KOI, they started to take that aggression towards A. And the way that they would counter that is like, let's just send the Waylay in and let's counter that and be aggressive back. Let's just hold for a second and then Camo, go shoot, go kill. So yeah, I have to say, we were expecting it. Of course, there are things outside of the sort of match itself that can affect things. Maybe the timeout might have as well. But no, Camo still looked on top form.
It is at the time that we were talking about confidence, about having a win could swap completely team. It happened to Liquid on kickoff. It happened to BBL last year. And Camo definitely did it. I mean, he said it. After some wins, he's confident and he's shining again.
It's a Liquid way though, right? They look a tiny bit shaky on the first match and then they get better and better and better as time goes on. So this duelist head-to-head was so interesting. We had two completely different comps, two completely different ways of playing this game. And this is not the duelist, but like I said, Cats Nation, we're eating good, you know? Even when I want to show you something else, we come back to this. But going back on the duelist here, Uli, on the other side, Filu, who played so much raids before Tier 1, made that debut, and it was good. He is not the reason why they lost.
Obviously, I mean, we've seen him playing properly with this race. He knows how to bring the space. And I can remember him playing on Nukam. I can remember him playing on several Tier 2 teams. And he always had one of the strongest races from Tier 2. So it won't surprise me to see him shining, to playing properly. But obviously, if you are only facing and dropping Filu into try to do, say, Filu, go and kill, is so hard. I don't think that he got a proper support every single round to try to bring him into a proper carry.
And Filu's ults were so strong. No Rosa ults were seen here, everybody. I do think this is as well, maybe, yes, Lotus didn't go MOVISTAR KOI's way this time, but I do think this is something that they can build off for their Lotus in the future. I do think Filu was incredibly strong, and maybe they could start to build around this for future matches.
For me, it's such an important game today, you know? I agree with you. There were definitely some really, really nice things we saw from them, but at this point, KOI just feels so cursed. How many years have we been in the exact same position, Uli? I know you've been in the trenches with KOI, so let's cope a little bit. We are going to head to Split, where Liquid look really good, but Uli, I need some of that Spanish passion. I need some of that hopium for this team. We got to rally behind them, because if they don't win Split, once again, they're going to be eliminated from playoffs this early on.
I mean, something that proved every single match from MOVISTAR KOI is that they normally start with the first map going slowly, and the second map they are always close to win. But today they were close to fight on Lotus.
Ooh.
It means that we are close to win on Split.
So we moved the timeline up.
Yeah,
right?
we move it. We move. Right
up.
now we're already awake. Everything is great. First round, pistols. Remember it. KOI is winning pistols. MOVISTAR KOI is winning pistols. It's going to be PABA. That means pistol, anti-echo, bonus, and
Right.
anti-echo. It's done.
Quick maths, quick maths. I have to say,
If
just
Split looks any closer, let's see if Koi can win a pistol. It's the main thing. Mini Titans, another gifted from you. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that.
The meta slaves. They
Thank
have
you,
become
thank
the
you.
meta slaves. What do you make of this?
Okay, Koi go for the
I
breach.
expect them to play a
Damn.
double duelist maybe. Or it, no, well, actually, Philo as only duelist is the best way to do.
I mean,
maybe Tem.
no changes, right, from Team Liquid though. And again, I had no expectations for MOVISTAR KOI coming into this. So like
should
you
be
said, Stu,
soonish.
I think it's going to be
Scumbag.
really interesting that
Should
they're
be
playing into that meta here, the Teho breach combination. I do
It's
really
down to me
think
at the
with them
moment. I
choosing
still
the
need
starting
to
side here, they have to build
finish
up
off the
momentum.
Ascent.
And they have to build up rounds. And I'm not talking about momentum
Ascent
like
rounds.
we've seen from them previously, where they get 5 rounds on the board and then suddenly it falls off. It has to be consistent, continual momentum throughout this map.
And some of you might be thinking, Shadows breach? He has done this before. This is not totally new for him. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to adapt to this now, playing very, very meta picks, because Pansy and Mini, they ain't got a choice. They have
5
to win
wins.
here.
Spot on Yunzu. It's do or die time really for Koi here. They have to deliver in this situation, Mini. And this is a good map for Liquid. They have looked strong here. Is this comp change enough in your mind? Do you like this now coming into it?
Comp change?
Well, the adjusted roster coming out from Koi.
Oh, sorry, yeah. We haven't seen Koi on this map, I don't think, so far. So I do like the comp that Koi are running. I think it's the most kind of standard meta approach, but like the best approach, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Some teams are leaning,
Yeah, that's what I mean,
into
dude.
the double dive a
Without
little bit
him
more.
robbing
the
a
team Liquid
paycheck.
have on the Raze Yoru side.
Okay, Koi on
we see
defense.
globally, though,
Liquid
the
on
Yoru
attack.
solo with the Terror Breach being more popular elsewhere.
Yeah,
like
the
it,
comp change. It's like the
This is a lot of pressure now.
who's that guy with the
And to do this in this map
the
is not
football
gonna be
commentator
easy.
who like misses the red
As the
card.
desk was saying,
That was literally Mini
out there
there.
socializing.
Comp change, must have missed that. Chris Kamara, that's it.
I'm a professional.
I've had there been a comp change Mini. Has there?
As the desk was saying,
Must
though,
have missed
Koi
that
did
one.
look more competitive in that map 1, right? They are building back into this.
Crazy.
They've shown signs of
Okay.
life. This is a
Got
hard
smoke to
game.
block, vision
Koi
over
now
towards
gonna
middle. They
obviously
take
defending
vents
side
early
here, leaving Liquid on the
and
attack.
Yeah, immediately Team
Wait.
Liquid taking middle this
Did
early
not see
against
him?
Viper's great
Okay.
side.
Belting shot as well. Nats.
But not so good on the ramp side.
No. So he's been found, but this crunch scares the life out of me here.
I do like Koi taking this B main space.
yeah,
This
that's
is
nice from
something that
Koi
we
here.
saw
Lose middle, take B main.
but Fnatic doing a lot and having
All
success
gonna
with
come
so far
down
the split.
to how late does Serial hold
Kind of you
this.
isolate the split, taking this duel.
Serial,
very
he's got so
nice.
much on his plate, right? He does go down. Grubino's there to claim it, so that's exceptional for them in that 2v1. It looks like Hiko wants to find an answer back by pushing the extremity here. Nice for him. Does
gets
need
a
to
kill, he
overstay
gets a
as well,
nade.
but he wants
Oh,
to.
boy.
And maybe that's
There's a
why.
nade.
Huge damage now, and Philo has to readjust his course. They know where the other two were initially. They'd seen them over towards main, and that cross is being watched. Camo with a great shot, Flyer with better. It's all
Two
down
bullets.
now to, well,
My
a
goodness.
1v1. Camo up against Flyer, who's low. His HP's only down on 10, and Camo trying to toy with the timing here. The timing is
Oh
on his
boy,
side. Liquid
3v5. How did they win
started
that?
right with the
3-0 for pistols.
Unfortunate for Koi. I think that Kiko was the reason that Team Liquid was able to push that round over the edge. I liked what I saw from both teams this round, to be honest. I think both had good ideas. We saw the quick reactions from both. So we could be on for a good game.
Enemy remaining.
Fingers crossed. We'll see. Going into this though for Koi.
They go for the FPX. They're allowed 2 deaths, 3 rifles.
This is not something we've seen particularly often. So
yeah, I think that's the context. Is Team Liquid are one of the best teams in the world at this map. Not just EMEA, but I think globally.
Yep. So there's tape there, right? There's a lot of tape to be watched. They can prep for this, and Koi get to come in kind of the unknown quantity, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a slam dunk win. It's still very hard. That's luck did get identified though, which is good. That's part of the checklist, right? You're playing up against Liquid in these scenarios. You're gonna know he's gonna be going walkabouts. This time around,
Okay,
he's gonna
pressure
have
over
friends
towards
coming
B.
over, though.
Yeah, and Koi already gambling towards the A side of the map,
Ooh.
which is good. I wonder what Camo is doing outside B though. Maybe gonna create.
He's setting up his
distraction or
TP.
fake, but there's
He
no one
wants to
there
end over towards A.
buy.
5-person stack might actually get a lot. Let's see. Depends how much info he gets and then calls them back. Okay, this is nice from Liquid though. This is a good example of human drone. Right, with the ghost.
Yeah, I call that the Benji Fishy. That's Benji Fishy's heretic to proc down to ecos, walks out with a ghost. Boys, they're not here. Come back to me. Or he just kills them all with the ghost. The other half the time.
Yeah, so this should at least facilitate a plant. They've got a lot of security on space here. Camo not only checking quite deep towards CT then, but also now positioning up towards heaven. 25 seconds, but no issues when it comes to timing. They know the red carpet had been rolled out. It's all good. Plants in. And really for
And who gets the kills?
This is a tricky
they
one.
got 2 people that can farm at the moment.
You don't want to make it too easy for them to build up the
In
economy.
an ideal world,
I think you
do
go for
duelist hunt a little bit.
Ultimately, the orbs are going to be transferred either way. Anyway, just try and make sure it's not someone too useful.
See who gets the lion's share. For now, they are waiting. This might be on the back of this. Hello, that's a lot of players.
There we go. Gun gets thrown over. Patty's maybe going a little bit too aggro. For my liking.
Up towards heaven. An opportunity
Yeah,
made.
lost the
And
gun.
Flyer and Grabino now with a little bit of room to work in. The time is going to be low. I think with the util from Serial, with hopefully Nats and some util, there wouldn't be many opportunities. No, there's not. So I'll give it up towards the clock.
Again, it's those little things from Team Liquid that I'm keeping track of. Not just this game, but over the split. Those little lapses of discipline in those rounds. They could have been like a very clean round. Economy got slightly hit there with the kind of unnecessary overpeaks. In this game, it might not matter, but, you know, it's almost like poker to some degree. What is the better play? And that was not the better play.
It is interesting because, again, it's always one of those things that only really gets punished in the bigger games.
Patty takes the hit, but honestly, it's not the worst with him being on fade. Majority of the time, there'll probably be a gun down for him. They got vision block, Prowler goes out.
Teams are very dangerous in those anti-ecos, will always min-max results, at least hopefully. But into bonus, it's
Did he only buy one Prowler?
Paditech the one down on the Ghost, everyone else pretty well geared up, and for Koi, it's everything.
The Team Liquid just making a little distraction at middle, keeping the 2 players there, and then immediately going to be bursting into B. And they've made a great
let's keep
call
an
here.
eye on Grabinho's flash.
A lot on his plate here. It's so hard to hold from Pillar.
Did he
Grabino
smoke? Didn't get time to use his flash. He kind of messed up a little bit. He got unlucky with the timing, I will say that, but like that's a little bit on him.
Team Liquid. This site is already quite difficult to retake for Koi. Having that open plant means that there could be relurks coming through.
Sticking around here though, you can see where Kiko is, you can see where Paditech is. Ooh, little cubby to play from for Kiko, that is lovely. They are stalling him out.
Yeah, Palmer smoke.
Unless they get something fast, they're not going to get anything at all. Kiko going to be forced out of his comfortable
that was kind of nice though.
Nice from Soulcast.
Yeah, and it'd be nice if that was a Bulldog.
Perfect until Nats bites back, but
Okay, very nice from Koi. At least he managed to get out, plays with everyone together, damage close into salvos.
Finding the fight back.
Yeah, in terms of the macro game, I think that Team Liquid completely outplayed Koi that round.
It was a good
have
retake.
A nice little set retake, come in, and it's unsuspected by Team Liquid, then they're going to take that.
Beautiful.
Good job. Exactly like we talked about. Good job, okay?
Maybe had that in mind.
Some plan,
yeah. Again, though, we've said it, right? Liquid have a lot of tape on them on this map, so if there's any repetition or something that you can identify when you're coming to this game,
massive rounds.
Protocols and being rewarded
Whoever
by
loses
it is a huge
forces them down to
eco.
eco.
Well. Tournament life really on the line for them now.
Koi expecting
The retake, no, the retake was really nice.
main default from Team Liquid, ready with a trap. Nothing this round. Back to middle for Team Liquid.
They've already slipped ahead of this one. Camo, let's check towards vent. Spots nothing.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning that Team Liquid get vents so quickly, but in reaction, Koi already have B main, so it's not like they're just losing space. They are reacting with space of their own.
The 1-person fake with the raise into an A split.
They have no one towards B main.
Yeah, this is going to work out kind of nice though. Drone comes in, they break it early. That's enough of the pressure that they wanted from B here. And what is that double rope? Sharing ropes.
Can he hold what's coming his way? Yeah, Shados opting against it, going to give up Heaven Control and maybe try and complement the cross. Does Grubino get to live as well? Another question.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
Kind of gap close towards
Dude, look at his util.
These
two are getting wrecked on site.
Confirmed damage now. Grubino still trying to find anywhere to go. Look at the amount of support coming in here. The util absolutely primed.
Okay, this is a nice hit though. You nade elbow and you already have a bait eye that kind of reveals everyone. They got a good understanding of the rounds. They use ult to get numbers. And needs to stay alive now. Dude, this is a nice round again from Liquid.
Yeah, gonna be a save here. It needs to be. Economy not great for KOI. Again, this round I think that KOI didn't rotate appropriately. I thought with that B main information, the information happening around the middle of the map, I thought they'd be able to get across to A a bit quicker.
Oh, nice shot.
Maybe they don't get the save off.
It is just Soulcast left, and he'd love to keep that Vandal. Don't think they're going to go too far for this, but Nats is considering it. I think Soulcast might be safe. I don't think Patatech can get there in time, though. It should be fine. But still, yeah, kind of talk me through that one.
Yeah, so... Sorry, my mind's gone completely blank.
You were discussing the rotation.
I was going to the
next. You were hoping they'd kind of rotate in maybe a particular way, but it felt like...
so Team Liquid opened up the middle, got vents quickly. KOI, in reaction, took B main. And usually when you have B main, you feel a little bit more confident that you could rotate away towards A, because reverse clearing that space is very difficult. Yeah. We saw it the round before. Serial was by himself. But to Team Liquid's credit, those people on site, on the A site, they were utiled out for like what felt like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was just non-stop.
Okay, so I'm surprised they managed to actually buy into this. Every single person light on apart from Grubino. They're missing a little bit of util on Flyer and obviously Gun. Dude, look at how far back everyone is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they got a lot of space, but they can kind of re-clear it with this. Let's see. 1, 2. Oh my god, he wants to go for it? He does have a TP and spawn. This is kind of a nice round from KOI. Just retake all of the space with Euro. Oh boy, the shots are incredible. Grubino's got to kill too somehow. Honestly, didn't mind the idea from KOI.
Having this kind of 1-3-1, playing off those extremities, taking that map space, and then it felt like they lost out on that A because of Soulcast's nice positioning.
Really is a rough start for them though.
They went, cool, we
got
can
eco.
Towards B. We still have that B main low.
Every single half they've had a really rough start.
We're good to go for it. Yeah. Really well done.
Yeah, it's your standard approach to split. And despite the composition having that double dive explosivity if they need it, they're running a more kind of double sentinel approach where you just have the extremities on lock. If you get pressured on middle, you can unlock on the extremities. If the extremities get pressured, you can unlock towards middle. Right now, Team Liquid are taking middle a little bit too easy for my liking. KOI did react with having Filu and Vents, but just the Euro and Vents alone isn't going to be enough to get through, you know, all the util that Liquid.
This half feels over.
You know, when you got a bridge tail, you're usually thinking about.
I mean, it's going to be a little bit hard.
Once they get to vents, is there going to be a stun?
Like a little set piece. Yeah.
Why no Sentinel?
Like
I mean, most teams will have a Cypher or a Viper. You got to press A with passive pressure, whether it's cages or wall, and then you're going to have some way of just holding over towards mid. You don't really need a Sentinel on this map. But if you're going to do no Sentinel, you have to have a Viper. That's it. Pretty much the rule. Other teams do try and cover it up with like double duelist, double initiator and stuff like that, but there ends up being no passive pressure here and it becomes pretty hard.
Or, as you said, little trap piece towards middle. There's plenty of options here for KOI, not probably in this round. So it's kind of keep your minds for one coming up.
They also have to be cognizant that ults are coming online for Team Liquid too. They're not going to go into a slow 1-3-1 default as much and try and take vents early.
Okay, so Liquid are probably expecting KOI to heavier hold over towards middle, so they're going to prowl the smoke. Wait, what are we doing here?
A lot of players on this side of the map, actually. 3. The KOI side. And a battle breaks
It's a nice shot from Soulcast. Do they expect this guy on the left? Dude, I was watching Paddy the whole time over towards middle. He's kind of playing playing with a lot of confidence against an eco.
Classics, but it feels like get this round out the way. Let's focus on the one we had that
And with a plant as well, they really farmed this. Camo gets ult for next big buy round.
Here, Camo getting the orb. Should get the plant here as well. Ult will be on lane. Lots of ults for Team Liquid to work with next round.
Which is tough, right, for Koi, because you can, I don't want to say anti what's been happening, but you can have an idea of how you want to approach it, but this then adds a real spanner in the works, because one, Liquid could go completely direct. They could go for a more standard, like, say, okay, let's just go for like a nice AXQ, let's, whatever you want to do, there's options there.
Very, very convincing rounds. Let's see what they do. Do these two, when you have both of these, it should be such an easy round. Like the fade into the Yoru is just so strong. Or at least Yoru into fade. Catch the info, block the sounds.
I like Team Liquid's odds for the rest of this.
So strong.
I'm with you. It feels like the operator's been adding as a little bit of a touch here.
Even the Liquid Lotus comp is playable long term since there's loads of limited stuff? Nah, I don't think it's limited. I think double sentinel, when you at least have a deadlock, I think you actually have, your strat becomes crazy. I think deadlock's insane. I don't think deadlock's like easy to anti. I would say it's one of the harder agents to anti, just because there's so many different ways of playing, like with your wall.
Now patient round. Letting this one simmer for a second. And there's the ult pop. That's going to be towards middle. Camo.
Okay, here we go. Oh, they spot one. Do you just want to go sight, fade ult? Yeah, this guy's getting fade ulted for sure.
And there's the crunch with the util. Grabuno, can you live? For now, has to fall away. Eyes turn towards.
Yeah, we saw the retake earlier though. And this time we have Soulcaster's ult, which is probably going to go here. We've got a lot coming in, and they are not considering it.
It felt like there was some awareness as well from Flyer there, but
oh, dude, that's the tail.
It feels a little bit short-sighted.
How's Flyer doing this?
Winning out on the gunfights here. Flyer this time takes away a couple more. Kiko,
dude, Flyer.
One trade not enough, but Camo! 2-for-1 discount in the end. Filu and Grabino punished. Liquid, even when the odds are against them,
oh god,
still
dude, have Koino won this after he flies done everything in heaven.
Side, but they do keep coming in with firepower.
Yeah.
But I would argue that Team Liquid there, I don't think Nats should be lurking when he's got a Viper ult.
Fair.
Use that Viper ult for the site when we got the plant down.
Oh man, he was coming over with the ult there as well.
And then also this
doesn't think he should be. He doesn't think he should be lurking there. I think he should be lurking there.
Later. Don't need to be stuck in my room that early.
Yeah. Well, this is where the problems really start to begin.
Because I think if you ult on site, you're not just going to eat the ult at one point.
This is
I think you have to have clear vision.
This is a lot on the line for Koi. This is everything that they've been going through would have been to make a fight for this one.
This is old school approach to the Viper ult, using it in a space where it doesn't actually get you the site, but puts a ton of pressure on the defense.
Okay, double block of vision. So there's constant pressure here and here, where they could have lucked out too, especially the box.
Really passive hold towards middle as well. That's what, Camo? This is, yeah, really interesting.
So like, they want to fake the extremities a little bit, seems like.
And then they drop the ult with a bit of pressure over towards A to make it look like they're A hitting.
It feels like it, but this contact hit might have worked, at least for the find on Flyer, but Rubino's able to control.
Honestly, the idea's not too bad.
I
think they probably have to wait like 2 extra seconds.
But it's actually rewarded Liquid.
And the idea's kind of cool.
Off the back of the drop of the Viper's Pit feels bizarre, but just the element of surprise enough. And now Shalos and Soulcast both have ults, but is this the time to use them? Let's see. Camo drifting in no man's land.
This is the ult we were going to see earlier.
Yeah, but what is
already
this?
Close.
They thought about that? I don't know.
Nah, they thought about this.
Yeah, that is wild. Serial now. Pressure's on. 1v2. They're already out. They're already on site. Oh my god.
Oof. 32 HP. They just win a rounds. And you got 4 people they need to rebuy. I still think the idea from Liquid is kind of good.
So I think the approach from Team Liquid there, I think they kind of fumbled what was supposed to be a nice idea, where they used the Viper on B, and then Patty Tech was supposed to make all the noise on A and make it seem like.
But then they went too fast over towards B.
Yeah.
But it didn't quite work, but then still worked. So idea okay. Nice retake there from Koi.
Idea okay. Participation.
Idea was decent, execution poor.
Yeah, they just went a little bit too fast, that's it. Okay, they got to get the judge out.
Waiting for that ideal scenario. You can see Soulcast for a couple of rounds was trying to find the right time to use it. First one off the rip is going to be Flyer, so that's going to be straight down middle. We were talking about addressing
Prowler goes out towards heaven, doesn't spot anyone.
Quite a lot in those 1-3-1s. Looks like maybe that's a solution here, but Camo under scrutiny has to take the.
Well, now they know there's a heavy punish over towards A, so they decide to take over towards B main.
Many of these breach tail kind of crunches or traps, but right there immediately reaction, ramp in control of Koi now. By Koi.
Okay, but so drone goes out.
They seem a little bit lost.
This is an easy call right now. Drone goes out, and you know the drone's most likely to set up one, and then you would imagine that they would go over towards here heavy. But honestly, it looks like they might hit over towards B. I think the call's wrong here, personally, but
so it feels very directed towards B now. So Gravino's going to be prepared.
Okay, I actually think there's teams like Vitality for sure have this protocol where like if Les hears the drone re-clear over towards A, he'll just call them back and they just hit A. Because you know that they've set up one close, which means that they're kind of like a 2-2.
Oh my god.
Or at least the rotate's going to be in heaven and it's weaker on sight. 24 seconds, they managed to dodge the ult. It does get back a sight, last seen on sight.
A little bit more time, Flyer, the patience paying off. Takes away Nats now just down to Panatek.
Okay, I wonder if Liquid will do a timeout here. There's like 2 rounds where...
being so impactful in controlling that middle space.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think something different probably should have happened. Round before, maybe 2 seconds longer on the fake. This round here, I feel like you got to call your team back towards A, but...
A little bit disjointed in that mid round, I'd say.
Let's keep it rolling, keep it rolling.
Economy weak now for Team Liquid. They do have a little bit. But that Outlaw, it does have 2 targets that you can go for that clean kill.
Looks like it was kind of like a half bite-ish anyway. Puts him down to 900, but
oh boy, the nade.
The
Oh my goodness. That's perfect. Now they know they clear back his sight, all to take space as well. Did see him on the minimap. Doesn't want to go for it. Yeah, they kind of just got to buy some time to get the like they got Astra ult as well if they want. It's a very early use of the tail ult. They didn't really get to do too much off of it.
You can see the util here. It's not in sort of complementary position.
Keep an eye on the luck all the way through A.
A decent amount of space now. Kiko spots out 2 here. And he's one of the ones with that Phantom.
Buying time for Nats here.
You can see the paranoia down middle. They're already checking on it too. Flyer has a look there, but he doesn't find his target. Nats
yeah,
does
and
find
Nats
his.
reveals himself and he just needs to stay alive now.
Nats just needs to stay alive, really. He's a nuisance. He's that thorn in the side, and it's lethal as well. Take it down, Soulcast, but in Flyer in a
with the fade at the end.
position.
This is a rough ult though. I didn't really. It was way too early. It's like tail ult came in.
Criticism about buying an Outlaw against 3 full shields, but it was enough to chip away and have a.
Yeah, the tail ult just.
Perfect.
There was no one close by the way.
Again, Koi in a retake B situation, and on this map, I don't think that's what you want to be leaning into.
Wow, a little surprised they got away with that one almost. That could have been a huge gateway round for Koi to try and keep this scoreline competitive. You know, that 7-5 felt fantastic in map 1, but obviously they only ended on 9 in the end, so you need that buffer here.
Been flanked every round though. There's been, I mean, Nats has been lurking everywhere, but that's what he does.
These crazy lurks through A all the way around to B as well. You know a team's good at this map if you've done that 3 times, I think, already.
Camo, ult, Filu, ult. Mid-walk, though, for Koi like this.
Yeah, and Team Liquid don't have a Sentinel, so if they wanted to continue with
this is good.
I'm all for it.
Laya might have even heard some, but...
I think he has, because the stack seems to say so.
Who's next? Comes in. Flyer. This could be everything. It's great towards Nats. They turn, and he's dealt with. Could have maybe
might be a little cancel call here.
Nuisance from the back lines, kind of like Nats was, but now we find on the side and Camo. Devious in approach. A back and forth trade, but it still numbers up for Liquid.
Dude, it's crazy how they win some of these rounds. They are all on the same page a lot of the time, though.
Might catch Patek, yeah, he does, but the trade.
Yeah, I mean, this was a round of non-stop trades.
Yeah, and it felt KOI were completely in control of that round, knew exactly what Team Liquid were trying to achieve, and you feel really bad on defense when you know exactly what.
Yeah, dude, if they can't win this round, they're cooked.
Them, it feels rough.
What util did Shados have?
So good.
Sorry, Patty. I should call for you that he's over.
I think this is a must-win round for KOI.
Ah, dude, it's criminal they can't win this.
And close rounds feel great in the moment, but at the end of the day, it's only 3 that have been converted for KOI, and the chance is starting to dwindle, and Liquid looking to lock in here. Focus up.
Viper Wall gets invested, Fade Eye goes in.
And away they go.
Ooh.
Camo, so clean.
You early you early ult and TP close and Shados goes. I was gonna say, like, when you play against yours as well, like heavy priority of the Benji Fishy spot is like a must, just purely because of the TP angles that you normally go for.
Flyer, don't do this on your own. Please don't lose this. Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! 46 HP, got kind of close. Well, they got 4.
Gonna get up to 4.
They got to win a pistol.
4-8. Doable.
Doable. It's not over. It's not over, Mini.
Team Liquid this map, and I think they'll be more than happy with 8.
And look, qualification in their mind here to playoffs is on the line. This is what they're fighting for, and they have a very solid.
I mean, yeah, Liquid have just looked very in control on this. Alright. You need 2 hours 17 more, Desp. You need another timeout. If that's a thing. Need another tech. Kind of impressive that you nearly made it though. 3rd map, it's doable, Desp. KOI are messing up like here at the very least. KOI should have got 6. They messed up their tail ult round. They messed up their 3-person stack with 1 person close behind. So that's like 2 rounds that are really bad, and then maybe that would have forced Liquid down to more ecos, so maybe it should have been like a 7. So KOI definitely making mistakes, but again, I think Liquid are like one of the most prep teams every single week at the beginning of games. Very hard to have a good start against them.
Looking ready to go. Give me some hope for KOI. Give me a couple.
Yeah, dude, Sonya, I saw the thumbnail. The thumbnail's funny. Dude, it ended up getting quite a fair amount of views.
Be enough to maybe keep them closing the gap here. I need some
YouTube short you showed the other day is almost 12k on Instagram. Ivy, dude, Ivy, that's nice as well. Respect. Extus, thank you so much. Extus tier 1, thank you so much for that. New member, appreciate you, dude. Thank you for the tier 1.
Mostly an attack side comp. They got the Astra to deal with
pistols at the moment, 3 and oh.
But overall,
you're welcome. I appreciate you saying that, mate.
Soulcast, Shados, set me up something pretty.
Yeah, they need something good. I tell you what though, I'm looking at the minimap. The A hit and there's no one here. It's gonna be a hard retake for Liquid. Let's see how they want to handle this one. Because we've got a free side. They used a lot of util, but oh my goodness, how's that happened? Dude, look at some of the damage done from just pure spams.
Oh yeah, Soulcast. I didn't even see that. 15 HP. How long has he got on the util? I'm not too sure. But again, he's
Kiko's nades could be massive, especially over towards elbows, where he did last time. Has to be heaven to do it though, so probably you imagine it's gonna be on Fly's head. Oh, all that.
Kicks in the door. Patek laying the pathway forward. Kiko follow up. Nice. Filo on the fight back. It's Soulcast.
Here come the salvos, but probably too late. Oh, nice shot. Here come the salvos. Might be too late. I think he falls it.
Oh, nice try, but again, just off on the timing, a split second away.
I mean, the second shot was nice from Soulcast.
But I think I got to praise Team Liquid for choosing the better site to play retake on, in my opinion. And their retakes on A, whenever I watch them, they look very confident.
Yeah, they're very patient as well. Dude, 4-0 on pistols. They're unreal at pistols at the moment.
Soulcast, it felt like it was so close, but he was just under so much pressure there. Couldn't get past Serial quick enough to send them in. You can see it really close.
Nice, Patrick. Very good call.
Team Liquid, they were even, to praise them, I got to praise them somewhat, they were even re-clearing vents, reverse re-clearing the vents for a lurk. Like, these little details are things that I love to see.
Okay, Koi, realizing they gotta start having good starts into the half, just force buy into it. And honestly, the force buy is not too bad. You got 4 stingers, we got 1 guardian, we got camo with a judge holding close A, and we kind of have 4 close B, at least 3. Does feel like Paddy's got it fast.
He's not alone, but Philo going to take over towards the backside.
What up?
For the drop down and spots 1. Serial going to try and readjust towards the front. Really nice readjustment there from him. Without Chaos kicks on.
Damn, bro, what the hell? Dude, people that use the Spectre recently, making it look sick, but not just got a little bit greedy.
Judge. This is tricky now. 50 seconds.
I got the spike.
Get a plant. Opting for the pistol. It looks like silently closing the gap and a big upgrade. Flash in. Planted. Falls away. Filu unawares. Gets out of danger.
That was smart though from Camo. Flash near spawn like he was spawn and taking it. That was cool.
Was that a fake
yeah,
flash?
it was fake close. That was awesome.
CT to make it feel like he's retaking from
It's
CT.
really smart.
I think that's kind of sick.
Let's watch it again. Is it intentional?
For sure.
You can't
Sick
see
round.
the flash until it pops, right?
Yeah, you see it when it bounces off.
I'm not sure. I think so.
Okay, so what happened? He threw it into CT, and it's not visible until it pops. And so he's completely outplayed him there.
That's actually cool.
Fake flash.
Very nice. I've just been throwing my pistol all this time. Crazy.
The Heaton?
It's a classic. It is a classic. Literally, it is mostly a classic. For now.
Okay, Kiko.
Double digits for
Got the gun to one-shot everyone.
Back down to the ghost sheriffs.
I mean, you're starting to see the writing on the wall. You can't ignore it.
Sure.
And Kiko starting to hit bangers. Serial again, looking pretty comfortable,
wow.
Even under all of this pressure on Chaos, and they cut off the other two. Shalos and Soulcast had to respect the utility that was eventually invested, isolating the players on the side. Serial's comfort just comes into its own here. And now just Soulcast in a 1v5. And that's going to be 11 chances falling by the wayside.
It's insane. It feels really rough for Koi because every single half they have, it's just, they just don't have a good start.
Usually for Koi, I would be a fan of this simple B approach.
What was it? 5-0, 3-0, 4-1,
but the problem
and
is
at the moment this is 3-0.
Do that grab well, and you've seen, I think in both rounds now, the impact of that stall.
Filu's got, I'm just looking at lifelines for Koi here, right? This is the round. If you lose this, you're kind of saying this is done. And this is their chance to even make it to playoffs here. This is everything that they've been playing for in those last games, those losses that Koi suffered. Is this where it starts and ends?
Well,
Riot already fallen.
Dude, he keeps on going. That's a bit too much. Okay, at least he doesn't carry on going and he waits for his teammate. Okay, pressure created, question mark created all over the map, instant
gonna get it for free anyway, potentially,
reaction.
Unless Liquid decide to flood in.
Stalled again though, up from heaven, the util coming in. That's gonna make it difficult. Eagle Eyes trained, and Grabino light work towards Serial this time.
Dude, Nat's actually going.
Nat's still with a shot. They're just pulling bodies away, so they're gonna try and be proactive here, Koi.
Need to do something in this disadvantage situation.
Quite like it.
Eco gets a kill, he gets his ult. They haven't been looking for this yet, this push. Like, no one's been looking yet. They might have good timing. Oh, someone just looked.
Has to be everything at this point. A 1-for-1 trade, not enough. Rubino, are you still in this fight? A 2v2, they've won out on the site. They can accelerate towards you, or they can hold him back. Kiko waiting. He's got the ult there, buying time as the defuse comes in. Rubino,
well, what are you meant to do there? Dude, they handle these situations nice, though. Okay, 8 chances.
Setting their sights towards playoffs.
He pinged it? Yeah, someone definitely pinged it. It was Fade, right? Fade was the first to look.
On this map. right out of the gate, you saw them taking that A control, punishing the solo lurk from Flyo, and then more than comfortable to deal with the kind of pre-flood retake.
Nice, yeah.
On the B side of the map. It's gonna need a miracle.
No timeout?
Look very calm and well prepped.
I mean,
They're
like, don't get me
super
wrong,
well prepped.
I know it's not looking good, but nothing.
If they've got a plan around the tail ult, then they've got a plan around the tail ult. And if the vibes are okay, you'd presume they wouldn't be amazing, but...
I'd be taking a timeout.
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but I'm taking a timeout. Mid-ult going to be coming down from Nats there. Viper's pick going to be flooding. Ooh, nice attempt there. Quick trying to catch towards Camo. Patatek also going to be considered. This is information. Vilu walking up ramp. Gets real close to this one. Oh, this could be big for Vilu. Ah, outdone by a Prowler. Bye-bye.
It's the same we saw on the other side. It was the tail and
Just in case.
Space. This time it's the fade and the raise.
Oh, nuts.
What have you got?
Oh, God.
Hello.
That is a 12-4 play right there. That really is a 12-4 play.
35 seconds, they still need to decide where to go with this.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they do have 2 players towards the A side. But
When does Patty get his fade eye? 10? Oh, he's in trouble.
Probably gonna have to.
Yeah, just gotta accept it.
Oh,
Camo.
He's up for the challenge. He's again in the fight here.
Huge from him. Wants the one over towards side in terms of the ult as well, so they don't have to worry around the map about that.
Oh my god, and Flyer gonna find Camo. Hold on. Bikiko's got a little bit of timing on this. They're mostly on the site now. Still tough to clear with the player disadvantage. 4 up to the good here for Koi.
Oh, Flyer wins both of these.
Extend play a little. Kiko goes down. Patatek and Serial should be outdone, but maybe not. Patatek in a 1v2. It would be miraculous. And it would be unlikely, but a nice try. But Soulcast keeps hopes alive for Koi now.
Yeah, I think Nat's doing a little bit.
Hang a bit shallow, mate.
Probably set that one
See
up.
here as well.
I think I think if Team Liquid focus up, take it a little bit more seriously, I think this is gonna be fine.
That was a lot of ults from Liquid, wasn't it?
It was. That is true. That is true.
3?
They did overcommit to that 4v5 retake. Euro ult used to try and get out. I liked it from Camo, but then the Astra ult used. You know, just
nuts.
Yeah, it's one of those where it feels like we're being overly critical.
Forces him down to an eco.
Yeah, like I did say about that discipline, and using ults in these kind of situations, these are the openings that a team will want to come back into a game. 12-5 is a lot, but...
It is.
Oh, my. 2.
Flyer gonna be heads ringing around. Kiko doesn't win that fight. Oh my god. Patatek shouldn't have won that one either. No, Kiko didn't win that fight on the other side. Shados is gonna get his numbers. That was the push out towards B, but Patatek, free little upgrade. Sick.
Yeah, Philo just walking through a smoke with no util.
The silence that follows that is.
Yeah, Patatek did get info outside of A, so and there we go, confirms it. So going to be able to rotate towards A.
He's got his ult as well.
Are they really gonna win from an eco?
Decent-ish position.
Yeah, he wants to end it now. Fado, he's got Tether as well. Dude, it's so hard for him to get through this choke. Read short for Fado.
A bit of a trade out. They're gonna run low on time here though. 30 seconds.
Okay, they did all dodge it,
and
they get back a sight.
I'm getting nervous. That's fine. Again, Zero can take risks here, and Nats gets the reward.
Oof.
Punishing the cross. You're not
Big
being
shots,
the
though.
one to get to.
2 HP.
He got the damage early on, down to 2 HP. This would be heroics. He's got 10 seconds.
10 seconds
He has to face his fate here, as this one looks done for. And it is
Very nicely done from Liquid.
secures
Absolutely
it.
smashed
Team
them.
Liquid 13-5. Playoffs bound, looking locked in. Sadly for Koi, falling short.
What happens to the group now? Let's have a
I wonder how
look.
they go from here. I presume they're going to be aiming for that #1 seed.
Yeah.
I know that Meg was memeing a little bit about the saving strats, but it'll be interesting to see what approach they take for the rest of the games.
Yeah, I
Koi, I mean,
again,
they still have to beat Koi,
their
right?
capabilities, right? It feels
Koi
like we're
might
seeing a little
beat
bit more
Foot.
depth to
I guess
them.
it depends on that game.
Not flawless though. There have been a couple of oversteps, but I'm not going to judge them for dropping a round or two.
No.
When they're up like 12-5 here, it's just something. If we're going to be keeping them to
And the next game is
same
still really
standard we
important.
look at like Fnatic or your Heretics or Vitality, and got to keep them in that lens. But right now they look good. We've seen some very nice looks from here.
The coaching problem or a player problem? It's like an everything problem at the moment, really.
I mean, Split was always
One of those where
really
it just looks like it's all going wrong.
Yeah, and I think that it's probably going to be
They got a bit. This looks a little bit worse than it actually is for Koi.
They haven't had
It's purely because of the bad stance.
Yeah, if we're being honest, that's just not enough. It's not enough for them. It might be time to rebuild, but I heard you like cats. So right meow, we're going to hand it down to Yinzu and Ulysses, waiting, and the post-play.
As if she went for that.
Meow, 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 meow. That tech pause is still in us, I guess. But yes, welcome to Postbound. Pansy
Okay,
was
chat.
right. We will be joined by Cats in just a moment. It is me and Uli here for now.
Is it both of them,
Uli,
Kiko and Nats?
with
Okay,
that
we'll stay,
game
we'll stay, we'll
and
stay.
that result, it brings the end, really, to Koi Split. They will have one more game next week, but it doesn't matter at this point. You know, they will not be going to playoffs, and what a sad way for them to end it.
Bacon. I've been doing that for the past two plat chats. You not been watching?
They don't even have win any single map right now. And that's
I've been
what they
talking
said
about the coach and
at
stuff.
least they can focus right now. There is no pressure. There is nothing to fight against. Just to maybe try to bring some championship points. But also
Look at this guy. I think he's too
get that
cool.
experience into the stage that some members were lacking, and also they were saying on socials, with lack of experience, we didn't have that much matches. Let's see with maybe next week they can improve something for the next stage too.
I'm so glad you mentioned championship points, because that is actually still incredibly
Yeah, the
important.
champs points are
Every
big.
single win counts, and by the time we get to the end of Split 2, as we look towards champs, you know, they're not going to want to be out of the race because they couldn't win one game in Split 1, so it's not the end at all for Koi.
I mean, yeah,
What a
Fuss
story
is
it would be,
looking
though,
kind
right,
of
if they make
likely.
this comeback.
But it must be
Footplay
mostly-
K-Corp.
I mean, it's not impossible, but I think they had to make maybe top 2 in order to secure
BBL.
chance to go champions. I mean, I don't think that they're even thinking in.
The last game still does
I mean,
matter
they have
though.
to think on players, not think on champions or even Master Toronto. That's too much right now for a team that never secured a second win.
And for me, the decisions they make, it's never a bad decision. You know, the comms they chooses, the roles they're giving their players, it always on
Sonya,
paper,
I'll
it gets us excited.
unmute
right?
him
It's
if he
a good
does.
decision. But I think you're right. Maybe with some reps, they can maybe come back stronger.
Also, I don't know if it's pressure, confidence. However, we've seen that they always struggle on one of the maps and mostly on one of the maybe strongest side for them.
Lose
It's
in
like
playoffs?
how you did it.
I mean,
How
Foot
it's
should
going
be
on.
okay,
I mean,
right?
today,
Who the
obviously, they
Gentleman's?
have Team Liquid
Ooh, it
facing
might get
them.
kind of close. Gentleman's
It's not
play
easy
Koi,
when it comes to have
BBL.
to face Team Liquid. And speaking of Team Liquid, I am now joined.
Yeah, the
by
other groups
Kiko
are really
and Nat
open,
here in the
Omega
studio.
still.
So please welcome Cats here to the couch. Hello, guys.
welcome.
Come and take a seat. I'm glad you brought the panda, Nat. I wore this today. What do you think? It's like 3. I don't think the camera can pick it up, but it's like 3 rings that makes a panda. Yeah, look, it's 3 separate rings that.
Comfortable.
It is really comfortable. Do you like it? It's cute. I'll find some for your wife. I'll find some for your wife. You know,
Okay.
we can match. But congratulations today, you guys. We didn't get a chance to speak to you last week, so I'm glad you guys are here now. Playoffs again. This is becoming a regular thing. How exciting, Kiko, is that?
I mean, it's definitely a change from last year, so you know, it's going to be interesting and fun. So I'm happy.
And Nats, I wanted to ask about the Lotus super quick, because how did you guys go from never playing the Lotus to, you know, showing us the clove stuff, and then taking away the clove stuff, coming back with this new look and being incredibly consistent on this Lotus? How have you had the time to make all these adjustments and make it so good? The glow up is crazy.
I don't know. Honestly, it's all about the Riot is changing the game. So I think it's just whoever is going to try to understand the meta. But I think it's more about that. I don't know. I mean, we didn't practice it that much. And it's whatever is happening is just happening on the server right now.
You're just that good.
I don't know. I mean, the 2 games went fine. We'll see whoever is going to face us on Lotus. If people wants to face us, let's face.
Oh, wow.
I don't think anyone, right? Surely.
I don't think so. I mean, you're playing pretty good. I would like to ask both of you, and first of all, Kiko, it's been a long time you make your role swap.
Yeah.
How are you feeling right now? It's been 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, you played mostly 8 to 9 matches already in a new role now, so you get to play against the best on Bangkok. How you feel?
I think I feel really comfortable. The team makes a lot of sacrifices to make sure I'm comfortable, so I'm happy for that. And yeah, just big shout out to Evo for helping me a lot.
Which kind of sacrifices?
And Yao.
How can you
Which
be
sacrifice
forgetting
are they doing?
Daniel?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just there's how would I just say? Just like making sure I'm just comfortable on my role and just teaching me like a lot of different positions and a lot of like letting me make a lot of mistakes in practice and learn from it. I think that's the best way for me to learn. And yeah.
Still get to play Raze though.
Yeah,
Not totally, like you still get, you get to mess around for one map. Yeah.
You can still play.
Yeah, you can.
And also, Nuts, I would like to ask you, I mean, we've seen you not only as an IGL, more like a leader. Every single timeout, every single time I hear you talking, it's like, have you read any kind of book or something preparation? I mean, you only have the proper message. Well done, Patrick.
Yeah.
I like it. Keep it up. Come on. Yes, well done, Kiko. How you do it?
Who's your IGL? You're their IGL. Who's your IGL?
So answering about the books, I don't think I finished any leadership book yet. I'm reading a lot of different books. I'm not reading one book at the same time, so it just depends from the mood, kinda.
Nice.
But about the leadership, I think it's coaching stuff helps a lot. Our performance coach, Leandro, helps a lot. Honestly, I think if the coaching stuff wouldn't be how it is this year, I don't know how it would go, because they help a lot, they give direction, they say, it's kind of as him, I'm learning a lot on the mistakes, and yeah, I think it's just like a lot. Evo is helping a lot, Daniel's helping a lot, performance coach helping a lot, Eamon helping a lot.
Even Eamon?
Even Eamon.
What's he doing?
No.
I mean, he's so experienced.
Oh, Kiko disagrees.
No, Eamon's not doing much. I don't know. To be honest.
I hope he's listening to that right now.
He will. Is it fun? Are you having fun?
I'm actually enjoying.
Yeah?
Honestly, I'm enjoying being IGL and leader more than player. Honestly, I mean, maybe last 2 years it wasn't like something new as a player, and now as IGL I'm keep learning. I kind of like to learn a lot, and maybe that's why that fun. But yeah, I'm just enjoying, honestly.
Soaking it all in.
Yeah.
But as you guys know, you have a very dedicated fan base for Cats Nation. They're always behind you. They're out here. I'm sure they're watching. Are you guys aware of this? You like the Cats Nation?
Yes. Yes, I'm aware of Cats.
You say me what it is.
Huh?
You don't know about Cats Nation?
It's a collaboration. Every 2v5 hours we're winning.
Collaboration.
Boom, exactly. I mean, how many 2v whats did you have today? It felt like it was always the two of you. Give us a bit of insight. How have you kind of reached this point of having the synergy? What do you do in those situations? Is there just like a natural chemistry going on in Cats Nation?
You want to answer?
You can answer.
I think overall it comes from the previous year, since we're together from previous. Even honestly, for previous year we weren't as working with each other as this year. I think it just naturally happens. Honestly, the way he plays, the way he sees the game, the way I play and I see the game, and it's just most of the time we just cover the gaps pretty naturally without even saying. I think we're both on the same page most of the time. I would say it's just naturally rather than something on like set. Naturally.
Yeah. What about you?
I mean, I think that we both really play on instinct, and I think that's like the most natural thing. And if you listen to our voice comms in any 2vx situations, they're incredible.
Yeah, give me a reenactment. What's
no.
Give me a reenactment's crazy.
Is it like I got this? Yeah, go on, Ayaz. You get your.
No, your voice you can do. Try my voice.
Yeah.
No. It's just just constant stream of talking, and I think we're on the same page all the time.
Yeah. So now you're aware of this community. You're gonna give them some content, because they love it when you guys like clutch together. When you guys interact together, they love it.
So should we just bait the team then to have more clutch situations?
Yeah, you should make sure it's just only you two.
It's the only thing that matters. Winning.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Cats is the only thing that matters.
Make sure it's only you two. Only you two. Cats. I mean, we're a big fan of Cats. The Cats duo.
Yes, we are, obviously. How not? I mean, I already told you more than one time. Every single time you were coming to the Spanish broadcast, I told you I'm a biggest fan. And now you're with Kiko. I mean, Kiko is always trying to punish every single KOI member, always killing a lot. We know it.
Oh no, he's
But,
getting
I mean,
it.
You hit today. You hit 1,000 kills, and I swear to God that probably it could be 200 against KOI.
Yeah,
1,000 kills.
It's what your
And
1,000.
for me, it took 3 years to point 1.5. Wait, what am I doing wrong though?
Yeah. So since the partnership era,
Oh,
you've
but
reached
franchise
1,000.
first,
Yeah.
No, but now you're cats, so it's 2,000.
Combined.
2,500.
It's combined.
better.
Yeah. It's combined. Everything is gonna have to be combined. Your mistakes are gonna have to be combined as well.
No.
Speaking
I'll send your
of.
money.
Speaking of, one of the narratives, one of the things people like to discuss is the way that you play the Cypher, the Viper, because you've always played the Cypher and Viper, and you've always been the person that plays this beautifully. Do you ever feel like on maps like Split or places where you've just done this so much that you are forced to do something new? Does it still work to just play the 2021, 2022 way? Or do you in your brain think, oh, I gotta do something else, they know I'm here, you know, the timing is not quite right?
I mean, even if they know, they still need to kill me, right? I mean, it's
so
like
real.
I can't be doing the same stuff for 5 years, and I'm still. I mean, one day I'll be getting punished a lot for. But as I was always saying, I think it's all about adapting against some of the certain teams, some of the certain comps. It's just not gonna work out. And for me, it's like you can have 5 setups, and you just need to understand when to use them.
Instinct.
I mean, yeah, because I mean, you can have 30 if you will not understand when to use them. They're not gonna work anyway.
Damn.
So.
And how do you guys adapt to that?
Dude, I love that. Even though they know it's there, they have to still kill me. That's sick.
Just, you know, it's an older comp. You know, we weren't quite sure what they're gonna do. So how did you feel about that?
I mean, they just played the standard comp. We played this like a lot, and it's very defaultish. It's not like something new to adapt to, I would say. And I think they're quite behind in terms of the meta. I think that this old style comp gets really punished by a lot of the new things that's happening on the map with Teho, with even Deadlock now, and Vise, for example. But I think we didn't really face anything new today.
You guys are so cheesy, though. You're so cheesy on Lotus. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Shout out Yao.
Yeah.
Incredible
it's
setup.
great for us to watch, but
Yeah,
I
the
can't
setups
imagine
are
having
sick.
to play against all that.
I mean, I really like it when you were pushing out, getting trouble every single round, just walling up, setting all the deadlock traps. And by the way, talking about deadlock and also talking about Serial. I mean, he just coming to the team, you're trying to adapt into him, and now you're playing with a double Sentinel. I mean, he used to play Sentinel on tier 2. How it's been for all of you work with Serial in order to get him ready to compete on VCT EMEA? I mean, it's a huge gap difference in between teams. Maybe it's not skill issues, but always on how to adapt into it.
So I think it's a question more to me. I mean, since we had already system in the team, it's a bit easier to just bring, because we were searching for the player, as we were saying on the podcast, that we think will fit.
Shout out to the podcast, sorry. Thanks for the plug, Nats. Yeah, carry on.
I mean, I have a brand, I know how to YouTube channel. Am I allowed? Sorry.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
No,
you
so,
say whatever you want, mate.
Yeah, so we just knew who we're going to pick up. We knew that he will be fine in our system. And I think it's more time goes, naturally he feels better and better on the server. It's like it's not 1 week thing, not 2, 3, 4 weeks. It's still going to improve day by day, week by week. But I think it's going better. And it's going good.
Who took him to the barbers? Who took him to get his haircut? He had a haircut, right? It looks new. Did any of you go with him? He went by himself?
I think Eamon had a suggestion.
Oh. Wait, he told him to get a haircut?
He told him the place.
Recommended.
Oh, none of you guys went with him? All right. I thought you might.
He went so far away, though.
Oh,
we live
I
quite
see.
far apart, so.
Oh, you don't all live together in Berlin? So what's the living situation? Who lives with whom?
I mean, we cannot say on the broadcast.
No, I don't mean like where. I mean like, are you two living together, for example?
No, one by one.
Ah, okay.
Dogs
How you not
themselves.
living together? You should.
I can't believe it.
That'd be quite weird.
You should be living together.
I have a wife by
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like your little brother.
Oli, wife is more important than cats.
Nah.
Okay, let's come on.
Okay.
Ah, Kiko disagrees. Kiko's trying to get
Now
him
you
in
would like to play a
trouble.
2v5 with Serial?
Nuts is deadly
He's trying to get him
silent.
in trouble. I think
What is going on right now?
going off of the, I'll bring it back to earth. Going off of the Serial question that Uli asked, how are you integrating him outside the game? Because as you guys know, moving to Berlin when you're young by yourself is really rough. That could really affect you even mentally. That bleeds into the game. So what are you guys doing? Maybe like team bonding, or how are you making sure that he feels included and grows a bit faster?
You want?
I mean, okay, he is living with the staff, so I think it's like a lot easier to transition from from last year, we were living together, but now this year we decided that we're going to live alone. So I think that him living with all the staff, I think it's like, it's easier to integrate into the team, and it's like more comfortable, because last year was a bit scary even when I moved here. So
yeah, right.
Yeah.
The food, the weather. It's sunny now. It's starting to get sunny, which is really, really nice.
Good.
Yeah, the weather is great. What is also great is you guys making playoffs. So let's take a look at the standing, because with your win, a lot of things are now a little bit easier when it comes
secured,
to
but
permutation. So Group
still
Alpha, we have the 4 teams locked for
all
playoffs.
to play for.
And yes, you guys are correct in assuming that even though Na'Vi are 1-2, they actually have a chance to make Seed 1. They just have to win both their games. And
Giants and APEKS is gone, right?
Yep, they're completely eliminated on Group Alpha. But in your group, you are the first to qualify. And if BBL beats Gentlemates tomorrow, then that locks in Foot and Casey and BBL. So that's a very big game for tomorrow as well.
That's all you, Yumpy.
And I remember a lot of players sitting on this couch throughout the season talking about Group Alpha, Group of Death is so hard. But it kind of turned out, Kiko, that your group is quite deathy. It's so hard. Everyone's kind of, anyone could beat anyone, that kind of vibe. Do you agree?
I mean, yeah, I think that their group is just more top heavy, and I think our group is, everyone's like pretty even.
Pretty close,
I think it could go either way, to be honest.
How do you feel, Nats? Who do you think is going to make it, actually, for the rest of it?
I mean, let's see how the BBL will play against Gentlemates. I just think, yes, overall, for watching to the other group, I mean, on the paper, they are stronger, but I think nowadays, especially how the right is changing game and the meta is changing, I think it's no more that you can actually say who is going to pass the group stage, 100%. You don't know what the team's going to bring. Even if you go with the anti-strat team, can just change the comp, and it's just impossible to anti-strat. That's why, I mean, yes, on paper, the group Alpha is better, but I think nowadays everyone is even, especially the teams who is switching to the comps. You need to adapt a lot. So I think it's just my opinion about that.
Playoffs is going to be hype.
And also moving into playoffs.
What do you mean, Yumpy? I did it to motivate you.
Yet on the stage 1. Who's the team?
That's the ultimate motivation. Look how angry you are.
I mean,
surely Vitality.
We didn't play Na'Vi, we didn't play Fnatic. We played Vitality and Heretics.
On kickoff you play them. Who you want to face?
Get your revenge.
Vitality, I would say. I want to play them again.
Out.
That's true. There we go. Yeah.
Whoa, why?
Fnatic and Vitality. I like it. Both matchups.
Oh, it's his Kron. Yeah, Gambit crumbs.
I mean, I can say Na'Vi. I just
no. Give us the Gambit crumbs.
Oh, we can, okay. As you wish.
Thank you, Naz. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, your next game will be your last game of group stage. It's going to be more about seeding. It will be KC, and Naz, the last time you faced
first
Sadat,
time in front of a crowd.
I don't think you were quite IGL yet.
It's been so long.
Unless you weren't, you just didn't tell us about it.
I don't
do you remember the last time you played Sadat?
I think it was 2024, Los Angeles. Wait, 2023?
No, it was Champs 2024. You were right.
Yep.
It was not Champs. It was
Champs Los Angeles.
Yeah, you're right.
Against Loud. They eliminated us, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then the time before that, do you remember that? How good's your memory?
When I last time played against him.
Yeah. So before you faced Loud, the Champs.
I never played against him.
Oh, you did?
Did I?
You did, indeed.
Ooh. Okay, so 2020. Wait, 2021.
I think it was maybe 2022, but it was the M3C Gambit days. They remember. He will remember because it was no, it was Gambit. It was Gambit.
No, because
2021.
Because 2022 we didn't qualify anywhere.
You're right. It was 2021.
But what team he played?
Vikings.
Oh, that
and they took a map off of you, and I was pooping my pants when that happened because I was like, Gambit is gonna be so easy, and then you lost the map. I was like, oh no.
I think we lost bind, right?
Yeah, it was.
I think I was 1-12 there that game.
Oh wait, no, you weren't. You weren't. Nobody remembers that game. Nobody remembers that game.
I remember, unfortunately.
No remembers. But how are you feeling this time around? Because obviously he's gone on to achieve a lot. You've gone on to achieve a lot. Very different places, different teams. Have you been watching some of the stuff Casey are doing? How are you feeling about this?
I saw the way they play. I mean, it's interesting to face that kind of play style because I think they play.
Yeah, we did, Yumpy. They played Yoru.
No one is playing the way they
Ascent
play.
and Haven.
So that's why it will be interesting to face that actually on the server. And yeah, I mean, they bringing something theirs, and he's bringing his ideas. Sadak is bringing his idea. Would be cool to face it. Would be cool to face Ench again.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Lexi, I will.
I will. How are you two feeling about this Casey game?
Yeah, I'm excited. I think it depends on the for the seeding. I think that if KC win this week against who is it?
Wait, Krabby, you're asking him that after I predicted against him? Oh.
Foot. Oh yeah, on Friday. That's a big game.
And
huge game.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. They're the only team that can take first seed if we.
But wait, how is that gonna be if they lose to Foot and they
Champs is Paris.
Well, if BBL wins tomorrow, then all 4 of you are qualified. There would just be seeding games on Friday, and then that comes down to a bunch of other things that needs to happen. Yeah. So just make sure you just win all your games. You know, just win all your games and hope for the best. What about you, Uli? How are you feeling about that one?
Well, I think it's gonna be a good match. I mean, right now it's hard to trust that much on Karmine Corp compared to Team Liquid. I mean, Liquid is playing pretty good. Every single match you are just improving, showing new micros, showing just trying to swap everything you're doing on a match. By the way, talking about swapping things, something that we were talking on analysis before. Meanwhile, we were not on live. We were talking about how you're trying to decide where to use some tactics, some micros you're doing. Are you sometimes
Vivid, if invited, yeah.
Improvising or bringing some new things, or is everything that you were talking before with Lohan and coach and stuff?
Sometimes we play on the fly, naturally.
Naturally.
Yeah.
You practice a lot.
We're grinding the game. We're living in game.
By the way, not talking about practicing a lot. I mean, when are we going to see some UOQ from Cats? Because I need to.
UOQ?
Well, actually, about this.
You can start streaming on the mornings.
Yeah. You know how many times I said to him, you want to go play? How many? At least 10 times.
So why are you saying no?
That's crazy. Okay, let's speak about that.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually excited right now.
For bringing the good things.
Okay, focus up what you say.
Yeah.
Okay, so currently, I haven't played a single ranked game this season.
Oh.
Damn, dude.
Wait, what?
Yes, and it was my routine for kickoff as well. I didn't touch a single ranked game. I think it just makes you a worse player. So
people just gonna stop playing the game right now.
You're not sure.
I'm not trolling.
You know how like people lie.
No,
you're not lying.
No, I'm not.
Your coaches are okay with that? They're like, do whatever you want.
Yeah. I'm
not fine.
It's not, but you know, coaches said I'm shooting straight. You know, I'm playing well, and I'm learning each day. So it's
wow.
fine.
So what are you doing instead?
VOD reviews.
Oh.
Whoa.
Important.
That's a lot.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah, don't lie.
Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean I am?
How about this? If you make Toronto, you know, there's a couple weeks between the end of the finals and you having to go there. Will you play some ranked? You know, will we see some Cats on stream? Is that? Are you gonna? Maybe once or twice here and there?
Yeah, if he wakes up a little bit later, and because 9 AM is a bit harsh.
Discipline.
You can come later though.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
I'm still in ranked.
Okay,
I've been trying to convince Ayaz to play some some fun games on stream.
He's trying to force me
to play. Because Ayaz doesn't want to play.
Y'all need to play
he wants him to play Rust, man. He's been playing loads of Rust.
You know, people would watch that.
That's
that
so
would be
funny.
content. Maybe Valorant console? We get you on Valorant console?
Oh, I would be good at console.
Yeah.
Are you good with that?
Are you good with a controller?
I used to be a controller player.
We have a station. We have it in the studio. Next time, like, you know, maybe
1v1.
next week.
Who's win?
Yes.
There is any chance?
Content idea locked in.
I might gonna win actually.
Yeah, we're gonna make it happen. You've qualified now. We can mess around a little bit. But thank you very, very much for joining me. Congratulations once again for securing playoff. Thank you very much, Uli, as well for being here. We will be back
Who we raiding?
more Valorant games tomorrow.
I don't think Despa's live.
Permutations.
We got someone else to raid. Who do we want to raid? Thank you for watching today. Thank you.
We'll
Appreciate it all.
Starting with BBL.
Keeper. Ooh, that's nice. Keeper just streaming.
The race for playoffs is heating up, and it is do or die for our teams this week if they want the chance to make it to Masters Toronto.
Keeper. What's it? It's 9. What's he got in? What are the numbers in Keeper to say?
I love you.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much, Ron. Thank you. We'll be here again tomorrow. So I'm probably not going to be doing the first 2 days of China playoffs, but I should be able to catch a fair amount of everything else. When it gets to like the actual Elim qualifier games, then I'll be able to watch it. But still, yeah, apparently so. Let's see. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. Say hi to Keep It for me. Right, bye, everyone. Bye.
course. For APEKS,
Hey,
this
YouTube,
seems like the
thank you
bounce
so much,
back.
everyone. Thank you. Subscribe if you can. I will see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Someone check his PC. What's happened?